Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. The voice echoed in Luo Bing's head again. At this point, he didn't even react. After hearing this electronic tone every day for a month and waking up with a new ability each time, you either panic forever or you get used to it. At first, he had freaked out. Shock, fear, overthinking everything. All of it. But that was only the beginning. Because although these were called abilities, most of them were questionable. And half of them weren't even human skills. For example, Master Miyamoto's elite flower watering technique. Grandma Chuanhua's soulful square dance rhythm. Duga the Kendo Master's secret flirting tactics. Uzumaki Naruto's childhood doodling talent. And if you think that's already ridiculous, it gets worse. He had also received Wang Kai's signature one-leg raised peeing stance. 32 tricks to please your owner from a cat. Big Wolf's lamb cooking encyclopedia. Who on earth would want these? Sometimes it felt like every dimension in existence was mocking him. And now? Beast perception? Seriously? He muttered to himself, gave up thinking about it, and went to brush his teeth. He was already running late, and there was an exam today. Copying Peter Parker last time had worked a little too well. Now his teachers thought he was some academic prodigy. He rushed through his morning routine and straightened his suit in front of the mirror. A handsome Asian teenager stared back. Even at 17, he had a face that turned heads. Girls at school certainly noticed. He snapped his fingers. Light twisted for a moment, and his hair reshaped itself into a perfect style, complete with glittering anime-style sparkles. After 3 seconds, the effect faded. At least this ability was harmless. And better than dog peeing form. He also had minor cleaning, motivation sales guide, skin whitening. Honestly, if someone handed him scissors right now, he could open a beauty salon on the spot. He even had a name. New Oriental Beauty Salon. High class. Totally legit. Obviously. The toaster dinged. Burnt bread. Whatever. He grabbed it, jumped on his skateboard, and yelled a goodbye to his roommate before heading out. Next door, his roommate Sky sat bleary-eyed in front of her laptop, hacking like usual. Something called the Rising Tide organization flashed on her screen. Interesting. Meanwhile, Luo Bing weaved through Midtown traffic, late as always. The lights were crawling. He checked his watch. Bad. He called Sky. Hey, you awake? Your plugin kept me gaming too late. Help me with the lights or I'm dead today. She groaned. I haven't even slept. You want me to hack traffic now? Go rob a bank yourself. But she didn't hang up fast enough. Because seconds later, the red light skipped straight to the last 5 seconds. Perfect. He shot off across the crossing. Then it hit. A sharp chill ran down his spine. He slammed his foot down. A red sports car screamed past, missing him by inches. Wind blasted his face. His hair almost didn't survive. He would have died. People gasped. A few cursed. Some sighed in relief. But Luo Bing knew the truth. That wasn't luck. That was beast perception. A built-in danger sense. And it had just saved his life. Tires screeched across the pavement, leaving 4 dark gray skid marks behind. The air filled with the sharp smell of exhaust as the red supercar finally stopped. The driver jumped out, pale and sweating. He straightened his suit jacket as he hurried over, his carefully groomed mustache and unruly hairstyle making him look like a stylish, slightly eccentric middle-aged man. Thank God, kid. Are you all right? He asked. By now the nearby pedestrians had recovered from the shock. When they saw the driver's face, a ripple of surprise ran through the crowd. Wait, isn't that Tony Stark? The Tony Stark? I heard he's dated every model in Playboy Weekly. Guy must have super kidneys. Unlike in some countries where people love to gather and stare, New Yorkers just snapped a few photos, muttered a few jokes, and went on with their day. Someone even posted online. Playboy Stark nearly runs over a high schooler. Wild. Luo Bing recognized him immediately. You couldn't live in this city and not know Tony Stark. The man practically lived on the front page. "I'm fine, Mr. Stark," Luo Bing said. Then he froze. Wait. Why did I say that? He should have collapsed dramatically. Rolled on the ground. Complained about internal injuries. That was Tony Stark. You don't get up for less than 6 figures. Tony looked genuinely shaken. Sorry, my road simulation system must have glitched. The light shouldn't have changed yet. Good thing you reacted so fast. Honestly, I thought I'd hit you, but look, not even a scratch. Actually, I think my heart. I've got somewhere to be. Here's my card. Call me if you need anything, Tony said, already heading back to his car. And then he was gone. Luo Bing sighed and slipped the business card into his bag. Missed opportunity. Still, that card had to be worth something. Peter would probably faint if he saw it. Right. The exam. He pushed forward on his skateboard. Beast's perception had already proven itself. It felt like some subconscious warning system, triggering before danger struck. When it activated, it was like someone tugged the hair on the back of his head. Not a bad ability to have. He slipped into the classroom through the back door, trying to be invisible. Bang. 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 Professor Will tapped the blackboard. Luo Bing froze. Sorry, Professor, he said. There was a car accident on the way. The class laughed. A few girls shot him sympathetic looks. Professor Will sighed. A car accident? That's the 5th one this month. You're very lucky. Robin. My name is Luo Bing, not Robin, he corrected. I've told you many times. Is there a difference? Yes, actually. Stop. I don't want to hear a lecture. He narrowed his eyes. You were late 5 days straight last week. This week it's only 3. Why? Luo Bing thought for a moment. Because it's Wednesday? The class burst out laughing. Peter buried his face in his hand. Professor Will did not laugh. Instead, he pointed to the front row, dropped a thick stack of exam papers on the desk, and said, Sit here. We're starting the test. What? No, Professor, I'm fragile. Sitting up front might break me mentally. Didn't matter. The professor was the boss. So Luo Bing sat. Peter helplessly shrugged. Professor Will watched him closely. He clearly suspected Luo Bing's high scores might not be entirely honest. Time started. Luo Bing looked at the first question. His mind went blank. What on earth was any of this? He had no idea. At all. Although Luo Bing is not a genius, he is not a fool either. He is just too lazy to study, but even so, according to his true strength, he will not be at the bottom of the class. Not to the point where most of the entire test paper is incomprehensible. But the problem is like this now. He has never seen more than half of the entire 30 multiple-choice questions plus 20 true-false questions. What the hell kind of test is this? Is it over the top? Luo Bing looked around subconsciously and found that other people didn't have the same headaches as he did. On the contrary, they started to brush up on the first step of getting the test paper. Even the muscular guy Thompson looked very relaxed. Damn it. Have I degenerated to this point? Robin, concentrate on your test paper. Don't turn your head, Professor Will sternly reprimanded. Luo Bing shrugged helplessly and sighed. He picked up the pen, wrote his name, and glanced at the first question. It said something like a quantum molecule collider experiment, and it also brought a list of element names that he didn't know. Luo Bing gritted his teeth and chose see if he couldn't. Die or die. Picking up the pen, Luo Bing wanted to write his answer on the answer sheet with the determination that he would die. But the next moment, it seemed that a flash of lightning with a wake-up effect flashed through my mind, followed by a stinging feeling of being pulled by a few hairs in the back of my head. Question mark. Dangerous. From where? Is someone finally going to blow up the school? The pen mentioned by Luo Bing hung in the air, but after a while, nothing happened. Could it be that? A wonderful idea was born in Luo Bing's mind. Professor Will looked at Luo Bing, who was thinking with dissatisfaction. The test papers he gave this time were very simple. They were all things that he had been exposed to in class, some basic theories and judgments. How can this kid not even know these things? While angry, he stood up and looked towards Luo Bing's test paper. Seeing this, he was also stunned. I sent the wrong test paper, no wonder. He looked thoughtful. It turned out that the test paper I prepared for myself was sent to him. Just as Will was about to speak, he wanted to take back Luo Bing's test paper and prepared to give him another set. But when the words were about to reach his mouth, he swallowed them in shock. What did he see? The child in front of him is frantically filling in the answers. Oh, OMG. Shouldn't he have written it indiscriminately? That is a test paper that even oneself have to squeeze their brains and think hard. He actually only stayed on each question for 5 seconds. How did he do that? Professor Will took out his mobile phone, looked at Luo Bing's scroll, and matched the answers one by one. Weird monster. How can that be? It turns out. All right. Could it be that this kid is such a different kind of genius? No matter what Professor Will thinks. At the moment, Luo Bing has a lot of inner drama. I'll die if I can't answer this question. Should I choose it for this question? Beast instinctively activated, and the nervous system at the back of his head felt a few hairs being grabbed. There is danger. Leave me alone and choose B. Beast instinctively activates. Is it the choice of D? Oh, it turns out to be D. Brush, brush. It feels so good to write quickly. An average of 5 seconds per question, and the next 20 to true or true questions are compressed to 3 seconds. In total, it took about 3 minutes. Luo Bing put away the pen, let out a long breath, and scratched the back of his head with his right hand. To be honest, the back of my head is a little itchy. Maybe I have been stimulated a little too many times. Beast instinct. Originally, Luo Bing thought he was just a conditioned reflex. Unexpectedly, this ability actually has this predictive ability. Predict danger and react instinctively. If you choose the wrong topic, you will die. It will be a very miserable death. With this belief, Luo Bing completed the set of exam papers that made Professor Weir think hard in advance in less than 5 minutes. Definitely. These are multiple choice and true/false questions only. Changing to other questions, Beast's instinct didn't work either. Professor Will's mouth was so wide that he could fit an apple in, and the expression on his face was very funny. He was stunned for about 20 seconds, thinking about life like that. After a long time, he still took out the original set of test papers in disbelief and handed them to Luo Bing, signaling him to take another set. Luo Bing was a little surprised and looked at the test paper in front of him. This time the test paper is much simpler. Some questions are not difficult, and it is not a problem to pass his knowledge reserve. But there is no need for a plugin. How is this possible? He is not a network saint, the green altar messenger, Wu Wu Kairyu Benwei. Beast instinct on. Brush, brush. This time, I became more proficient in the operation. For the entire set of test papers, Luo Bing put down the pen in his hand almost in the second after 3 minutes. From Professor Will's point of view, Luo Bing in front of him is like a monster, and he writes down the answer at a glance at any question. Genius. Monster. Unconsciously, Professor Weir's eyes changed when he looked at Luo Bing, and he even admired him. Thinking of his debate with himself, the seriousness and persistence on the pronunciation issue, Professor Will admired even more. Perhaps only such serious students can be so talented. Luo Bing didn't know what Wilna Bichi was thinking, and he was stunned when he saw it. This Bichi must be very racist. Others do 1 set and send me 2 sets, and they stare at themselves like human surveillance. Look at you. Thompson threw a note next to him. Did you really not see it, or did you pretend not to see it? Cough, cough. Luo Bing pretended to cough twice, then glanced at Thompson inadvertently. Professor Weir originally focused all his attention on Luo Bing and naturally saw Thompson, who was carefully passing the note. Hey, Thompson, what are you doing? Professor Will ran over in a huff. Luo Bing gloated on the sidelines, and the farce ended with Thompson being called a parent. Anxious Thompson glared at Luo Bing and wiped his neck. Luo Bing lazily dug his earwax. Although he didn't find anything, he still flicked in Thompson's direction. Thompson was furious, his face swollen like a monkey's ****. Those flaming eyes stared at Luo Bing, fists clenched in anger, revealing a signal you are dead. Luo Bing didn't care. When they first came here, the two had a fight over Peter's business. Thompson was the star of the intramural basketball team and looked like a gorilla. However, Luo Bing's physical fitness is not bad at all. He loves skateboarding, parkour, and his hobby is the limit. Asterisk. Another boring day. The most hateful thing is that the air conditioner in the classroom is still broken, making people uneasy to sleep. The results of the morning exams are made public during the last class in the afternoon. Except for Peter, who looked at Luo Bing in surprise, everyone had no unusual expressions. Because Luo Bing was a symbol of genius in their hearts, only full marks, which is normal, not to mention that this test paper is very simple. He was not the only one who got full marks in the class. Besides Luo Bing, there were Peter, Mary Jane, and others. When the bell rang, the students left the classroom one after another. Thompson gave Luo Bing a cold look, laughed inexplicably, turned around, and left the classroom first. Conflict at school? He's not stupid. This is Midtown High School. Brother Luo, when I was in class just now, I heard that guy Thompson was discussing a plan to contain you. Let's slip through the back door. Peter Parker hurried over and said in a low voice. Are you afraid? I'm not. The two exchanged while coming to the locker. That guy is a clumsy gorilla, don't worry, it's not a problem for me to hit him 10 times at a time, Luo Bing said as he took out his key and opened the cabinet door. Crash. A large stack of delicate and lovely envelopes fell out. That's what someone slipped through a locker gap, a love letter. Peter blushed and looked at the signatures on the envelope. When he found out that there was no girl he liked, he was quietly relieved. At the same time, he is also very envious. After all, he doesn't like to talk, and he doesn't have many friends in the class, let alone the girls who like him. There are very few girls in this period who like nerds. While taking out the skateboard, he locked the cabinet door. As for the love letters of the little girls, he threw them into the trash can. These things should give the cleaning aunt a headache. Hi Robin, Peter, what a coincidence. Two girls came over from the corner and made a move roar. Mary Jane, the red-haired girl next door, with the little freckles on her face, looked a little cute. The other is Gwen Stacy, a beautiful blonde girl. Because her father is the police chief, not many dare to pursue her in this school. Haha, it looks like I received a lot of love letters today. Gwen covered his mouth and smiled. Maybe Luo Bing is more popular with women. It's only been less than a month since he arrived, and the girls in the school are basically able to get along with him. This is what Peter Parker admires the most about him. Don't mention it. Maybe this is the trouble with being handsome. Also, my name is Luo Bing, read with me. Luo Bing. Okay Robin, the Osborne group has an academic seminar on Saturday. I still have a few places. Would you like to join me? Gwen winked playfully. Academic seminar? Sorry, I'm not interested in anything about learning. Maybe you can ask Peter, Luo Bing shrugged boredly. This doesn't sound like something that came out of the mouth of a scholar. Gwen chuckled. Although he was a little regretful, he didn't show it. He turned his head to look at Peter on the side. Classmate Peter, or together? Jane will be there too. Okay. Peter shouted at first, then felt a little gaffe, and then explained in a low voice, okay. Well, that's it. See you at the Osborne building on Saturday morning. Gwen and Mary Jane left. Tell me, which one do you like? Luo Bing raised his eyebrows and asked. No, it's not. Peter stammered. Hey, buddy, don't be so secretive to me. A 3-year-old can see through your little thought. Luo Bing slapped mercilessly. Is it that obvious? Peter Parker scratched his head in distress. The two chatted while walking towards the outside of the school. Actually, I don't know, I feel pretty good, but if I really have a choice, I like Jane more, Peter Parker said shyly. Man, it's normal to have a crush on good-looking people of the opposite S**X, nothing to be shy about. If I had to choose, I would prefer Gwen. To be honest, I don't really like girls with freckles. Maybe they look cute now, when you're in your 40s. It doesn't feel the same. The two were discussing, and a group of people came from all around. Luo Bing's eyes narrowed and he stopped. No wonder I smelled a body odor from far away. It turns out that UB************ D is polluting the air here, Thompson. Shut up, Luo Bing. You're dead today. Luo Bing was taken aback, then looked at Peter in disbelief. F***K. Parker, did you hear me? He called my name right. Oh, God, he called me by my name. Luo Bing was really moved, and he even blurted out the shocking particles that are exclusive to Huxia people. Sure enough, in this fast-paced society, the people who really know you, except your friends, are your opponents. I think we should go have a drink and celebrate this great day together. You know, Thompson, you're the third person to call my name since I got here. You're a genius. Fake. Thompson scolded, feeling humiliated, and then waved his hand, and his companions rushed up with a baseball bat, shouting to give him strength while rushing at him. Luo Bing put away his cynical expression, and his eyes instantly became serious. There are 5 people on the other side, and if it's just him, he can easily escape even if he can't beat him, but now that Parker is next to him, he can't escape at all. So, just do it. The best offense is defense. Turning passive into active, Luo Bing instantly rushed towards the person in front. Although his physical fitness is only slightly stronger than that of normal people, after being nurtured by messy square dancing, tea ceremony, and painting, his body control ability and balance are particularly strong. Without any bells and whistles, with a dodge and a straight punch, Luo Bing narrowly escaped the baseball bat swipe and hit a person in the face with real strength. Immediately, nosebleeds spewed out, and the man fell to the ground crying. The battle situation was very chaotic, and another stick shadow hit the back of Luo Bing's head. Peter Parker stood there, just about to shout to be careful behind him, but once again he saw Luo Bing dodging again and again. Past. He seems to have eyes on the back of his head, and he can skillfully dodge attacks from any direction every time. In less than 10 seconds, 5 people lay on the ground and wailed. Luo Bing gasped and was a little tired, but from the beginning to the end, no one could touch the corner of his clothes. The reason for this is beast instinct. Peter Parker's eyes widened. That's amazing. Kung Fu? Celestial Kung Fu. Thompson, who was punched hard in the face, also looked at Luo Bing in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the not-so-strong Oriental man could fight like that. But the pain in his face told him. He today. D off the wrong person. Martin is a very popular Bazaar journalist. Or, he used to be a very popular Bazaar news reporter, but that was 20 years ago, and now he is out of breath. The years are ruthless. In addition to letting him pass away, it also gave him a very bloated beer belly. While shaking the wine bottle in his hand, he laughed at himself, recalling the past. He was also considered a top player in the stage. However, with the rapid development of modern cameras and the iterative update of image quality, he can no longer take pictures of things like UFOs and water monsters. Damn, even the current intern dares to show my face. Recalling what happened just now, Martin lifted the bottle depressingly and took a sip into his mouth. He doesn't know how to behave in the world, and he doesn't know how to slack off. It stands to reason that with his old qualifications and previous career medals, he has long been successful, but it is a pity that this is the reality. When he was popular, he had many friends, and even had a gentle and greasy girlfriend. Now, a real society. Maybe I should be a realistic person too. Maybe I should crouch down and pat Tony Stark like most people do, so I can at least fill my stomach. Martin shook his head mockingly. Under the stimulation of alcohol, he was already in a trance. Passing by a street corner, Martin unbuttoned his trousers as if no one else was there. He knew that there were actually very few passers-by on this road, but even if there were many people at the moment, he couldn't control that much. His bladder was about to burst after drinking too much beer. I think we should go have a drink and celebrate this great day together. You know, Thompson, you're the third person to call my name since I got here. You're a genius. The sound of sunlight, but full of magnetism, came from not far away. Perhaps the word drink stimulated Martin's nervous system, and he turned his head subconsciously. Immediately afterwards, he shivered all over, and his professional instinct after more than 20 years in the industry made him subconsciously take out his old buddy from his backpack and open the camera. A hunch told him that there seemed to be a fight here, and the identities of both parties were still students. To be honest, he didn't dare to take pictures of student fights before. If he was found out, he might even be beaten himself. But now Martin, who has been stimulated by alcohol, is extraordinarily courageous, and he has not considered any consequences at all. Then, after 10 seconds, which was extremely long but extremely short, Martin's eyes widened, and a chill went from the sky to the spine. He is sober. Very awake. Martin stared blankly at the picture he took, and the young man who was gradually leaving in the distance, his hand slipped, and the camera fell to the ground. Oh bye. F***K. F***K. Before Martin's excited pants could be lifted, he immediately went to pick up the camera on the ground, carefully wiping the lens, his expression and body, like a 20-year-old boy who had been abstinent for 80 years. Director. It's me, Martin. Ha ha. Guess what I caught? ***ch. There's news, that's it. The supervisor on the other end of the phone had a dark face, but he had to say that he was really curious when he heard Martin speak to him in such a tone. Kitchen. After cleaning up Thompson, the man who came home after being separated from Peter locked himself up here. What a man says must be counted. Cut the green onion into sections, slice the ginger, chop the ribs into 4 centimeters long pieces, wash and control the moisture, add a little soy sauce and water starch, mix well, fry in hot heat until golden brown, remove and set aside. Then Luo Bing took out a bag of rock sugar from the refrigerator, put in vegetable oil, and fry the ingredients in the pot. After waiting for the rock sugar to melt completely and mix with the onion and ginger to give off a sweet but not greasy fragrance, Luo Bing then put the freshly fried pork ribs into the pot and simmered them with water. Go. Watching the water boil, Luo Bing turned the fire to a minimum, washed his hands, and walked towards his roommate Sky's room. Hey Sky, it's dinner time. As promised, braised pork ribs, I don't owe you anything. Squeak. Luo Bing opened the door and walked in. Boom. Luo Bing was kicked out. Hey, it's none of my business if you don't wear clothes when you sleep. You think I want to watch it, but I'm afraid of needles. The atmosphere is awkward. In fact, this embarrassing thing has happened more than once. The two have been renting together for more than half a year, and there is only one public toilet in this house, or the one with attached bathroom. For Luo Bing, who was shy in his pockets, he could only live with the beautiful general. The craftsmanship is good. I haven't eaten such delicious wuxia food for a long time. Sky picked up a piece of golden red spare ribs, and the fried and stewed spare ribs were even more crispy and tasted great. She kept her mouth shut as if nothing had happened. Are you free at night? Accompany me to meet someone. After the meal, the woman glanced at her watch and said with a frown. She frowned a little seriously, but she looked very cute. Friends? Do you still have friends? Aren't you a dead house? Are you a netizen? Mianji. Luo Bing's interest was raised, and he asked jokingly. Well, it's a netizen. The little beauty nodded seriously. No? Are you really a netizen? I said, how old are you? You can't play online dating, right? I can tell you that the internet is very complicated now. You read the news that came from your hometown a few months ago. No, a girl was asked 13 times for a bowl of malatang. You know the internet better than me? The little beauty looked at Luo Bing with contempt. I know men better than you. A qualified man will think about a woman every 7 hours when he is not busy, change a goddess every 7 days, and become disgusted with his girlfriend in less than 7 weeks. So, you can't trust men, and online dating is even more unreliable. Luo Bing said with disdain. So, you too. The little beauty's eyes were very playful. Unfortunately, I am one of those good role models. As a male god in the new century, I want to be of a high standard. Luo Bing patted his chest. Well, I believe it. The little beauty nodded. Then, the atmosphere became silent. Luo Bing rolled his eyes, put away his joking attitude, and then asked earnestly, Who are you going to see? Why? Sky also got serious, then frowned and said, I'm an orphan, you know, but I've been looking for my parents. But They seem to have evaporated from the world. I hacked all the population bureaus, intelligence bureaus. I couldn't find any information about them, but I found a few very suspicious points, but that I can't touch the things involved in the place for the time being. And their security defense network is the strongest in the world. Luo Bing was stunned for a moment, then smiled helplessly. I grew up eating Baijie restaurant in Chinatown, and I tried to find my parents, but I gave up after I couldn't find it. Sky was stunned for a moment, then nodded. In private, she also inquired about all the information about Luo Bing, which was not difficult for her computer hacker. But if there is still a trace of cobweb to be found in my parents, then Luo Bing really seems to have appeared out of nowhere and his parents are nowhere to be found. I was contacted by a force called the Rising Tide Organization. They're all a group of hackers, including a few people I knew on the internet before. I don't know what their purpose is yet, but they have huge resources. If we can use their resources, I think it is very likely that we can find out our background. Sky said. A group of hackers gathered together, either rebelling or antisocial. Luo Bing frowned. That's right, so you have to go with me and protect me, the little beauty asked earnestly. Asterisk. Hell's Kitchen, located in Lower Manhattan, is the most chaotic city in New York. No one here is a paradise for criminals. A taxi stopped steadily on 2nd Street, and two young men in peaked caps got out of the car, a man and a woman, and then the taxi drove out of Hell's Kitchen at a rapid speed. Did you smell a pungent gunpowder smoke? Luo Bing frowned. The air quality here made him very uncomfortable. This is the most chaotic city in New York, and the 2nd Street is relatively good. It is said that several people die every night on the 4th Street. Sky took out her mobile phone and looked at the map the other party sent her. Today's destination is a place called Daddy's Tavern Place. People from Rising Tide will arrange to meet there. Boom! A faint gunshot came from the far direction of the harbor. Luo Bing frowned, and a few pedestrians on the road seemed to have noticed the faint sound of gunfire, but all of them acted calmly and continued on their own way. A burly black man touched his waist subconsciously and then continued to walk. Luo Bing squinted. This man has a gun. It can be seen from his subconscious actions that in this city, only guns can give him a sense of security. This place is messier than I thought. Let's go. Sky glanced at the map, and the two set off towards their destination. Dad's Tavern. The nostalgic architectural style. Even the door is made of wood. The signs are decorated with neon lights, and the lights in the tavern are a little dim. But here's a lot more special. On 2nd Street, Papa's Tavern is a rare safe place. The owner here doesn't allow anyone to cause trouble on his territory. This is a well-known rule. Soothing music echoed in the tavern. Luo Bing and Sky found a corner booth and sat down. Why are they all looking at us? Sky asked in confusion. Luo Bing also noticed that the eyes of the people around were looking towards this side intentionally or unintentionally, and there was a hint of curiosity in their eyes. Maybe we seem out of place with them, Luo Bing replied. Yes, man, you look like huskies mixed in with wolves, very delicate and cute. A man with eyes came over with a smile and sat down beside the booth unceremoniously. Call me Kevin, if I'm not mistaken. You're Sky? The man named Kevin asked Luo Bing. From High Tide? Yes. Oh, you're mistaken, Husky. The lady next to him is Sky. Luo Bing looked at the man with glasses in front of him, with no sympathy at all. This person seems to have a sense of superiority, which makes him a little uncomfortable. Oh my, the legendary Sky is actually a lady? Is she actually an Oriental woman? Kevin's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Do you look down on Orientals or women? The little beauty frowned and snorted coldly. Dear, I definitely didn't mean that. It was just a slip of the tongue. Haha, please don't mind. I came here with full sincerity. To be honest, if a talented person like you is always alone, it's really a waste of your ability. Believe me, in the Rising Tide organization, you can exert more talents and do more things. Let me give you an example. Do you know Area 51? Our organization just visited last week. If you ask if there are aliens in Area 51, I can answer you yes. I'm not interested in aliens. Sky frowned. Well, I thought you would be very interested. Haha, in fact, we haven't found real aliens, just found some records. But the Earth has really had a third type of contact with alien life, and more than once, Kevin said. If you're not interested in aliens, there must be another thing you'll definitely be interested in, Kevin said, lowering his voice with a mysterious look on his face. Do you believe that there are people in this world who have super ability? Luo Bing narrowed his eyes unnaturally and continued to listen to him. Among them, some can breathe fire, some can pass through walls, some are powerful, some look weird, they are real. We found out from the information that the official has always called this kind of life inhuman. It is unlikely that mutant will be involved for the time being. Mutant is too involved, and the worldview does not match the main Marvel universe. If you want to write it, you may be involved in parallel universes later. This article mainly focuses on the Marvel movie universe, and the American drama SHIELD Agent is also very good. If you are interested, you can also watch it. Skye is the character in it, formerly known as Daisy, vibe female, an alien, and the fate of the scientific duo in it is also it's quite tragic. Looking at the preview of the latest season, it seems that this time even the time has crossed and separated again. Poor two babies. We don't know much about aliens. We only know that the genes in their bodies are different from normal people, and they will be activated as long as certain limited conditions are met. Kevin continued. Before they did not activate the mutant genes, they were exactly the same as normal humans, and they were hidden in the crowd, but this information was concealed by the government. The unknown is the most terrifying. We can only hear the information they want us to know, and also live happily in the moment like a stupid pig. The purpose of our Rising Tide organization is to reveal some secrets, some events that the official does not want ordinary people to know. As long as everyone is prepared in their hearts, even if the end of the world comes one day, they will not worry. Everything we do is completely for the public. Skye, do you have the consciousness to protect all mankind? Kevin is like a priest, eyes full of devotion. I have a question. Luo Bing frowned, breaking Kevin's boast. How many years has the Rising Tide organization been established? Luo Bing asked. Our organization has a long history. Do you know the Hand of God more than 20 years ago? That was the founder of our organization, Kevin said of the man with a look of admiration. I haven't heard of it. Luo Bing shook his head. Let me ask you a second question. What have you done in the past 20 years? Except for some news such as scandalous photos of actresses that surprised me online, it seems that no secrets have been exposed, right? Luo Bing pursed his lips. Or, your purpose is not the public at all, and you have always been a practitioner of intelligence trafficking between countries? Kevin's face was stiff. In order to maintain the development of the organization, we will use some intelligence in exchange for relative resources, but that is only to maintain development. Everything is to pave the way for the goal of the organization. To protect all mankind? Yes, in order to protect all mankind. Just then, chaos broke out in the tavern. The wooden door was kicked open from the outside, and more than a dozen gang members with hot weapons rushed in. The harsh gunshot of bang 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 came out, and the bullet hit the beam hard, and it fell into dust. Tat, tat, tat. An elderly man walked down from the second floor of the bar on crutches with a gloomy face. You know the rules. This is my tavern. I have a contract with Jean Ping. He is a very reasonable person, the old man said. Dad, it's not that the brothers don't give you face. Daredevil attacked our port and killed more than a dozen of our brothers. He was shot, and we followed the blood all the way to here. Dad, you are a person who knows current affairs. I hope you have nothing to do with this matter. The strong man who risked his death sneered, then waved his hand. Search. Asterisk. There was a commotion in the bar. The gangsters didn't make sense at all, and they used guns to force the guests to squat down with their heads folded to check them one by one. I said, this is my pub. The old man was very angry. Dad, what else can you do? Look at you. You are already using crutches. Don't be stubborn when you are older. Take a good rest. This is not your era. The strong man smiled wryly. Although I'm old, it's not that I can't walk anymore. It's all right to clean up your little crumbs. The old man spat and drew his long sword from the crutch. The bartenders and waiters on the side took out guns from all corners of the bar and aimed them at the group of people at the door. Are you disobeying Boss Jinping? Have you thought about the consequences? The strong man narrowed his eyes, his tone very cold. This is my bar. This is Dad's bar. No one is allowed to make trouble here. You need to find someone. Get out and find. Here are all my guests. Ha ha, very good, very good. The strong man laughed arrogantly and then looked around the bar. Dad, I respect you. Now everyone rolls me to the door of the bar to be checked. Otherwise, you're fighting against Jean and help. Hey, I think you know the consequences. The sturdy man finished speaking, sneered, and strode to the door. His subordinates rushed out and surrounded the bar door. Get it all out for me. Don't you understand, scumbags? A big black man with a submachine gun shouted, and he fired a machine gun toward the sky. The guests in the bar panicked and lined up one by one to go outside. With the first one, there will be a second one, and soon, the entire hall gradually disappeared. Go out, they're not looking for us, it's fine. Kevin broke into a cold sweat, and he didn't expect to encounter such a thing here. Papa's bar is the safest place in Hell's Kitchen, as everyone knows. Dude, don't rush to protect all mankind. There is a group of people here who need your protection. Does your Rising Tide organization have no backup? Luo Bing asked amusingly. Backup? Don't be kidding. They're underworld, thugs, and they will kill. I won't accompany you crazy. Kevin cursed and walked out of the hall. I thought they were amazing. Luo Bing curled his lips contemptuously. What should we do? Are we going out? Sky asked with a frown. She was a little panicked. It was the first time she encountered such a thing, and she lost her mind for a while. No one in the underworld is easy to get along with. Besides, you are so beautiful. Are you going out to deliver food to those people? What's more, we are yellow people. These guys are not so friendly to yellow people. It's safer to stay here and survive tonight. We won't come to Hell's Kitchen anymore. Midtown is still relatively safe, Luo Bing said, pressing down on his and Sky's caps. Yeah, Sky nodded and sat next to Luo Bing. For some reason, the roommate who usually doesn't seem to be adjusting his body toward the gallery to be developed brings her an indescribable feeling at the moment. Sense of security. The rest is to fight against Jean Bing? Very good. The strong man glanced coldly in Luo Bing's direction, smiled cruelly, then grabbed Kevin's hair and scolded him. To the side. Your two friends seem to have different opinions from you. Tell me, what are your identities? As he spoke, a cold muzzle had been pointed at Kevin's forehead. Hey, brother, I'm not familiar with them, and I just met them. I swear, really, Kevin lowered a gold watch from his hand, which he had prepared when he first left the hall. Oh, it's interesting. The sturdy man put away his watch calmly, kicked Kevin aside with one foot, and then grabbed a black man by the neck, put a gun against his head and asked cursingly, Look at me. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** lizard man or strange figure walking in tonight? The black man was nervous and sweaty, and shouted in horror, "No, no, no, don't kill me, don't kill me, I don't know anything." Bang! A shot rang out. The black man fell straight to the ground. There's a lot of nonsense. The strong man wiped the barrel of the gun and smiled coldly. The police won't be on duty tonight, so don't expect it. From now on, if Daredevil doesn't show up for a minute, I'll kill someone until he shows up. Turtle, I know you're hiding here. Do you have the guts to break into our port, but don't have the guts to show up? After speaking, he went back to the tavern, looked at his father, and sneered. "Father, I'll give you face, not to make trouble in your tavern, but I want 2 people in this head office, right?" While speaking, he turned his head to look in Luo Bing's direction. "Bray, don't go too far, do you know what you're doing? I don't care about the people outside, but the guests still in my tavern are covered by my father. Don't even think about moving alone." He also firmly held the shotgun in his hand. "It's really nerve-wracking, am I giving you too much face?" The strong white man scratched his head helplessly with the pistol, then twisted his neck, no longer paying attention to the old man and his group in the center of the hall, and went straight towards Go in the direction of Luo Bing. "Yo, still 2 yellow monkeys. It's so late. Why don't you go to Chinatown and hide under your blankets and even come to the bar? Didn't your mother tell you that the outside world is very dangerous? The strong white man sneered and pointed his gun at Luo Bing's forehead. I advise you to put the gun down. Luo Bing raised his head indifferently. Beast's instinct constantly stimulated his emotions, and in the face of the danger in front of him, his body subconsciously had the urge to crush the opponent's neck. Enough. I'm here. Let go of those innocents. A cold shout came from the stairs, and a weak figure walked down the fence. The hood covered his face, and his body was still bandaged, and blood was faintly visible. Beside him, there was a blonde girl at the moment. He was holding a dagger on the girl's neck. I'm sorry, Dad. I didn't mean to threaten you. Bray, the person Kim is looking for is me, and it has nothing to do with anyone else, Matt Murdock roared, then reached out and pushed the blonde girl next to Dad. Dad gritted his teeth and shook his head at Matt. Matt also shook his head slightly at Daddy. He owed Daddy too much to drag him down any longer. Catch the live one. Bray grinned grimly, turned around, and waved his hands to swarm Daredevil down. The entire bar became chaotic in an instant, and the guests who had left outside the bar also took advantage of this opportunity to flee. Click. A crisp bone-twisting sound came out. Boom. The sturdy man's body fell to the ground. His dilated pupils were still filled with a sneer. He died so fast that he didn't realize that he was dead, and his face was still smug. The group turned around in disbelief. Luo Bing picked up Bray's pistol and looked at it. It didn't work, and threw it aside. Then he took out the 2 daggers from his waist and threw them into the air lightly, then caught them. There are 2 kinds of people I hate the most in my life, he said. One is racist. The other kind is you bastards. Luo Bing held a pair of daggers in each hand and charged forward like a beast. Asterisk. The child popped out of the chamber, bursting out with bright fireworks. The young man with the peaked cap passed through the gap of the bullet again and again skillfully, and the dagger in his hand harvested one life after another. The light, which was not so bright, became even darker after passing through the stray bullets. But none of this seemed to have any effect on the young man. On the contrary, he is more like a fish in water. He danced on the tip of the knife. He was dormant in the night. The dagger slid across a silver-white rule, and he easily harvested a new life without the slightest fear of murder. In other words, he felt very excited. Beast's instincts are fully activated. Luo Bing incarnates as Proxima Midnight Death God. His 5 senses are infinitely magnified, and every grass and every movement around him can't escape his perception. The cold bullet never seemed to hit him. He always knew in advance and skillfully avoided it. Grandma Chuanhua's soulful square dance gave him a more flexible body coordination ability. He could easily turn his body 30 degrees to the ground and stand up instantly. Every movement of Master Miyamoto's unique flower-watering skills contains the strange and changeable nature of the assassin. The Kendo Master Dugu's subtle way of flirting with girls brought him a strong confidence and aura. The abilities that usually look like waste seem to be reactivated at this moment, and they are completely integrated into Luo Bing itself. Even a group of garbage ability, when he accumulated to a certain level, it is enough to bloom bright and dazzling smooth. At the moment the dagger in Luo Bing's hand proves it all. When the lights came on again, the ground was full of 16 corpses. There is a bloodstain on their necks without exception, and the blood seals their throats. An unpleasant smell of blood permeated the entire bar. Do not know why. Now Luo Bing likes this smell. When the gentle blood sprayed on him, he felt that his heart was gradually filling up. It seemed that a voice in his head always said to him, "Kill it. Kill it. Unleash your wildness. Unleash your instincts. Kill everything in front of you." But Luo Bing stopped. Because he knew that he should stop, the enemy was already dead, and Beast's instinct could not control his body and mind, nor could it affect his decision. He is the master of this mind. Luo Bing. Are you okay? Sky crawled out from under the table in a daze. At the beginning of the chaos, Luo Bing pushed her in to prevent her from being scratched by stray bullets. It's all right, don't worry. Luo Bing shook his hand, only to realize that his wrist was a little stiff, and even the muscles all over his body became sore from the sudden explosion just now. Young man, where are you from? Dad's right hand holding the crutch, and the sword trembled slightly. He hadn't seen such a character for a long time. Thank you for your protection just now, Dad. It doesn't matter where I come from. I just remember my hometown is Huaxia. Luo Bing took off his cap and threw it aside. Thanks to wearing this thing at the time, or it was designated to be sprayed with blood all over the head. Thank you for your shot, mysterious Oriental. Do you want some wine? Dad's wine is the best wine in Hell's Kitchen, the old man said. I'm still underage and the law says I can't drink. However, this is Hell's Kitchen, right? In the old man's tavern, the two guys dragged the corpse outside. Sky was chatting with Daddy's daughter, and the two girls had a thrilling night tonight. Dad, Daredevil, and Luo Bing drank together. To Hell's Kitchen. To Hell's Kitchen. To Hell's Kitchen. Although I can't see what you look like, but I can hear it, you're not a bad guy, Daredevil Matt Murdock said with a smile, swallowing the alcohol. He coughed lightly, driving the wounds with some bloodstains appeared. How did you deal with not being able to go to the hospital? Luo Bing asked. Dad's daughter knows some medical skills, and she usually helps to deal with it. I've been hurt before, but not this time, Matt said. I heard that you broke into their port and killed more than a dozen people? Luo Bing asked. I didn't kill anyone, I'm a Catholic. They brought in a new batch of 20 tons of drugs at the port. I found it, and when I was destroying it, they found it again, Matt said. I don't understand your superhero's idea very well. It is necessary to fight criminals without killing people. I want to find guilt for myself. Luo Bing shook his head helplessly. If I kill someone, then I'm no different from those criminals. I won't stop you from killing people, and I can't stop it. It's not hypocrisy, it's just that I can't get through it in my heart, Matt said with a wry smile. Matt, if you don't kill people, no one will ever be afraid of you. Those criminals will continue to run wild. It's all because of your kindness, the old man shouted angrily. Maybe, but I'll stick to my ideas. Matt sipped a glass of wine. What to do with these corpses? Will they cause you trouble? Dad, Luo Bing asked. There will definitely be trouble, but it's not a big problem. Jean Bing's father used to be friends with me. He won't do anything to me. The old man smiled bitterly and drank a glass of strong wine. Own youth. What kind of person is Jean Bing? Luo Bing asked curiously. He's a businessman and a hero. Dad took a cigar and exhaled a ring of smoke. There's a quote from himself in Hell's Kitchen that fits the bill, Dad said. What? Luo Bing asked. The underworld can now proceed like a business. The head and the board of directors will be Kim Bing, Dad replied. What an immodest guy, Luo Bing pursed his lips. Yeah, but I'll definitely catch him, Matthew said in a confident tone. Falling in love with Kim and killing each other seems to have become his daily routine. Matt is blind, and his justice is also blind. The three of them chatted a lot that night. Although they were just acquaintances for the first time, they quickly became friends because of their shared adversity. An old Ford drove slowly out of Hell's Kitchen. Just come here, go back. Luo Bing said goodbye, and he and Sky walked down from the old Ford of the old man in the tavern. You have given me a brand new acquaintance today. Sometimes I wonder if you are the boy next door I know. Sky raised his head and looked at Luo Bing with curiosity in his eyes. Then shall I introduce myself again, beautiful lady? The golden hands turned little by little to 12 o'clock in the morning. The exaggerated golden watch was Luo Bing's trophy. In order not to take it for nothing, he could buy junk for money. Up and down. Tenfold Rashomon 1.0 extra version is born? What the hell is this? Luo Bing suppressed his inner curiosity. Because of Sky's presence, he couldn't conduct experiments on the spot. The two returned to the rental room. Luo Bing went to take a shower first and took care of the clothes with blood stains on his body. When he came back to his senses, he thought of studying the new power he acquired today. Although at the moment it's almost 2 in the morning. To be honest, if it was a few days ago, Luo Bing didn't pay attention to the abilities that he can get every day, because in his opinion, those are all garbage and useless things. And he is usually the second only in the morning took a look with the attitude of picking up gold from the garbage heap. However, the quality of Beast's instinct that appeared yesterday was surprisingly good, which made Luo Bing more confident in his later abilities. Especially since the name of this skill is so long and strange. Although the last few times, the ability that was so long and so strange was basically useless. Tenfold Rashomon 1.0 Fan Y version Big Generation can quickly summon any size, any type, any style of modern residents commonly use doors from within 1 meter of the host. Active instant cast skills. Luo Bing's eyes are dull, and there is a sense of confusion. Building a door? Or a door for residents? Although it's not clear what it's used for, the description of the skill that came from my mind was introduced like this. Luo Bing touched his chin, coughed lightly, sensed it carefully, and snapped his fingers, as if all he needed was a light snap of his fingers. Boom! A cloud of white smoke rose out of thin air, and Luo Bing was choked directly because of the abruptness. The smoke was colorless and odorless, and seemed to be composed of water vapor. When the smoke dissipated, a twin brother door that was identical to Luo Bing's bedroom door appeared in front of him. Luo Bing looked at the door standing in front of him and was speechless for a while. This peculiar. If you open a furniture store by yourself, you will definitely make money. After all, it is a business without capital. But then again, his hairdressing director's god-level ability of being a master of modesty seems to have no business. Then here comes the problem. Will I be selling furniture in the future? Or do you want to develop a gallery? Luo Bing looked thoughtful. This was a problem that had to be a headache. And many more. The security door should also be counted in the residential door, right? And what about the tempered glass doors? Luo Bing's eyes lit up. He quickly walked out of the bedroom and came to the roof. Bang! A cloud of white smoke exhaled. A 12mm transparent glass door appeared in front of Luo Bing. Is it really possible? Then can I use it to block bullets at a critical time? Luo Bing thought about it carefully and felt that this method was completely feasible. Then he took out the fire axe from the stairwell and tested it against the tempered glass door he summoned. Boom! A muffled sound came out, and the fire axe that Luo Bing swung vigorously only left a white mark on the tempered glass door and did not cause any damage to the tempered glass door. It must be made by the Huxia dynasty. It's so powerful, Luo Bing exclaimed. There is no problem at all for temporarily blocking bullets or something. The tempered glass is too strong, and the difference between tempered glass and the security door made of pure iron is that it will not block the view at all. But for some reason, Luo Bing still felt that something was wrong. He turned around the glass door, and now he finally knew what made him feel abnormal. Hold on. There is nothing to support this special. How does the 12mm glass door stand up? Can't knock it down even with your own powerful axe hit just now? Waterfa? Newton's coffin board could hardly hold back. This is not in line with the common sense of life at all. It is more like the setting in the game. The individual exists alone. His setting is to stand up, and there is no need for any support point at all. Either it was broken, or it just stood there. Luo Bing tried to hold it away, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't hold it at all. It seemed that the glass door and the entire floor building grew together. Luo Bing was stunned. The door could be opened or even locked, but he couldn't move it away. How can this be done? There is a wooden door in my bedroom. Do I need to chop it up? What about this sturdy tempered glass? The fire axe doesn't have much effect on it. Do you need to use Gatling to fire it yourself or carry individual missiles? This is a difficult problem to deal with. There are various indications that this ability has a serious and fatal flaw. That is, it can't be used to open a furniture store at all. It's a pity that Luo Bing's money-making plan for selling doors was stillborn before it even started. A door that cannot be moved is destined to not be a door that ordinary humans can enjoy, unless every user asks Luo Bing to install it. Since he appeared out of nowhere, surely he could disappear out of nowhere, right? Luo Bing tried many times, and finally got his mind, and the glass door turned into a white smoke and disappeared. It's so amazing! Although the furniture store can't be opened, I seem to be able to perform magic tricks. This hand appearing and disappearing out of thin air will definitely last a lifetime. Luo Bing fantasized, and he was still a little moved. Afterwards, he hurriedly scolded himself for lack of ambition. How could he have delayed his dream of opening the new Oriental beauty salon to the world because of some petty profits? That is inadvisable. New Oriental Beauty Salon is the most important drop. Then Luo Bing did more experiments. The range is 1 meter around the body, and the file size can be scaled by a percentage of plus or minus 100, which is generally the difference between a baby door and an adult door pet door. It can even appear flat in midair. Taking advantage of its advantage of not needing to focus on it, this has formed a very strange result. Can Luo Bing be summoned all the time, stepping on the door step by step to the moon? Can you even kill yourself by jumping off a building freely and then summon a paved door under your feet in midair? This ability. At first glance, it doesn't seem to be anything special. But after careful study, Luo Bing found that it was all bugs, but he likes this kind of bug. It seems that the time of night always goes by very fast. When Luo Bing realized that he should go to bed, it was almost 4 o'clock in the morning. Definitely, no surprises. He was late again in the morning. Or, he should be late in the afternoon, because when he walked into the school, the second class in the afternoon had already started. He slept till 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Luo Bing can already imagine Professor Will's cold zombie Sema face. He'd be sure to keep circling around him like a bug, and Rory would have a bunch of them waiting for him. Unfortunately, the situation did not develop as Luo Bing envisioned. Professor Will nodded and smiled at Luo Bing, such a friendly attitude that constantly Luo Bing wondered if this old beachy suddenly became interested in men. This is not scientific, this is not normal. What is it that makes his attitude change so much? Luo Bing didn't understand and didn't think much about it. It was good that the other party didn't go to trouble him, and he didn't bother to investigate what caused the old B****************** D to change his attitude. However, at the end of the second get out of class, Peter ran over and said something that caught Luo Bing's attention. "You're trending," Peter said. "Walter." Luo Bing looked puzzled. A minute later, he realized what was going on when he saw a piece of news with a video from the New York News. The video of him teaching Thompson was uploaded. Maybe because of the constant shaking of the angle of view, the picture taken by Martin's old antique camera is not very clear, but everyone can still recognize at a glance that the guy who hit 5 or 6 big men in 10 seconds is an Oriental. From the background, people at Midtown High School could immediately recognize that it was a small street near their school. Coupled with Thompson, who didn't come to class today, many people have some guesses in their hearts, and they look at Luo Bing's direction from time to time. There are not many Orientals in the school, which is too good to guess. But no one dared to ask, so they could only squeeze their curiosity in their stomachs and walk with their necks shrunk. At least the students of Midtown High School didn't dare to cause trouble these days. How on earth did you do it back then? They are now commenting that all Orientals know martial arts and can fly over the eaves. Is this true? Peter asked excitedly while pressing his voice. Not only that, everyone in our hometown of Shu has a giant panda at home. People in Bienzong go to school on horseback every day. Brothers in Yunnan ride elephants to get off work all day. It is said that there are many the gluttonous Guangzhou people only eat Fujian people. Luo Bing said with a squinting face. Cannibals. Well, scary. Peter Parker was startled. It's not eating people, it's eating people built by Hu Jian. Luo Bing emphasized again. Hu Jianren, isn't he human? Peter Parker scratched his head in confusion. Luo Bing was asked. I don't know, but that's what they say. Although Luo Bing is an Asian, he has lived in Chinatown since he was a child, and his knowledge of his country only comes from the internet, but even if he is on the internet, he can't get over the wall. And he can only hear some news from the Huxia who come over the wall. In fact, his main source of information is still in the game. In the game world, whether it is a large-scale interstellar journey or a wild survival type, as long as it is a large-scale multiplayer confrontation game, the Huxia army will emerge endlessly, and it has become a nightmare for players from many other countries. They often like to wear red clothes, loudly shouting, "Huaxia people don't kill," and then flooded like a red tide, blasting the bases of foreign players. Luo Bing has also joined several alliances, and with his unique ability and understanding of the game, he has also obtained several positions of small team leader. Most of his knowledge of Huaxia is obtained in the chat and ridicule of game friends. Can you teach me kung fu? Peter looked expectantly. Me? I'm not kung fu. How can I put it? I'm special. My conditioned reflex ability and physical coordination ability are stronger than ordinary people. You can understand that this is an ability. Luo Bing had nothing to hide and said the truth. I understand. Is it because you like to play parkour? So your extreme reaction ability is stronger than ordinary people. Maybe I can give it a try, Peter Parker thought. Hey, brother, get rid of that thought quickly. Don't try to die. You will really die. Luo Bing was speechless. Okay. I really envy you. If only I were as good as you. Peter looked longingly. Then, what will you do? Luo Bing asked curiously. I can do a lot of things. First of all, I will definitely not be bullied by Thompson again. Then, help those who have the same experience as me. Peter Parker fantasized. Not knowing what to think, he couldn't help laughing. Go home and do 100 push-ups every day. As long as you keep exercising, your body will be strong. Haha, Luo Bing laughed and patted Peter's head. Well, I'll give it a try. I usually get tired after 10 push-ups. Peter scratched his head awkwardly. Luo Bing came back to his senses, looked at Peter in front of him, and looked at the frolicsome crowd outside the window. Or, you can learn to act like Daredevil at night in your spare time. Helping justice, hoeing the strong, and helping the weak is nothing. Black eats black. Hey, that must be able to make a lot of money, right? Luo Bing is definitely the type that loses money. The key is not to make money. The game equipment is too expensive. Recently, he has become obsessed with the Xuanting game in his hometown, and he is a little addicted to playing. He feels that he has opened a game in front of him. The door to a new world. He has already reached the 3rd star, and as long as he pays some more money, he can exchange for an epic weapon at a very small price in the latest event. It's a pretty good deal if you think about it. He was really worried that Xuanting Company would go bankrupt at a loss. Such a welfare activity, it is a fool not to charge money. Do it if you think of it. That night, Luo Bing stole the little girl's roommate's stockings, put them on her head and looked in the mirror. Either way, I feel like a pervert. Then he took off his stockings and threw them aside, touched his chin and thought about it, then snapped his fingers and temporarily dyed his hairstyle silver white, then took out large sunglasses and a mask from the drawer. Dressed like a domestic star, he went out. Asterisk. At 8 o'clock at night, Luo Bing was walking down the streets of Queens depressingly. He has been wandering since 6 o'clock. From Midtown at first and then to Queens, he didn't encounter a single robbery or theft at all. It's not that he just didn't come across it. When he heard the whistle of the police car diwoo, it was already too late, and the robbers had already run away. Nonsense, is it too late for the police to come? I don't know if he was lucky or unlucky. Not long after he left a street, there was a robbery incident there. After he rushed over, the robbers had already disappeared. I heard that there is a strange man named Kagoro, the unlucky guy in Tokyo. Dead man or robbery cases happen wherever he goes. He is commented by the media as the most unlucky guy in the past 100 years. At this time, Luo Bing really envied his special luck. After another half hour, Luo Bing gradually lost his patience at about 8:30. During this period, other than some people mistakenly thought he was a celebrity and came to take a photo, nothing special happened. Why can't I meet 1 or 2 criminals? I heard that this place is quite chaotic, so am I not worth being robbed? Luo Bing rolled his eyes and simply put the blinding gold watch on his hand, with his sleeves rolled up, for fear that others would not know about it. Finally, with his almost unremitting efforts, the timid little thief arrived late. Luo Bing was so excited, he directly ed people to the ground on the 2nd day of the 3rd day, the 2nd day of the 5th day, and he didn't mention the comfort in his heart. Hey bro, don't do it. Oh, shut, I swear, I just didn't see that you were from the East. The sky is too dark. If I knew you were from the East, I wouldn't be so stupid. The blonde young man cried in embarrassment. Luo Bing? What am I? Now I finally know why I can't meet the robbers. My feelings are because I am an Oriental person? Have Orientals become so scary in your eyes now? Luo Bing didn't know, because after the video of him doing 6 big men in 10 seconds became popular, plus the sensational gossip from the Hell's Kitchen Daddy's bar. Any criminal with some brains will not trouble the Orientals at this juncture, whether they believe it or not. There is a police station 300 meters ahead. I'm going to turn myself in. I don't dare anymore. Let me go, please, don't beat me, I'm still a student, the blonde young man cried again. Luo Bing lost his senses, knocked him unconscious with a knife, pulled out his mobile phone from his pocket and called the police, then left the place. Well, it seems that the fact that the Orientals can master martial arts is not to be washed away. There is a big gap between reality and imagination. To be honest, this area is really messy, but it doesn't mean that every street has cases all the time. In that case, there is no need for superhero and the army will directly overwhelm it. Also, superhero needs a team, and it's not just about rushing through everything alone. Luo Bing is a simple example. After all aspects are balanced, he is also very strong, and he can kill a street by himself. But it's useless at all. Without a clear goal, he can only scramble around like a headless fly. He needs the cooperation of his teammates. At the very least, someone has to tell him how far away he is, what happened, how many enemies there are, and how to prioritize. However, this action was originally just a whim, and it was normal that it did not achieve the desired effect. In fact, there is another point that Luo Bing understands very well. The so-called superhero mainly depends on the opponent. Catch thieves, fight robbers. At best, a vigilante. I'm not too disappointed, and I'm not too depressed. It was originally an experiment that I did at random. Although the effect was not very satisfactory, life is just like this. Not everything follows my heart. Turn around and go home. On the way, Luo Bing took off his mask and sunglasses. A gust of wind blew from a distance, and his silver-white hair fluttered in the wind and gradually turned black. After walking about 300 meters, Luo Bing stopped, turned his head and looked behind him. His eyes were like a galaxy, and a cold light appeared. Follow me since the beginning. This young lady, you don't want to see my beauty and plan to pull me into a dark alley and do something to me? Luo Bing said, with a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth. The woman behind was wearing a black tight-fitting jacket and a black coat, looking very mysterious and cold. Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, we have noticed you for a long time. You did the farce at Dad's bar yesterday. The woman took out a certificate from her coat and said without any expression on her face. Walter? What game? Luo Bing thought he was deaf and asked again with a frown. Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, Level 7 Agent, Melinda, you can call me May, the woman said again. Only at this time did Luo Bing really see her appearance. Somewhat unexpectedly, she was also Asian, with long wine-red hair curled down slightly, looking a little tired and rebellious. The expression on his face was frosty, and the tall and narrow bridge of the nose showed indifference in his delicacy. Women do not allow men. This is a dangerous woman. Seriously, why didn't you think about changing your name? Melinda was stunned for a while, then chuckled. You are not the first person to propose. Maybe we'll change your name soon. So, what's the matter with me? Luo Bing asked with a cynical shrug of his pockets. Our boss wants to see you, come with me, May said. What if I don't want to go? Luo Bing asked teasingly. I'll beat you down and take you away. May's expression did not change at all, she replied solemnly. Are you serious? Haha, hey beauty, you probably don't know me yet. Ah, damn it. 15 minutes later, Luo Bing, with his hands bound, followed the woman in front of him and boarded a sci-fi-looking Quinjet. What's the situation? Why did the beast instinct suddenly fail? No, beast's instinct didn't fail. It was the woman who shot too fast. Although her brain was aware of the danger, her body didn't react at all. He was too careless, and because the other party was a woman, he let go of his vigilance. Damn, if it wasn't for your sneak attack, I'd definitely put you on the ground, Luo Bing muttered while covering his cheeks. This is the first time that his handsome face has been treated like this. Horse eggs, what a terrifying woman, The speed of close-up shots is even faster than bullets. Does she also have super ability? Melinda doesn't have super ability. However, she is the first woman to become a Level 7 agent of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau with only her fists. Nickname: Iron Cavalry. Phil Coulson's best partner. Asterisk. Luo Bing has thought that one day he will make money from the new Oriental beauty salon, and he will travel around the world by plane after making a fortune. But I didn't expect that the first time I took a fighter jet. Looking at the agent with all kinds of equipment on his body, and looking at the high sky outside the at-the-moment window, Luo Bing's lofty ambitions became honest. What a joke, fall from here, it must not be a lump of meat sauce. Even if he could launch the 10th level Rashomon 1.0 extroversion Great Generation out of thin air, it was 10,000 meters high in the sky. Not to mention how strong the wind was, Luo Bing's heart wasn't that big. Follow me. Melinda looked at Luo Bing, who was looking around, said softly, and then led the way. At this point, Luo Bing had no choice but to follow her. At the same time, he was also curious. What kind of organization is this? What bureau? It sounds a bit similar to the FBI, but the equipment and configuration are far from what the FBI can compare. Say nothing else. Just this fighter jet, no wonder Luo Bing has little knowledge. He has never seen such a high-tech thing before. Do you believe that this fighter jet can be invisible? It is stealth in the true sense, not the kind of stealth that disappears from the radar. To be honest, he was puzzled when he was brought to the stadium by this woman at first, but she was startled when the fighter suddenly appeared. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't show his lack of knowledge, Luo Bing would have asked curiously long ago. Turn left and right and turn into a place that looks like an office. Melinda knocked on the door, then walked in with Luo Bing. Luo Bing looked around curiously. The furnishings in the office were nothing new and seemed a little nostalgic. There was even a promotional photo taken by Captain America during World War II on one side of the cabin wall. It's so full of childishness. There was a middle-aged man standing in the office, smiling very warmly, looking like a good old man, except that his hairline was a little high. I didn't see anything special about him. You're her boss? Luo Bing asked, as if Heisa would fight in a group to pick a peer. No, we are colleagues. Hello, Mr. Luo. My name is Phil Coulson. Excuse me, why is your face hurt? The middle-aged man looked over in confusion, with a hint of concern in his eyes. This is a real good man. His kind personality allows him to have a good relationship with people of all forces. He is an 8th level agent, a model of an American agent, and one of the most effective subordinates of the current director Nick Fury. He has a very strong organization ability. And mobility. Luo Bing didn't speak and squinted at Melinda beside him. Phil Coulson was embarrassed for a moment, and his expression was a little unnatural. I'm really sorry. Maybe my subordinates have misunderstood with you. May, go to the medical room and get some ice cubes. He speaks very politely, calling Luo Bing Roar is all honorifics like some gentleman, and there is absolutely no aggressiveness from the superior. Mei Ling snorted, then turned to leave. Phil Coulson smiled awkwardly, pointed to the chair beside him, and said, Please take a seat. I'm really sorry, Mr. Luo. Mei may have a bad temper, but like you, she is of Huxia descent. Presumably the conflict between you will be resolved soon. Seeing that the other party's attitude was so sincere, Luo Bing didn't want to lose his temper, so he sat on the chair and stretched his body. For your good attitude, I won't hold her responsible for violating minors. Tell me, what's the matter with me? Phil Coulson smiled kindly, then took out a pad from the drawer. The electronic screen was recording all the information about Luo Bing's beginning in the orphanage. Including the recent few relatively hidden incidents, it is also clearly recorded. Although some details may be vague, Luo Bing's heart is shocked by this intelligence method that can reach the sky. According to our observations over the past few days, your roommate Sky is a very good and talented hacker, and you seem to have some special means beyond ordinary people. It is a presumptuous violation of your privacy, but the responsibility of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency is here. I hope you can understand. Introduction to you first. The Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency is not part of the U.S. government. We are part of the United Nations Organization of the World. The purpose is to prevent abnormal cases from happening all over the world. You may not be aware that there are not a few people with special abilities like Your Excellency. Some of them will get out of control because of the ability they suddenly get, and then do things that disturb the peace of the world. We usually report and register these people, and in serious cases, we will supervise them. But please rest assured, from the current point of view, you are a person full of justice in your heart. Although many gang members were killed that night, the handling method may not be worth advocating, but it is also forced by the situation. So, you don't have to be nervous. We are friendly to you, Phil Coulson said gradually. At this time, the door was opened from the outside. May dropped an ice pack and then turned to leave and closed the door heavily. Phil Coulson laughed awkwardly again. To be honest, having such a subordinate really makes him very helpless sometimes. Luo Bing didn't care, picked up the ice pack on the table and put it on his face. He probably understood. The other party is a supervisory bureau that belongs to the United Nations, but is independent of other countries, similar to the behind-the-scenes heroes of the Earth, specializing in dealing with the unsolved mysteries of mankind. So this time you are looking for me to register my identity? Luo Bing asked suspiciously. Yes, if possible, we need to evaluate and measure your special ability. To be honest, we don't know much about your ability at present. We only know that your 5 senses are more sensitive than normal people, and it seems to be more sensitive to danger. There's a 6th sense beyond the ordinary, says Phil Coulson. And then, if the measurements show that I'm too dangerous, will they kill me? Or imprison me? Luo Bing touched his chin and asked half-jokingly. Don't worry about this. In fact, I have always envied you special people. I think those abilities are a gift. Like this pen, Phil Coulson said, picking up the pen on the table. You can paint with it or poke other people's eyes with it. But no matter what, it's a gift. It's the same thing. It's all about how to use it and who uses it. Like Captain America, Phil Coulson said. You like Captain America? Yes, I've been his fan since I was a kid. Luo Bing thought for a moment and nodded. This matter would not hurt him anyway. Everything the other party said seemed reasonable. He also had no reason to refuse. Well then, I'll make the same review, Mr. Phil Coulson. Do you want to change your hair color? Luo Bing asked with a smile. Huh? Phil Coulson tilted his head in confusion. Asterisk. Agent Combat Training Room. Introduce myself, I'm Leo Fitz of the Science Task Force. You can call me Roar Fitz. Next to this is Gemma Simmons, my partner. Mr. Robin, I'm very interested in your special ability. Next, the two of us will test your ability. It won't hurt your body. Please rest assured, I can't wait. Can you start? The young man with naturally curly short hair and a very honest appearance asked. Aside, Phil Coulson and Melinda were also on the scene, watching from the sidelines. Luo Bing was covered with metal patches, about 4 or 5, which were connected to the computer on the side. My name is Luo Bing, not Robin. Would you mind calling me by my name? Luo Bing was very helpless. He pulled the copper wire on his body. The computer beside him accurately displayed his heart rate and some data. At this moment, he is very calm. Sorry, I've tried so hard. Fitz shrugged and smirked. Luo Bing's name is really hard to pronounce. It's not his fault that he was called Robin inadvertently. Mr. Luo Bing, can we start? Simmons on the side couldn't wait. You haven't done this kind of thing before, have you? Luo Bing asked with a frown. The other party looked very excited, which made him have to doubt. To be honest, we have only done experiments on corpses at present, and few of you have cooperated like this, but you don't have to worry. In theory, this experiment will not have any effect on your body at all, Fitz said bluntly. Simmons on the side glared at him, indicating that if he can't speak, don't say it, which is too straight. Luo Bing had a black line on his face and waved his hand to signal the start of the experiment. From the current data, your body is nothing special except that you are a little stronger than ordinary people. Basically, players and athletes in the NBA can achieve this physique. So, I'm curious, what is your super ability? Fitz asked bluntly without any hesitation. Luo Bing touched his chin, feeling a little embarrassed. Me? I can make people handsome, he said. Okay, your ability is. Wait, what were you talking about just now? What is your ability? Fitz was stunned for 2 or 3 seconds, then looked suspicious. I can make people handsome. Luo Bing rolled his eyes. After he said it, he didn't feel embarrassed anymore. I don't understand it very well. It can make people handsome. What is this ability? Fitz looked bewildered. Several people next to him also looked suspicious, feeling inexplicable. Mr. Phil Coulson, can you give me a demonstration? Luo Bing turned to the side and asked. Me? Me? Okay, Phil Coulson came over with an innocent look. Remember what I asked you before? Luo Bing looked at Phil Coulson with a naive smile. About what? Hair color. Phil Coulson looked uncertain. It's usually a lot of pressure to be in this position. I noticed that you seem to have a few white hairs on the back of your head. You have dyed it before, and your hairline is also very high. The midlife crisis is coming soon. Come on, Luo Bing answered nonchalantly. It's true. But does it have anything to do with your ability? Phil Coulson was a little depressed. He still cared about his own image. Maybe it's a man who doesn't want to be Mediterranean. There is definitely a connection, I said. I can make people handsome. All right, Luo Bing said, pointing his index finger to Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson was a little nervous, as if he was being aimed at by a gun, but his good mentality made him calm down quickly. PIU. Luo Bing made a shooting gesture and imitated the sound of shooting. Then a change happened. Phil Coulson's thinning hair began to thicken, and as the light began to twist, little golden stars, bling gee bling, appeared. A shimmering as if tailored slicked-back hairstyle replaced Phil Coulson's original Little Mediterranean. It has to be said that hairstyles can really change a person's temperament. At the moment Phil Coulson is extremely shining. He is the coolest boy in the dark night. He instantly turned into a girl killer. The whole person seems to be 10 years younger, with a black professional suit. At the moment he looks like an elegant gentleman. Even his somewhat confused expression at the moment seems to have become deep and intriguing with the combination of hairstyle. Les shade. Is this a membrane method? Fitz couldn't help but burst out of foul language, subconsciously touched his small curly flat head, and looked at Phil Coulson in front of him with envy for no reason. What the hell happened to me? Why are you all looking at me like that? Phil Coulson was bewildered. Simmons took out his vanity mirror from the side and stepped forward nervously. Look at it for yourself. Anyway, you're very attractive now. Phil Coulson took the mirror inexplicably, then glanced at it, and then the whole person was stunned, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is this your super ability? Well, so special. Even Phil Coulson, who has always been calm, was a little scared after discovering his own changes. This ability is great. Speaking of which, this ability is too special, right? Although there is no lethality. This is just one of my super abilities. Luo Bing shrugged, and it was the first time he used his hairdressing director's humble master's god-level ability on others. After seeing the amazing effect, at the moment Luo Bing is already thinking about the price in the future. Do you have other super ability? Simmons tilted his head. His whole person was not well. Yes, it seems that you have been staying up all night for the past few days. The dark circles under your eyes are not small, and you have pimples on your nose. Come here. Luo Bing waved at the blonde beauty in front of him. Me? Simmons approached subconsciously. Luo Bing waved his hand, and he used the whitening skincare technique, again. After a while of special effects, Simmons' skin became extremely smooth. Not only his face, but even his neck became white and translucent. Compared with Phil Coulson, Simmons' experience was more obvious. She felt that all the pores in her body were sucking in roar, and her body, which was a little tired from work, suddenly relaxed. Okay, so pretty. Fitz looked dumbfounded again. Gorgeous, May's face was indifferent, and she seemed unmoved at all, but her eyes that kept glancing at Simmons betrayed her. How did you do it? Phil Coulson was puzzled. He could understand other people's fire-breathing, electric discharge, etc., but Luo Bing's hand could not be explained by science at all. More like the legendary membrane method. Damn it, I found out that I knew how to use it as soon as awakening came. Oh, by the way, I still have a few skills. You are quite messy. Let me clean it up for you. Luo Bing said, stretched out his right hand and snapped his fingers. The small area cleaning technique was activated, and a gust of sweet wind blew. The whole room became brand new. No dust could be seen. Even the floor was wiped clean, bright and sparkling. This Nima is definitely a trick. Fitz, who has always been rigid and straight, swears again. The expressions of everyone looking at Luo Bing changed. Asterisk. Why are you looking at me like this? Don't you say that super ability is a gift from God? I have more gifts and nothing special. Luo Bing looked innocent. The way you talk is really rude, Mei said coldly. It was obvious that she was jealous. She doesn't need any ability of combat support. She thinks her fist can solve everything, although the super ability shown by Luo Bing is not very lethal, but everyone wants it. Murder and arson, cleaning, agent attendance is a must for a good home. Do you have super ability? Phil Coulson asked with a tangled frown. Yes, although there are not many, but there are still a few left. Luo Bing looked like the landlord, still had surplus food. What else? Can you make people more handsome? Fitz looked curious, he couldn't wait, and he highly praised himself as Luo Bing's new experiment. Luo Bing felt that his attitude was sincere, so he satisfied him. Immediately afterwards, Luo Bing tore off a blank page from the notepad in Fitz's hand, and then launched a complete guide to induced marketing towards Fitzsher, who was looking forward to it. Immediately afterwards, with the activation of the skill, Luo Bing began to flicker. Have you seen this piece of paper? It is not just a blank piece of paper, it is an emotional expression. It can write your greetings to your loved ones, your concern for your friends, your consideration for your lover, and your love for your children. Hope and words of comfort and encouragement to myself. It can be written to someone you know or someone you don't know. Definitely can also write to me. How long have you been in contact with your loved ones? How long has it been since you greeted your friends? A mere piece of waste paper was hyped up by Luo Bing. There is no demand to create demand, no value to create value, and even before Luo Bing has used the stun of developing offline distribution agents, Fitz has already bought the entire copyright of this paper for $1,000. He was a little fortunate when it was over. He felt that the money was really worth it, and it was so profitable. The few people on the side looked at Luo Bing in front of him like a monster. In the moment just now, even they were moved, and even almost started an auction on the spot. Fortunately, Luo Bing's skills only focused on Fizz, otherwise a group of people would have to fight over this piece of paper. This is simply sorcery. Fitz, a genius with an IQ of 200, was abruptly crippled. This skill is called Sun Sun Progressive Selling. It's the first time I've used it, and I didn't expect it to work so well. Luo Bing said, without hesitation. He stuffed 10 pieces of $100 into his trouser pocket and covered it with his shirt. Live. Fitz also recovered at the moment. He knew that he was being tricked, but he still carefully folded the blank piece of paper and put it in his pocket. I don't know why. He doesn't feel like he's lost. It doesn't matter if you get caught. There's even a little profit. It's magical. It was an eye-opener, and more? Phil Coulson's tiny eyes were filled with big doubts. Several other people, including Fitz who had packed up their minds, also looked at Luo Bing. But this time, no one proposed to do the experiment. After all, no one wants to be bought and help people with money. That feeling is too uncomfortable. However, Luo Bing's next skill to show doesn't need anyone to cooperate at all. The 1.0 extra version of the tenfold Rashomon is activated. Bang! Accompanied by a burst of white smoke, a thick iron door with a height of 2 meters appeared in front of everyone. Judging from the style and shape, it was almost the same as the cabin door behind him. This is? Could it be called the ability to copy in a dream? Fitz was shocked. If he could copy any item, the entire scientific world would change drastically. Any scarce materials will not be a problem, many scientific problems will be solved, and the world will definitely undergo huge amounts of change, starting a light-speed development. A group of people looked at Luo Bing eagerly, wanting to get the answer in their hearts. What are you thinking about? If you can copy it, why am I still taking your money? Dreaming, little brother. Luo Bing looked contemptuous. He also wants to copy the super ability so that he can have a lot of small money. I'll just build one door, you guys think too much. Luo Bing said with a look of contempt and made several doors of different shapes. What does it do? Simmons asked. May, decoration. Fitz, selling money? Phil Coulson, being a shield? Luo Bing spread his hands. Except for the characteristics of Tumblr, he is no different from a normal door. Fitz and Simmons stepped forward to watch curiously, and then a group of people heard their abnormal and inhuman debate. Luo Bing's brain is a bit big when he hears keywords such as vector and quantum from their mouths. That's basically all of my ability. There's another one that's the same as you guessed. I can predict danger, but it's only effective for me, and it happens in real time. Luo Bing revealed everything. In his current position, he doesn't have any ability that can be called a trump card. The only trump card is that he can get an ability every day, but about this, even if Luo Bing has a bag in his head, he will never say it. Your situation is very special. I need to report to the above. Phil Coulson scratched his new hairstyle, very satisfied with the hairstyle. In the past, he didn't dare to scratch his hair when he encountered troubles, for fear that he would scratch his hair bald again. But now he can finally scratch his hair happily. It was already 11 o'clock in the night, and Luo Bing took the time to call Sky so that she didn't have to worry. But the other end of the phone didn't seem to be worried and asked, "Are you not in the room?" Then the atmosphere became a little awkward. Simmons couldn't put it down and stared at the mirror in her hand, gazing at her smooth skin. In order to express her gratitude, she cooked a lot of delicious food and brought it to Luo Bing for supper. Luo Bing was almost poisoned. MMP. This stuff is not something that ordinary people can eat. Looking at Fitz, who was eating happily, Luo Bing was very impressed. It can be said that it can add a lot of nutrients, and it also has many benefits for the brain. In short, Luo Bing is like chewing wax. Fortunately, fruit salad is still normal. About 20 minutes later, Phil Coulson came over with a solemn look on his face. He couldn't say whether he was happy or what. In short, he was looking forward to it. Mr. Luo Bing, I now invite you in the name of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Would you like to be my team's super ability advisor? Phil Coulson asked. Asterisk. When Phil Coulson reported the situation here to One-Eyed Braised Egg, Braised Egg scratched his barren place and he didn't know what he was thinking, so he made a decision immediately to recruit this somewhat special young man. It's definitely not as simple as he can make people grow hair. In Nick Fury's view, Luo Bing, who is only 16 years old this year, has great potential for training, and his physique monitoring has also come out. There is no alien gene in this young man. Although I don't know how his bizarre super ability came about, Fury couldn't help being very interested in him. Although his ability may not be so lethal, it may be able to develop miraculous effects when used in key places. Moreover, it is time for the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency to absorb some fresh blood. Fury opened the drawer and pulled out a document. Avengers Project. This is still a tentative plan. With more and more abnormal events in recent years, Fury gradually felt that his agent team was really not enough, facing the mysterious ability that appeared unnoticed. Perhaps only the membrane method can defeat the membrane method. Recruiting Luo Bing is definitely not a whim. Fury has long wanted to hire a superhuman for his own use, but unfortunately the guy who gave birth to superpowers is either antisocial, or he was just an ordinary person before, and his mental quality is not up to the standard. Some are older, and they don't have the daring drive of young people at all. The emergence of Luo Bing just fills this vacancy. It's just that I don't know what the young man thinks in his heart and whether he will accept this job. After all, the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau is not faced with some normal cases every day, and it is very risky. If you want to make this decision, it is definitely not something that can be solved by the blood of young people. Facing Phil Coulson's solicitation, Luo Bing didn't think too much. He just asked one question. What's the salary like? The attributes of Qian Nu are exposed. Phil Coulson was stunned for a long time. He really didn't think about this problem. The key is that he has never recruited superpowers before. His team members are either technological geniuses or cold-blooded killers. No one has ever asked him for a salary. Even he himself has no salary. After all, their daily expenses are all provided by the Bureau. Although there are not many, they are basically public resources. As for private property, Phil Coulson smiled. Money wasn't exaggerated to say that they had everything, but they were still rich. The salary is definitely there. I forgot to consider it before. Let's just say that the annual salary is 5 million yuan. In addition, the director has awarded you the authority of a 6th-level agent. Are you satisfied with this condition? Phil Coulson asked nervously. Now it was Luo Bing's turn to be stunned. Holy crap, 5 million US dollars. I have never seen such money in my life. But fortunately, he can still pretend, and he won't mess up his hands and feet. But under the temptation of petty money, Luo Bing nodded cheerfully. Done. Welcome to join, Consultant Luo. Now headquarters has temporarily assigned you to me. I hope we can get along very happily in the future. Phil Coulson showed a good smile. Happy. Luo Bing echoed. His mind drifted to the money long ago. Considering the reason that Consultant Luo is still a student, all the usual attendance can be waived. Your identity is being registered, and all the documents are under processing. Let's rest here tonight, and tomorrow I will take you to SHILD headquarters to report. By the way, SHILD is our new name. It's an abbreviation of our previous name, and it's easier to read now, Phil Coulson said. It should have been changed a long time ago. Luo Bing was also speechless about his previous name. He can't finish reading all the time, and there are only some games in his mind. It's getting late. I won't disturb Consultant Luo's rest, Phil Coulson said, summoning Simmons and asking her to arrange an accommodation in the cabin. Luo Bing lay on the bedboard, stretched boredly, looked at the time. He didn't admit that he couldn't fall asleep, just because it was almost 12 o'clock. Sign in successfully. Today's ability, Gesheluan Shut You Up, has been delivered. Please use it as much as you like. Gesheluan told you to shut up? Now the powers are really named more and more casually. Luo Bing was speechless, and after studying it carefully, the ability that suddenly appeared in his body seemed to be able to interrupt other people's speech and make people shut up. But it can only make people shut up for 10 seconds, and the casting range is only valid for 10 meters around him. All right. I don't know what kind of ghost ability this is. It's not as intuitive as door building. Luo Bing soon lost interest after studying it for a while. I'm looking forward to it. It doesn't seem like there are good goods every day. That night, Luo Bing had a dream. He dreamed that he went to a restaurant to eat, and when he told him to shut up, many people bit their tongues. Waking up in the middle of the night, Luo Bing scratched his head speechlessly. These are all messed up dreams. How naive. Stomach growled. It must be Simmons' cooking that caused Luo Bing to have a psychological shadow, and even dreamed of going to a restaurant. After finding something to eat and draining the water, Luo Bing went back to sleep. Maybe it was because his stomach was full this time. He didn't have some messy dreams. He slept soundly, and slept until dawn. In fact, the Quinjet had already landed at the SHILD headquarters. This is a location far from the city, and it is also an orientation that cannot be found on satellite maps at all. When Luo Bing woke up, Phil Coulson just came to the door to knock. You woke up, take a shower, and follow me to see the boss. I heard that Natasha Romanoff agent and Hawkeye agent have also completed their mission and returned. I will introduce them to you later. They are the two most legendary people in S.H.I.E.L.D. Phil Coulson said mysteriously. What kind of legend? They also have super ability. Luo Bing asked in confusion. No, but it can be said that there is. You will know when you see it. Phil Coulson smiled mysteriously, then turned to leave. Luo Bing simply washed up with a suspicious look on his face, looked into his glasses, and the traces of being punched yesterday have disappeared. I snapped my fingers. The golden light was shining, and it was another handsome day. At the same time, he was also very curious. He probably understands what SHILD does. What would it be like to be a legend here? Asterisk. After following Phil Coulson down the Kuan style, Luo Bing realized where he was. Tri-Wing headquarters. SCHILD has many branches and many administrative buildings such as Trident, Hub, etc. As a top intelligence organization, they have secret bases all over the world. Looking at the ring-shaped building in front of him and the port coast not far away, Luo Bing took a deep breath. The layout here is very strict, and there are fighter jets parked everywhere on the runway. The most common of these is the Korean style. It's really amazing. Can such a configuration support a war? Luo Bing exclaimed. Our positioning is the top power of human beings. SCHILD has a long history, dating back to World War II. At present, SCHILD is fully funded by the World Federation. We have top agents and scientists from various countries. In a way, this is where the elites gather. Phil Coulson is very proud. Come on, Director Nick Fury is waiting for you. The two walked towards the headquarters building one after the other, and along the way, many agents frequently glanced in the direction of Luo Bing. Others take the initiative to attack Roar. Definitely. They're talking to Phil Coulson to Roar. No one knew the unfamiliar guy next to Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson, an 8th level agent, not only has high authority, but also has a good reputation. He may not have been so eye-catching in the past. But today, has he changed his hairstyle? The ghost knows how his hair has grown for the second time. Many agents want to ask questions, but because of their status, they're afraid of being secret, so they keep silent. It's just that their eyes couldn't help but glance over. Senior Phil Coulson's hairstyle today is so handsome. Along the way, Phil Coulson was smiling, inexplicably happy since his hair change. After passing several checkpoints and stepping onto a pupil-certified elevator, Luo Bing realized how big the SCHILD headquarters is. The button on the 20th basement floor on the elevator is clearly showing this. Phil Coulson agent, long time no see, the new hairstyle is good. Is this one? A slightly older middle-aged man also got on the elevator on the 13th floor and asked with a smile. Long time no see, Minister Pierce. This is the new agent that Director Nick Fury just recruited yesterday, and I brought him to report today. Phil Coulson replied very politely. I see. Hello, little guy. You look so young. You must be a genius in some special field. Nice to meet you. Pierce smiled warmly and stretched out his right hand. Hello, old guy. My name is Luo Bing. Luo Bing shook his hand with a paralyzed face. Haha, interesting. I am indeed old, and it will be the world of your young people from now on. Hope your path in SCHILD will be smooth, Robin Agent. Pierce was still smiling, looking kind. Luo Bing's face changed, and then quickly returned to normal. When the elevator reached the 24th floor, Pierce walked down, his smiling face instantly turned serious, without any sense of disobedience, as if this was his original appearance. Who is that person? Do you call Roar a minister? Luo Bing thought for a while and asked curiously. Yes, he was the last SHIELD director. Although he doesn't usually seem to be approachable, he is still a good person, Phil Coulson replied. Oh, does he have a penchant for killing newcomers? Luo Bing then asked. Why do you ask? It's all right, although you were indeed rude just now, but I think Minister Pierce wouldn't mind. Phil Coulson gave Luo Bing a look, reassuring him. Luo Bing smiled and nodded. Just now, his beast perception gave him a bad premonition. But he didn't say it. Maybe it's just an illusion after all, that person was the last SHIELD director. The elevator stopped on the 50th floor, and Phil Coulson took Luo Bing out. This is basically the highest floor of the Sankei headquarters building. The floor-to-ceiling windows next to it can see the whole Sankei headquarters. As soon as the two got out of the elevator, a woman with blood-red hair and a black leather coat came over when they were greeted. If the beauty can be scored, this woman is completely above 95 points, belonging to the type that people can't forget for a long time after seeing it for a long time. Long time no see, Natasha Romanoff agent, Phil Coulson took the lead in making a move Roar. Only then did Luo Bing realize that she was one of the most legendary agents of SHILD in Phil Coulson's mouth. Long time no see, Phil Coulson. Oh, the new hairstyle is very handsome. Is this little brother the one who Fury's special trick? Natasha Romanoff fluttered up the big red wave, looking very lazy, giving a cat temperament. Compared to Pierce, Natasha Romanoff, who had just returned to headquarters after the mission, seemed to know a little more. Perhaps she heard Fury mention a few words when she just handed over the mission. "My name is Luo Bing. Apart from being pretty, you don't see anything special about you. Why does Mr. Phil Coulson say you're a legend?" "Oh, didn't expect me to have such a review from Phil Coulson. Haha, people don't know that either. Little brother, you have been awarded the 6th level agent authority when you first came here. There are many people who are dissatisfied. You have to be careful. If you are taught a lesson by an agent with a lower level than you, Phil Coulson will save face. I can't stand it." While talking, Natasha Romanoff approached and rubbed Luo Bing's head, looking like a big sister. But to be honest, Luo Bing, who is only 16 years old, does look a little immature, and everyone here is older than him. Some agents have been fighting for 34 years and are only level 4 agents, like Natasha Romanoff said, but they don't know you, and I'm sure you can handle it well, Phil Coulson said. Luo Bing dodged Natasha Romanoff's slender hand inexplicably. For Luo Bing, who has a keen sense of smell, the smell of the scent made him feel a little uncomfortable. "Don't worry, I'll let them shut up." Luo Bing looked at Natasha Romanoff with a flat expression. "Look at you. It's rare to see such an eye-catching little brother in the bureau. I don't want to see you pack up and leave the next day. That's it. People are going to dinner. If someone bullies you, just report my name. I'll cover you," Natasha Romanoff said, gracefully walking towards the elevator. Phil Coulson also took Luo Bing to an office and knocked on the door. Enter came the confident voice of a middle-aged man from the door. Nick Fury is sitting behind his desk with his hands folded and fingers crossed, and he's been waiting for a long time. Asterisk. Opening the door, Phil Coulson walked in with Luo Bing. There was nothing special about the communication with the one-eyed braised egg. Fury gave Luo Bing some documents, recorded fingerprints and pupils, and made an identity verification, and then the two started chatting about some things. Among them, Luo Bing also showed a little bit of his ability. However, when he wanted to grow hair for Braised Egg Man, he was rejected by the other side. It's just that Braised Egg Man was quite hesitation when he refused. It could be seen that he was also very excited, but for some reason, he gave up anyway. However, bald head is also a kind of hairstyle. Some people may be ordinary when they have hair, but they will instantly become different without hair. Bald people are not easy to mess with. So Luo Bing threw a light on the one-eyed black marinated egg. The polished black marinated eggs are extremely shiny, and against the backdrop of the sun outside the window, it seems that the brightness of the interior has risen to a higher level. Black and black. From the facial expressions, it can be seen that the bald man is very satisfied, and Luo Bing has been approved by another customer. The training room of the base is located on the 4th to 8th floor underground. With your level 6 agent authority, the R&D staff can tailor-make an exclusive combat uniform for you. The weapon room is on the 9th floor underground. Let's pick some handy weapons. As an agent, you can't defend yourself without a weapon. Fury rubbed his bald head, and the soft touch made him feel particularly comfortable. Even the impression of Luo Bing has gotten better. Phil Coulson has other things to report to me. You have just met Natasha Romanoff. You are not very familiar with the base, so let Natasha Romanoff show you around. She happens to be on vacation these 2 days. She should be in the restaurant on the 3rd floor. I'll let her wait for you in the restaurant, and you happen to have some breakfast, Nick Fury said, pulling a cigarette out of his pocket and lighting it, his dark head flashing. A ray of light. No problem, you guys are busy first. Luo Bing called roar, holding his ID. He didn't seem to be uncomfortable in the new environment. Following the route he had just arrived, Luo Bing came to the elevator entrance and aimed his eyes at the scanner. Ding! Luo Bing, level 6 agent. The identity scan was successful, the sensor light turned green, the elevator door opened automatically, and there was no one inside. Luo Bing walked in, performed pupil authentication again, and pressed the button on the 3rd floor. Only at this time did Luo Bing realize that with his authority, he could not enter the 10th basement floor and down. His authority was not enough. Just now, Phil Coulson obviously had the 10th basement floor. It's mysterious, and I don't know what's hidden in it. Here, The authority of the agent is very important, and it can be felt from daily life. The agent Code Fury gave him only recorded some things that he usually paid attention to, and the specific location of some equipment, and did not record much. The elevator traveled very fast, and the third floor arrived in the blink of an eye. The elevator door opened and Luo Bing stepped out. "Yo, little brother, I'm here. I didn't expect to meet again so soon." Natasha Romanoff beckoned to Luo Bing, who was waiting here after receiving the order from the micro-communicator. "The restaurant is very big. My sister was worried that you would get lost, so she picked you up in the elevator. Are you moved?" Natasha Romanoff smiled charmingly. It's a rare holiday, and it seems like a good choice to tease handsome juniors. Luo Bing rolled his eyes. He's used to the behavior of female creatures to him. He can't do anything. It's all because he is so handsome. "Thank you, Senior Natasha Romanoff. Let's eat first. I'm hungry," Luo Bing said in a flat tone. "Let's go. I'll show you around after dinner. By the way, has Fury arranged a place for you in the headquarters? If not, consider staying at my place tonight. My bed is huge." Natasha Romanoff posted it over, lying next to Luo Bing's ear and blowing a burst of aroma. No, I have a place to live, and I go home at night. I'm a consultant, so I don't need to live in the base all the time." Luo Bing is a little embarrassed, and he has always been very big. At the moment, Roar can't stand it. This woman is simply a monster. God, how can she be so sultry? Ha, I'm teasing you." Natasha Romanoff did not shy away from the image of a beautiful woman, laughing back and forth. Luo Bing's mouth twitched, and then he became autistic. In fact, he is still very good at talking, but after all, he is only 16 years old, and he is still very ignorant about the matter of men and women, and he can't stand it at all. "Okay, stop teasing you, advisor, come with me." Natasha Romanoff waved his hand and led the way. Luo Bing, who had a breakfast, was very autistic. Natasha Romanoff's laughter from time to time attracted the attention of the agents around him, and he didn't even care about the milk and sandwiches in front of him. Looking at the boy next to the goddess who was just burying his head and eating, the anger in the hearts of a group of male agents was about to explode. "Who is this little white face? How can you sit and eat with my goddess?" "I don't know, it's new, fake, just his tiny legs. I can kick it off with one kick." "Don't you know? Let me tell you, that guy was called Robin, and he just came to report today, but he was a level 6 agent when he came here." "Why? Doesn't any agent start at level 1? Except for Lord Natasha Romanoff and Lord Hawkeye. Damn it, I heard that he has a good relationship with Mr. Phil Coulson and was recommended by Mr. Phil Coulson. Child is also affiliated? Impossible. Is he a genius physicist, genius scientist, or something? No, it is said that he has super ability and is a super ability consultant specially hired by director Nick Fury. The words came out of an agent's mouth, and the others were even more upset now. Super ability? What they despise the most are those who have given nothing but got super ability. They train hard day and night, go out to the field again and again, and they don't have to put in less effort than others. But those guys who got powers overnight can easily surpass them. This makes them envious, and at the same time feel unbalanced in their hearts. Now a child who looks at most 16 or 17 can be put on their heads. Why? A group of people whispered. Luo Bing's hearing is very good, and he can hear everything in the hall. At first, he didn't care at all. He was new to the scene, and he didn't want to cause trouble, but with more and more provocative eyes, Luo Bing put down the tableware and didn't plan to remain silent. He raised his hand and patted it gently on the table. To shut up. The skill was activated, the command was issued, and an invisible blast centered on Luo Bing extended in all directions. A circle with a radius of 10 meters covers the entire restaurant. As if the words were followed, when Luo Bing blurted out the word "shut up," everyone in the hall forcibly received the order and shut their mouths tightly. Jingle jingle. Some people's tableware fell to the ground, some people covered their mouths in disbelief, and some people could only groan dully because they bit their tongues but couldn't make a sound. Natasha Romanoff also bumped her teeth. She stared at Luo Bing beside her with her beautiful eyes wide. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't open her mouth even though she was silenced. Luo Bing picked up the cutlery and continued to eat like no one else was around. A group of people stared at each other with big eyes and small eyes. They didn't even have a line to get angry. They could only look in Luo Bing's direction and muttered in their hearts. Monster. Asterisk. Only Luo Bing eats alone in the huge restaurant. The others stared at him with big eyes and small eyes, wanting to speak but unable to speak. Often this kind of sudden and inexplicable change makes people more fearful, and some people even begin to regret being irrational just now, worrying that they will become dumb for the rest of their lives. It's not just as simple as becoming dumb. Not being able to open their mouths means they can't eat at all. Do they have to live on nutrient solution without eating or drinking for the rest of their lives? This new super ability advisor is a devil. Fine. The banning experience card is only valid for 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, everyone's Adam's apple moved, and they found that they could speak again. But at the moment, the hall is still silent. After this state lasted for about 7 or 8 seconds, some talents began to whisper in private, but this time the voice was low and the emotions were not so excited. Natasha Romanoff opened her mouth in astonishment. It was not difficult to see a shock and confusion from her expression. Those hazy eyes stared at Luo Bing, as if asking, "How did you do it?" "One of my super abilities, I told you before, I can make people shut up." Luo Bing looked calm, while casually continuing to destroy the food in front of him. He took the time to explain. "How do you know what I'm asking?" "You can read minds." Natasha Romanoff was even more shocked, her eyes widening. "This is face reading. Your questions are written on your face." Luo Bing was speechless. "Fortunately, if you really know how to read minds, it's not fun. No one will want to be your friend." Natasha Romanoff breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed again. "Wait, you said this is one of your super abilities? Do you have other super abilities?" Luo Bing frowned. Why does everyone insist on asking him to repeat a topic a second time? He is not a repeater. Is it strange that he has many super abilities? However, Luo Bing still explained it. "I can make men handsome. It can also make women beautiful. Make the environment cleaner. Making homes safer." Walter Law. Natasha Romanoff's big eyes were filled with big doubts. "What kind of super ability are you? Did you come to the wrong department? Are you serious?" Luo Bing took a bite of the sandwich. In the face of doubt, "I can still make people shut up. I'm very serious about this." Natasha Romanoff stopped talking, didn't want to, didn't dare. Although her heart was scratching like a cat, she still held back. The feeling of being silenced just now was so bad that her teeth were still slightly numb. "I'm done eating. Take me to a place." Luo Bing put down the tableware and wiped his mouth with a tissue. "Where to?" "The weapons room." Natasha Romanoff asked curiously. "No, go to the nearest place where you can surf the internet. I want to see if my salary has arrived." Luo Bing replied, mentioning his salary. He was obviously in a better mood. Natasha Romanoff. "What kind of treasure boy is this? Why do I always feel that I am not on the same line as his brain circuit?" Quickly coming to a nearby computer, Luo Bing carefully covered the password and entered his bank card number. After dozens of seconds, the balance displayed in the query result made him even more happy. Natasha Romanoff watched with a dark face as he covered the password to prevent people from peeping and was speechless. "Is it useful?" In the end, Natasha Romanoff brought Luo Bing to the equipment R&D room. Several equipment technicians wearing glasses repeatedly measured Luo Bing with measuring instruments and then brought a few drawings with pictures and handed them to Luo Bing. These are very classic combat uniforms made of high-temperature resistant nanomolecular materials. The spring-loaded hidden sword can be installed on the inside of the arm, and the defense reaches the AAA standard, which can withstand the continuous shooting of standard pistols. The part of the neck can be equipped with communication equipment, and the matching wristband provides the function of detecting vital signs and emergency rescue. Roar is called positioning. This is also the latest version of SHIELD's technological breakthroughs in recent years. Its biggest advantage is that it is light and comfortable. It is easier to wear than normal clothes, which is conducive to agent combat, the researcher said. Do you think this straitjacket is similar to the Joker in the circus? Besides, it's too showy. I don't object to female agents wearing this, but wouldn't it be too embarrassing for male agents to wear this? On the way I came, I saw a lot of male agents with very upturned buttocks. Luo Bing was speechless as rant. Several equipment engineers were stunned, not knowing how to answer. This design can fully exert the strength of the agent, which is the best solution after many actual battles, said a middle-aged equipment engineer. I don't need it, so have you played Assassin's Creed? The coat with the hood inside, and the combat boots inside the pants, you can just follow that one. Luo Bing suddenly had a flash of inspiration and proposed own requirements. But in fact, that style is too loose, and it will drag down the combat ability. The middle-aged equipment engineer frowned. You don't understand. It's just a matter of time whether you're strong or not, and being handsome is a lifetime thing. Luo Bing waved his hand, and the matter was settled. Okay. I will improve it for you within 2 days. The equipment technicians glanced at each other and wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. This is the first time I have seen such a capricious and young level 6 agent. It's only a matter of time if you're not strong, but being handsome is a matter of a lifetime. Natasha Romanoff turned into a repeater and pondered these words carefully. By the way, this is my address. Just send it to me by express. Luo Bing said, picked up the pen on the side and wrote down his address, which was exactly the same as his takeaway address. Quick, express. Several equipment engineers got stuck again. Don't worry, I'll pay for the shipping. I won't let you spend the money. Just pay on delivery. Luo Bing waved his hand, and he seemed very forthright when he had just been paid. It's not a matter of shipping or not shipping. The question is, you want to send such an important piece of equipment by courier? Forget it. I won't explain it anymore. The blood pressure will be high if you explain it further. After the production is completed, let the contact team deliver it. After visiting the equipment room, the two came to the weapons room again. There are many standard weapons here, but if you want to customize it, the agent must provide materials or research and development funds. Natasha Romanoff skillfully walked to her exclusive weapon room, removed the special bracelets on both hands, and replaced them with a brand new pair. That's her exclusive weapon, the Widow Sting, which can fire bullets, microbombs, tear gas balls, electric current up to 30,000 volts, and a Widow Hook, which is used for climbing invasions and is simply not very useful. Definitely, this is also the symbolic weapon of her nickname, Black Widow, just like Hawkeye's bow and arrow. Luo Bing squinted and said, "You are pretty cool. How much is it?" Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes and said she didn't want to deal with the treasure boy now. Natasha Romanoff fiddled with her Widow Sting and looked at Luo Bing speechlessly. "This is my personal equipment. I can give you one." "Forget it. I prefer cold weapons." Luo Bing shook his head and refused. Actually, he didn't just like cold weapons. It was because he was not familiar with hot weapons. Speaking of which, he doesn't even know how to use a pistol, let alone operate such a tall thing, and he doesn't want to take someone else's exclusive equipment for no reason. Many agents prefer hot weapons, few choose cold weapons. Oh yes, I almost forgot an antique. That guy still uses a bow and arrow. Natasha Romanoff smiled and shook her head. "What kind of cold weapon do you want? Tell me. Maybe I can give you some advice," Natasha Romanoff said lazily, brushing her hair. "It doesn't cost money, but it's easy to use." Luo Bing clearly pointed out his 2 requirements. Natasha Romanoff. "Seriously, I have never seen an agent like you. Many times, an advanced weapon and equipment can often save your life at a critical moment." "Money or life?" Natasha Romanoff asked rhetorically. "Definitely fate." Luo Bing looked contemptuous, as if he was looking at an idiot. Natasha Romanoff breathed a sigh of relief. The dude didn't seem to have any fun in his head. "By the way, if I die unfortunately, how does the organization's relatives appease the money?" Luo Bing asked again. Natasha Romanoff has black lines on his face. "Now start thinking about comforting Kim after death." "I take back that sentence. This guy definitely has a problem with his head." "I'm just curious. I don't want to die. I'm just asking. Don't look at me like this." Luo Bing turned his head and looked to the side, looking a little guilty. "Not only do you have super ability, but you are very special." Natasha Romanoff rolled his eyes. Luo Bing was definitely the most troublesome man he had ever seen. Okay, stop joking. Luo Bing took a deep roar inhalation, and his temperament changed instantly, as if it was a different person. He walked quickly to the arsenal, picked a hidden blade of moderate length, and then picked 10 more technological flying blades glowing with silver blue light. This hidden weapon can generate a powerful shockwave the moment it touches the ground, which can stun multiple people instantly. It's expensive, and it's only a one-time use. Only 10 pieces cost Luo Bing 100,000 US dollars. The unit price of this thing is 10,000 US dollars. It is not so fast to throw money. It's very knowledgeable. It works great. I have it on my wristband and Hawkeye's bow. Natasha Romanoff came over and said with a glance. My windbreaker has multiple functional belts, so I can fit all of them, Luo Bing said, picking out a few more agent-specific props and main weapons. Among them, the largest consumption was the purchase of 2 steel cutting knives with 7.0 alloy technology for $500,000. The silver-white snow pattern road is beautiful and dangerous, and the shape is not as curved as the Tai Dao, which is somewhat similar to the Tang sword. Although the steel cutting knife produced by 7.0 alloy technology is said to be an assembly line product, due to the scarcity of its materials, only 6 were produced in total. And later production was stopped because no one was using it at all. Lipstick gun? What are you using this for? Natasha Romanoff gave Luo Bing a puzzled look. This equipment is usually reserved for female agents in disguise. This kind of thing existed in Hitler's time. Although it is an old antique, it is still surprisingly useful in some occasions, and after many improvements, both its appearance and power have been greatly improved. Give it away, Luo Bing said without hesitation. Girlfriend. Natasha Romanoff raised an eyebrow, looking very gossipy. Roommate, not girlfriend. Luo Bing didn't explain much. To be precise, the relationship between Luo Bing and Sky was rather hazy. They were friends, but not just friends, but they didn't reach the level of lovers at all. More than friends, but less than lovers. Is that so? Natasha Romanoff nodded meaningfully, but said nothing. In total, Luo Bing spent about 1 million to buy equipment, many of which are free. Although Luo Bing likes money, it has to be spent, especially equipment. The 50th floor of the 3 curved wing building. Phil Coulson and Fury have big eyes and small eyes, and they are very confused about the news just passed. Originally, the two were discussing a matter, but suddenly one of Fury's subordinates ran over and reported that today's new super ability consultant had a little conflict with some agents. Fury didn't pay much attention to it. He had already expected this kind of thing. He was a level 6 agent when he came in, and there must be some agents who were unhappy. Take this opportunity to let Luo Bing establish his prestige. How did he deal with it? Phil Coulson asked curiously. After that, the two of them turned into what they are now. You mean he shut everyone up with ability? Shut up the one I understand? Fury frowned, having never heard Luo Bing mention this ability before. Yes, I was there at the time. He took a picture of the table. Everyone, including me, seemed to have their mouths sealed all at once. They couldn't open their mouths at all. It took about 10 seconds to return to normal. The agent was truthful, said. This guy, looks like he's hiding something. Fury rubbed his brain wide, glowing darkly. It's normal, everyone has their own secrets, Phil Coulson said. But this super ability that makes people shut up. Well, it really suits his unique style. Phil Coulson was dumbfounded. Luo Bing stayed at the Sankai headquarters for a full morning, and now none of the agents here do not know him. He also gave him a rather appropriate nickname. Robin the Mute. All right. Luo Bing no longer bothers about people calling him the wrong name. In short, he is used to it. Only those who are acquainted with him know the word Luo Bing. It can only be said that this is the impact of cultural differences. Luo Bing has been called wrong countless times since he was a child, and even some people in Chinatown who are not familiar with him will be wrong, thinking that this is his original name. That afternoon, Luo Bing returned to Midtown with Phil Coulson's Quinjet. Fury gave me a new task, and we will take over all the special events in the future. Fortunately, there are no special events anywhere in these 2 days. Your work is very leisurely, Consultant Luo. I will notify you of special events, Phil Coulson said, and then said goodbye to Luo Bing. Luo Bing, as a super ability consultant specially hired by SHILD, has great freedom. Not only does he not need to report to the squad every day, but he is not needed at all for general tasks. He will only come in handy when special characters, such as power users, are involved. It's a smooth journey. Luo Bing waved his hand at Kunchi, who was leaving. He looked down at the two backpacks beside him. That's all the equipment he bought. Lifting a backpack in one hand, he carried the guitar case with two alloy steel cutting knives behind him and walked towards home. It attracted a lot of attention along the way. After all, this dress looks like a wandering singer. In the middle of the way, a scout came to chat up, saying that Luo Bing has a good appearance and temperament. If he signs with their company, he will definitely make him a rising star. Luo Bing rolled his eyes and spit out a word between his teeth. Roll. The scout was slumped, left Shan, and turned back 3 times in one step, with a look of regret in his expression. I have deliberately forgotten the fact that I am handsome. But people still come to remind you every day. Ugh. It's a pain in the to look good. If only I could be ordinary like most people. Luo Bing bowed his head inside and quickly returned to his small rental house. Before he could knock on the door was opened from the inside. You're back. The little beauty with faint dark circles opened her mouth and finally only spit out these 4 words. Well, I haven't seen you for more than 10 hours. Do you miss me? I'm going to bed. Sky rolled his eyes, speechless. You haven't slept yet? What did you do all night again? Luo Bing asked with a frown. I'm not doing anything. I can't sleep if I think about it. Sky turned around and replied weakly. Can you be a little more perfunctory? Luo Bing curled his lips, obviously disbelieving. It's a long story. After the incident at Papa's bar that night, someone came to me. Later, I joined a mysterious organization and served as their super ability advisor, Luo Bing said. Then he suddenly froze. As if he had super ability, he had never mentioned it to Sky. Super ability advisor? Do you have super ability? Sure enough, Sky turned around again curiously. Luo Bing touched his chin, always feeling that this scene seemed familiar. It seems that he only needs to say, one of my super abilities is XXX. Next, the other party will be surprised and ask again, one of them? Do you have other super abilities? However, things unexpectedly did not develop in the direction Luo Bing expected. Sky was silent at first, then nodded again, as if remembering something, and said, I should have thought. You really didn't look like a normal person that night. She was surprisingly calm. Aren't you curious about what super ability I have? Luo Bing asked back. I'm curious. Sky nodded. Then why didn't you ask me? Luo Bing looked strange. This guy doesn't follow the script at all. Oh, then what super ability do you have? Sky asked immediately. Luo Bing. So perfunctory. Don't know why. He suddenly stopped talking. Wanna know? Go slowly, Luo Bing replied. Sky. The two stared at each other with wide eyes, and then the little beauty snorted and turned to her room. Hey, I brought you a present, Luo Bing shouted, took a lipstick gun from his pocket, and waved it at the little beauty. Sky stopped, turned his head, and then froze in place. Lipstick? A blush suddenly appeared on the little beauty's face. It looks like a lipstick, but it's actually a pistol. Luo Bing broke it lightly, and a small pocket gun appeared in his hand. The cold muzzle made people a little depressed. Haha, isn't it cool? The blush on the little beauty's face faded. She gave Luo Bing a blank look, and then turned and left. Don't you like it? Luo Bing froze in place, scratching his head for unknown reasons. Suddenly, the little beauty turned back halfway, snatched the lipstick gun from Luo Bing's hand, folded it into a lipstick again, and returned to her room in 3 or 2 steps, then closed the door. What do you mean? Does she like it or not? Luo Bing looked confused. In the room, Sky pressed tightly behind the door and waited for a while, only to find that no one was knocking on the door, and scolded a straight steel man. Whether you like it or not, you have already accepted my gift. You have to help me tonight, Luo Bing shouted towards Sky's bedroom again. A long time. A heavy sigh came from that direction. How can this straight man see that he is interested in him? Wait online. Very urgent. Asterisk. Luo Bing is not actually a straight man of steel. In fact, at the age of 16, he now has only blood and the heart of being a hero in his mind. After all, he doesn't have an old soul living in his body, he doesn't do things so well, and he doesn't pay much attention to the affairs of men and women. In fact, it is precisely because of this that Luo Bing is more pure and full of vigor. If a person thinks about conspiracy theories all day, worrying about persecution and delusions all day long, it will be very tiring. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Luo Bing woke up a sleepy Sky. Wake up, I copy green pepper, shredded pork, and mapo tofu. Hey, if you don't get up, it will be gone. Luo Bing pulled the reluctant Sky out of the bed and pushed her to brush her teeth and wash. Tonight, he's out fighting criminals again. Experiment with your new gear, by the way. Definitely. This time Luo Bing is not alone. He is going to pull Sky into a small team, and there is a super hacker resource at home that is not used for nothing. Sky was originally angry when he got up, but for the sake of the food, the anger disappeared in an instant. After washing and eating, the two of them fiddled with the communication equipment in their hands and switched several encrypted frequency bands. You really think about it, this is not a game. It is very dangerous, Sky frowned. She was a little worried. Don't worry, Luo Bing looked confident. Besides, even if I'm in trouble, I still have you. Luo Bing put on a black trench coat disapprovingly, with two steel cutting knives crossed behind his back. Looks cool. However, this trench coat is only temporary, and his custom-made agent clothes, SHILD, have not been delivered to him. I'm leaving. It's all up to you. Luo Bing put on the headset, waved at Sky, and then jumped down at the already opened window. This is the 3rd floor. Boom. A glass door formed out of thin air at Luo Bing's feet, buffered the impact, and then landed safely. Luo Bing started running, and after a few jumps, he climbed onto the roof of a bus and followed the traffic to Queens. Inside the rental house, Sky took a deep roar inhale while watching the changing surveillance screen on his laptop and the real-time location on Luo Bing's computer on the other side. This guy. It must be that extreme parkour is not fun anymore. It must be that computer games can't satisfy him anymore. It seems that I have to make a game plugin for him when I have time. Don't let him be too idle. Sky stared at the two computer screens, worried. Hey, Sky, I think it's necessary to give our super team a loud name. How about calling it Super Luo Bing? Luo Bing's voice came through the headset, and the voice was a little excited. Can it be any worse? Sky said speechlessly. Suddenly, her computer screen flickered, and a red signal source appeared near Luo Bing. Hey, about a mile ahead to your right, someone called the police station, Sky said quickly into the headset. On the other side, Luo Bing, who had already arrived in Queens, bounced off the bus. Received, Super Luo Bing is dispatched. A dark shadow jumped from the roof of the bus in an instant, causing some commotion, and then disappeared into the lane after a few runs and jumps. 2 minutes later, a black shadow fell on the balcony of a building with a hook and rope. I've reached the target point, Luo Bing said into the microphone. Received, according to the police information, the prisoner is a white male in his 20s wearing a mask. He has a knife in his hand and has just robbed a black woman who came back from get-off work. I'm calling up real-time monitoring of each street. Wait a moment, Sky replied. No need, I see him. Luo Bing smiled. He had a good vision from the height, and his eyesight was also good. He quickly found the suspect. Luo Bing jumped down from a 10-meter-high building. This time he didn't resort to any hook-and-lock devices. But he didn't directly fall into pieces of meat sauce as expected. He is running. He is running in the sky. The transparent glass door paved a straight sky bridge. There was no obstruction in the sky. Luo Bing quickly approached the target mission. Cool. Looks like I'm going to play a slide. What are you doing? Sky asked with a frown. Luo Bing laughed loudly at the pocket headset, and his whole body suddenly slanted down. One after another glass doors appeared smoothly under Luo Bing, forming a transparent glass slide. Luo Bing slid all the way down the slide to the front of the target task. Fake. Who are you? Cosplay. Don't block your way, the robber shouted. Because of the angle of view, he didn't see Luo Bing sliding down from the sky behind him. He thought he was coming from somewhere suddenly. He clenched the dagger in his hand subconsciously. Hey, Sky, was it a purple bag that was stolen? Luo Bing asked. That's right, Sky replied. Looks like I'm right. Luo Bing shrugged, took out a pair of fiber ties from the inside of his coat, and pulled out one. Hey, Mr. Criminal, you've been arrested. Don't resist, Luo Bing said and walked up. 10 seconds later, Luo Bing hung the white young man who had passed out by the stairs by the side and hung the purple bag around his neck. I told you not to resist. Luo Bing shrugged, lifted the mask that had slipped a bit, and kicked away the dagger that fell to the ground. It's settled? Do you need me to call the police? Sky asked curiously, listening to Luo Bing's movements. No need, I will guide them over. Luo Bing said, waved his hand, and there were several more glass doors in the sky, forming an arrow sign at the end, and then they all exploded, and a lot of smoke came out. After an afternoon of pondering, now Luo Bing does not emit smoke when building the door, only when it is dismantled will smoke be produced. Oh, God. Look in the sky. What is that? What a big smoke. No, that's an arrow. Oh my God. How could this be? Is that God's guidance? What's in that direction? Almost everyone was taken aback by the giant arrows of smoke in the sky. The smoke would expand and expand as it drifted away, and the transparent plank road that was originally only for Luo Bing to run by turned into huge amounts of smoke pointers in an instant. Looks like I need to get out of here. Haha, Luo Bing stretched out his left hand, pressed the hook and cable launch button. The whole person rose and then disappeared in place. The glass is transparent. Luo Bing is dressed in black, and few people notice him jumping in the sky. The police car was long overdue. In fact, after seeing the huge amounts of smoke arrows, they were the first people to come here. This is that robber. Seeing the unconscious man hanging on the outer stairs of the building, a group of police officers were stunned. Robbers? Not only the police, but also reporters and pedestrians were attracted by the smoke arrows at the scene. After listening to the words of the police, I looked at the smoke gradually dissipating in the sky, as if I understood something in an instant. Does that smoke arrow point to a criminal? How is this done? Who did all this? Asterisk. Tonight is destined to be an extraordinary night. When the sky constantly raised smoke arrows to guide the way, the criminals in Queens finally realized something, quietly erected their disguises, and turned into ordinary people. My God, you can't believe what you're seeing. Smoky arrows have been raised all over Queens, and at every point there is a bound criminal. I swear I've never seen this scene before, it's so spectacular. Martin squirted wildly at the camera in front of him as if he had been beaten. Since the last time it was reported that all Asian martial arts became popular, he has become an important role on the TV station. Today, he was lucky. He happened to be working in Queens. When he raised his head and found the magical smoke arrow in the sky, his keen professional sense made him come here with his assistant without any hesitation. He applied for a real-time live broadcast to the top management for the first time, citing that his career was not guaranteed. He is more decisive and fanatical than most reporters. Martin has always believed that there are special human beings in this world. From the past, he was happy to shoot UFO, and shooting water monsters is enough to show that he is a loyal mystery fan. In the past, the government would always subconsciously cover up these things so that the crowd would not know. But now, no one can stop it. Although we don't know his name, God, he must be the superhero sent by God to save us. Tremble. Criminals, you are dead. Your end has come. Clarion Daily Building. As the most authoritative news publisher in New York, the president of the Daily Bugle, James, has a sad face. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* eating shit. Such a shocking news was snatched by AB D like Martin. James was furious. As the most authoritative news publishing house in New York, It has more reporters than all other publishing houses combined, which is why he is the most angry. What made him even more upset was that it was Martin who reported the news. That elementary school classmate he always looked down on. Damn it. James walked to the live broadcast room of the TV station, tightened the tie on his suit, and commented on tonight's events. Definitely different from Martin's pursuit. On the other hand, he is nitpicking, all of which are negative reports. Definitely. This is also one of his characteristics, that stinky mouth that everyone hates. But for the majority of the public, all the TV coverage tonight was full of surprises. With the participation of more and more reporters and the public, Luo Bing was accidentally photographed running in the sky and sent to the TV station. He was dressed in black with a hood. Although the picture quality was very blurry, he could still roughly see that the guy running in the sky was a man, with 2 swords on his back and a flying cloak, which was very cool. The Bugle Daily has a lot of money, offered a big reward, and released the photos. After some operations, the hot spot was instantly captured. At 12 o'clock in the night, Luo Bing looked at the newly refreshed ability, but he couldn't understand it. Although it improved his eyes, it could make his dynamic vision and distance vision more sensitive, but Luo Bing felt that this was definitely not a problem. Good stuff. Because this ability has also involved the guy of the 7th Hokage. MMP. Although I don't know what the ghost of the 7th Hokage is, the last time 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto's prank painting skills as a child left a deep impression on him. This time? Single hook jade writing will I have a good friend of Naruto of the 7th Hokage? It must be some kind of bullshit. Luo Bing stopped thinking about this, took off his clothes, and went to take a shower. Today, he was sweating. In the room, Sky watched with interest the afternoon news that was still in the heat, and almost every channel was reporting on tonight's events. But who knows, the hero they call is just a 16-year-old high school student. When Luo Bing came back from the shower, Sky was still watching the news with relish. She enjoyed watching Martin and James sparring against each other. He snapped his fingers with one hand, and his hair dried instantly. Luo Bing looked at Sky speechlessly and said, "The real person is here. What's so good about the news?" "Who looked at you?" "I'm focusing on Batman," Sky pouted. "Batman?" Luo Bing puzzled. "Who is that guy?" Sky looked playful. "Guess what?" Luo Bing's face was full of black lines. This woman has a strong sense of revenge. She still hasn't forgotten what happened at noon. Luo Bing walked over to the computer and glanced down. "Isn't that just reporting my news? What a Batman." Suddenly, he was stunned and glanced at the news headline. "The superhero born in Queens Batman." Luo Bing was stunned. They think the open trench coat looks like a black bat when you run, and with the smoke, it looks like a bat flying out of the smoke, so they gave you this name. Otherwise, what should I do? Call you Mysterio? Sky covered his mouth with a funny face. Batman. Batman is just Batman. It sounds better than the silenced one, Luo Bing whispered. Speechless? What is that? It sounds very powerful. Sky looked curious. You want to know? Luo Bing smiled maliciously. Sky opened his mouth and was about to say something, but suddenly found that he couldn't open his mouth at all, and looked at Luo Bing in shock. Whoa. She tried to make a sound. This is the silencer. Luo Bing waved his hand dashingly and went back to sleep. The 10 seconds passed quickly. Hateful. How many super abilities does this guy have? Sky stomped his feet, feeling depressed. Queens in an ordinary apartment. Peter. Go to bed quickly, I see light in your room. A middle-aged woman's voice came from outside the door. I see, Aunt May, I'm already asleep. Peter Parker watched the computer in a panic and finally glanced at the computer screen reluctantly. Batman. It's so cool. Peter admired Batman very much and thought he was what he imagined superhero to look like. Then he put his hands on the ground and started doing push-ups. He did not forget the 100 push-ups a day taught by Luo Bing. 100 push-ups. This is an impossible task for Peter. He was so tired with sweat that he only did 30. In fact, normal people basically have this amount. Peter is relatively thin. Even if he does 100 push-ups in several groups, he will not be tired. 100 push-ups a day. I've been doing it for 2 days. I'll get stronger soon, right? Peter thought to himself. Turning to look at the time, the clock on the wall has passed 12 o'clock. Oops, I'm going to bed now, and I'm going to the Osborne mansion with Jane tomorrow for a seminar. The next day, the Batman news continued. Luo Bing got up very early to start a day of exercise. This Saturday, today and tomorrow do not need to go to class. It is said that Luo Bing once again broke his late school record. In the past few weeks, he was late 5 days a week, and this week he was only 4 days late because one day he didn't show up at all. He went to the SHILD headquarters that day. But Luo Bing is no longer here. It is estimated that Professor Will has already given up on him. He didn't even send him a message after missing class for a day, and he didn't blame himself for being late last time. Luo Bing thinks that he probably gave up on himself. But it doesn't matter, there will be gains and losses. He is not only a student now, he is also an unsung hero, a good citizen of New York, and maybe a consultant for a top new Oriental beauty salon in the future. Luo Bing now has the capital, and opening a store is easy. But whether or not to open a store made him a little hesitation. Now it seems that the original dream seems a little naive. But it doesn't matter, people will improve and dreams will always improve. When he was a child, he still wanted to be an astronaut, but when he grew up, he realized that he was too tall and inappropriate. Perhaps the dream now may also seem childish to him in the future. But mind him, Luo Bing always takes one step at a time. Just like his powers, you never know what will happen tomorrow. At the moment, Luo Bing now firmly believes in this. Because MMPs. The one that he thought was very rubbish, the bloody eye of a good friend of the 7th Hokage, turned him into a pink eye. Pink eye disease. What the hell is this? Luo Bing looked at the red world where everything slowed down several times in front of him and felt a little pain in his heart. The point is that he doesn't know how to close this thing. Could it be that his future world has become this blood red? It's too uncomfortable. What should I do if I cross the road and walk through the traffic lights in the future? To go or not to go? Luo Bing was having a headache, but the phone in his pocket vibrated. Not his high-tech flip, but the SHILD phone Fury handed out to him. Luo Bing took out his phone and turned it on. Consultant Luo, no, or should I call you Batman? Fury's playful voice came from the other end of the phone. You'd better call me the silencer. Luo Bing was speechless, looking at the red world in front of him, feeling inexplicably unhappy, as if he didn't even get along well with his temper. Can you mute me over the phone? Fury disapproved, crossed Erlang's legs and looked out the window. Actually, I can really do it. Today's mobile phones have this function. Not only can I mute your voice, but I can even save your voice on file, Luo Bing said, curling his lips. That thing is called a recording. Fury was furious. What are you looking for? Do you have a mission? Luo Bing asked back. Not yet. Although you went too far last night, it was a headache for the government that tried so hard to suppress the news. But who cares? Let them have a headache. The world should change a little bit. Nothing can be solved by hiding it, Fury said with disdain. I appreciate your approach, but isn't it too small just in Queens? I heard there's going to be a big event in Hell's Kitchen tonight, and your friend Daredevil will be involved. Fury mysteriously said. What's the matter? Luo Bing asked. Kim Bing has been a little restless recently. He smuggled in a large amount of arms through channels we don't know about. I have arranged for Hawkeye to sneak in. According to information from Hawkeye, that's quite a big guy. There are too many residents in Hell's Kitchen, and it's not easy to have a big conflict. I need your cooperation with Hawkeye to find out where this weapon came from and destroy it, Fury said. Senior Hawkeye? That guy who shoots really hard. Luo Bing asked curiously, thinking of one of the two legends Phil Coulson said. That's a sharpshooter. Don't make your words so strange, okay? Fury had a headache. Okay, but isn't this really a mission? Luo Bing asked again. It's not in your purview. Oh, I see. You guys just want quest bonuses, right? Fury said in general, suddenly thinking of something, dumbfounded. Boss, this is not what I want. You also said that this matter is not within the scope of my responsibilities. There must be some allowances to compensate. Although I can also work overtime voluntarily, I let other agents know about it. It will be chilling. Luo Bing's tone was very serious, as if he was thinking about S.H.I.E.L.D. I understand. After the task is completed, I will transfer 1 million to your account. Really, thanks to me, I specially made equipment for you. I didn't expect our friendship to be no match for money. Fury's tone was hurt. Then why don't I give you a discount? Luo Bing felt happy again when he heard 1 million. With this joy, the pink eye dissipated in an instant, and the whole world returned to its normal color. What's the discount? Fury's eyes lit up, realizing that things were turning around, and began to bargain. How about 10% off? Although Luo Bing said he wanted a discount, he still felt a little distressed. The 10% discount was already the biggest discount he could offer. Next time I see you, I'll give you 10% off your leg. Fury nearly vomited blood. Nothing else. S.H.I.L.D. still has a lot of money, don't worry. There is no discount. As long as you complete the task beautifully, I will give you an extra 1 million. Fury lit a cigar. His tone was very bad, full of copper smell taste. Okay, I like a cheerful director like you. I'll give you a shine next time we meet. Luo Bing laughed, not to mention how happy he was. Asterisk. After hanging up the phone, Luo Bing felt extremely relieved. The black marinated egg is really a local tyrant. How lavish. After calming down, Luo Bing began to study the pink eye disease that had just appeared suddenly but disappeared inexplicably. It suddenly changed when I was doing pull-ups. Then the pink eye seems to have affected my mood and brought me some negative emotions? When the mood improves, the pink eye disappears. Luo Bing reflected for a minute, then started experimenting again. He obtained conclusions through experiments and also learned the correct operation method of writing will eye. Emotion control. When he is serious and focused and his mind is free of distracting thoughts, the writing will open, but when he is in a good mood, the writing will disappear. It sounds cumbersome, but Luo Bing got used to this operation after repeated operations a few times. It can be said that practice makes perfect, and now he can turn it on and off quickly. SHHHHH. The 3 flying darts accurately hit the distant bullseye. Luo Bing was stunned for a moment. After turning on pink eye disease, he also ejaculated so much. Then he tried dynamic targets again. As big as a bird, as small as a fly, the flying darts thrown out of his hands were flawless and always hit the target accurately. These eyes, they're amazing. Not only is the static vision exaggerated, but even the dynamic capture is so perverted. Am I really blaming the 7th Hokage? Luo Bing touched his chin, calmed down, and then began to summarize. This is a good habit of his. Every time he gets a new ability, he will summarize its advantages and disadvantages, and use it to its greatest use. My body doesn't seem to be able to keep up with my eyes. It's a little out of tune. When you turn on the writing wheel, the faster the Goyu in your eyes turns, the more amazing the power of the writing wheel. Then Luo Bing tried to push the writing wheel to the extreme. The black Goyu began to spin frantically, and after only 5 seconds, Luo Bing unbearably released the writing wheel. So dizzy. Like a roller coaster. Goyu is like the focal point of the eye, similar to the pupil of a normal person. If your eyeballs turn around like crazy, you will also faint. Definitely, the most important thing is not getting used to it. In fact, when the Goyu rotates to a certain speed, the field of vision becomes stable, which is the same as the fan blade of the helicopter. 7th Hokage's good friend's writing will eye is amazing. But why is the 7th Hokage so rubbish? Luo Bing recalled the first skill he acquired. What kind of prank painting skills? Is it actually really powerful? Although it looks like scribbles in your own eyes, but in the eyes of the artist, it is a work of art? It seems that I have time to go to those painters' exhibitions and find a formidable opponent to learn from each other. I should have full confidence in the 7th Hokage. His good friend is so powerful, he will definitely not be so bad. Luo Bing pondered and raised the level of this matter to the same level as his own new Oriental beauty salon. It's good to be an artist. If you want to ask why, playing art makes more money than developing galleries. Around noon, an agent delivered Luo Bing's customized battle suit. In addition, Luo Bing also saw a weapon specially customized for him by the black marinated egg. Dozens of bat-shaped roundabout flying darts. It also comes with an instruction manual. The flying darts can not only be used alone, but also can be used together with the technological flying blades. When the flying darts hit the enemy, a shockwave will be emitted, causing a wide range of dizziness. Looking at his black cape battlesuit again, Luo Bing shrugged helplessly when he saw the striking bat mask. Yes, it seems that my title of Batman is set. But it doesn't matter. Batman is just Batman. In the future, when Batman is in contact with others, call me Robin. After putting on the gear, Luo Bing sat on the rooftop, posed a few poses to the phone, and took a few selfies. Only then did I recover the mobile phone with satisfaction, took out the technological flying blade from the equipment box and loaded it on my bat dart, then assembled the hidden sword, and pulled out the steel cutting knife from the back. One by one, he started waving. Kind of looks like it. However, the cloak is too long, and it is easy to hit the face when turning around. It seems that in order to prevent embarrassment, I have to design a handsome turnaround. On the other side, the Osborne building. Peter is carefully observing the spiders in the glass room, recording their habits. It hurts. Peter exclaimed and touched his neck subconsciously, but caught nothing. What's wrong? Jane on the side asked curiously. No, nothing. It seems like a mosquito bit me, Peter said uncertainly. Mosquitoes? There should be no mosquitoes in this season now, right? Jane said uncertainly. Maybe it was bitten by some bug. It's fine. It doesn't hurt now. Peter waved his hand indifferently. In the distance, Gwen waved at the two of them. Jane, Peter, Dr. Connor's lecture is about to start. Don't miss it. Come on. Gwen and Peter walked over excitedly. Dr. Connorson is a legend. He is a former soldier who has since been wounded in the field and lost an arm, and has since become a college biology professor with many honors and awards. His lifelong wish is to make a potion that can re-enhance his limbs, for himself and for all mankind. He is also working hard in this direction. If his research comes to fruition, it will be a major miracle in the medical world. Peter walked over excitedly. He didn't notice at all that under his feet, there was a spider that was trampled to death by him. It should have fallen to the ground when he just scratched it. Asterisk. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Luo Bing, dressed in brand new gear, climbed into a bus and headed towards Hell's Kitchen with the Dark Knight. You're a famous superhero now anyway. Don't you feel ashamed to take the bus for free every day? Sky's teasing laughter came from the headset. Luo Bing was speechless. In fact, he is also considering changing to another vehicle. It would be nice if he could ask the car company to design a motorcycle or sports car for him. Batman's supercar? That should be pretty cool. With the support of its own Rashomon, it will not be a problem to drive the supercar to the sky. It's time for a change of residence. I've never seen superhero who is still crowding cheap rental rooms with a female roommate, although he doesn't mind if he squeezes with a female roommate. But in the end, you have to have a house of your own. Preferably a manor. If conditions permit, you can also add a secret base for storing future cars and gear. But all this requires money. Luo Bing felt depressed again when he thought of this. He had a lot of super abilities, but his banknote abilities were mediocre. Unfortunately, he doesn't have any business acumen either. The grandest plan he can think of at the moment is to open a new Oriental beauty salon and barbershop. Possibly another art exhibition. In this way, while chatting with Sky, the bus quickly drove to Hell's Kitchen. Luo Bing jumped down and quickly disappeared in place. Dad's Tavern, a shadow fell on the roof. Daredevil Mashio in the storage room was wiping his weapon. Suddenly his ears moved. He found something, took his blind stick, and carefully walked out of the tavern. Whoosh, a bat-shaped flying dart shot straight at him. Matthew's ears moved, and the blind stick in his hand swept across, accurately blocking the attack. Hey man, it looks like your injury is almost healed. Luo Bing smiled and jumped off the roof. Is it you, the Oriental? Matthew was blind, but he was very sensitive to voices. I have a name, I don't know if you've heard of it, but now they call me Roar and I Batman, Luo Bing said, recycling his bat dart. He is not a prodigal. Recycle as much as possible. It's actually you. You made a lot of noise last night. I heard your name in Hell's Kitchen. Matthew was shocked, and his impression of Luo Bing became even more mysterious. I heard that you were going to do something big tonight. Let's go, man. I don't know the way. Luo Bing didn't talk nonsense. He glanced at the direction of Dad's tavern. He was still impressed by the last drink. It would be great if you could participate. Please wait for me. I'm going to change gear. Matthew said. Not long after, Daredevil dressed in red tights appeared in front of Luo Bing. Luo Bing raised his brows. Tights are really trendy. After that, Luo Bing followed Daredevil to drive to Jinbing's pier. Dude, you can actually see, right? Luo Bing watched in horror as the blind Daredevil was driving the car, feeling very absurd. He is blind. Blind people who can drive normally on the road. Because of an accident when I was young, I lost my light since I was a child, but also because of that accident, my 5 senses became particularly strong, which is a special ability. Actually, by feeling, I can still see some things, such as your handsome cape. Seriously, your style reminds me of someone. Matthew said with a smile. Oh? Who is that? Luo Bing asked curiously. The Punisher, Frank. But that guy hasn't been in Hell's Kitchen recently, Matthew said. Another guy I've never heard of and also a superhero? Luo Bing touched his chin. I usually call Roar a villain. He never leaves a living room when facing gang members. It is said that he used to be a military instructor because he witnessed his wife and children being killed by the gang, and then he became what he is now. Matthew said. Luo Bing nodded, and the topic was over. The car stopped near the pier. Luo Bing and Daredevil got out of the car and lurked in the dark night. Damn, why are there so many people here all of a sudden? Daredevil moved his ears, affectionately serious, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. If you dare to break in, you will definitely die. The high-level searchlights kept sweeping the entire pier, and the defense was very tight. Is it Consul Luo? I see you. A strange man's voice suddenly came from the headset, very serious and cold. Senior Hawkeye? Where are you? Luo Bing looked around. He hadn't seen Hawkeye before, and only glanced at the photos from the archives. Over your heads, Hawkeye said. Luo Bing looked up and looked in the direction of the watchtower. His eyes were instantly stained with blood red. From the perspective of Shirinyan, there seemed to be no difference between night and day, and the sky was still blood red. Luo Bing saw Hawkeye. The guy with the quiver behind him is operating the searchlight. It's really a daring artist. He invaded such an important location under the eyes of Jinbing Bang, and it has not been discovered yet. This may be the dark under the lights. Hide, they have come to hand over the goods. Golden is here, Hawkeye reminded. Luo Bing replied with a received, and glanced at Daredevil beside him. Luo Bing threw him a headset, and the two moved separately, each finding a place to hide. Luo Bing didn't know why he was hiding. He hides in the air, and it feels very exciting, like playing an assassin game. However, Senior Hawkeye and Daredevil are much more experienced than the newcomer. They definitely have their judgment. Luo Bing just follow along. Asterisk. Suddenly there was a commotion from the pier. It didn't take long for Luo Bing to see a row of luxurious motorcades. The most dazzling of them is a thickened presidential car, with a gold-plated shell, and its massive size that is luxurious and heavy. Luo Bing swallowed while watching. The convoy stopped slowly, and a row of neat and serious men in black came out of the car, with a cold expression, holding the M416 in their hands, and scanning the surroundings. A little giant came down from the golden presidential car protected by the man in black. Right. It looks like a heavy little giant. Gold and. He was dressed in a white suit with bulging muscles and a dark golden cane in his hand. I didn't expect Jinbing to actually come in person. This is not a good person to deal with. Hawkeye was not afraid of his voice being exposed and explained to the headset like Luo Bing. This guy has not stopped training even after he became the king of the underworld. He will practice with a group of top fighters from all over the world every day, and every time he is 1 against 10, but each training session does not exceed 20 seconds, and the training opponents are also different. Dead and wounded. He can shatter a wall with a single punch, which sucks. But since Jean Bing has come in person, it means that this time the goods are unusual. Hawkeye thought for a while and then said, "Act according to the situation. We will wait for Jean to walk away before making a move. Although it is a bit difficult to fight him one-on-one, I still have a little confidence, but he has too many men here." "Okay," Luo Bing responded aloud. Daredevil also tapped the headset twice to show his understanding. The three waited patiently, but Jean didn't seem to want to leave. A cruise ship slowly approached from a distance and quickly approached the port. 2 or 3 people got off the ship. From Jean Bing's attitude, it seemed that the other party was only a small role in transporting goods. What really makes Kim and happy are the boxes of cargo that are constantly being shipped out of the cabin. What's in there? Hawkeye frowned deeply. His vision was very blurry, although under his hard training, he had eagle-like eyesight, and the reason why his archery was so superb was also due to in this way. "That logo looks familiar to me," Luo Bing said abruptly in a low voice. "Can you see?" Hawkeye asked in amazement. From a height, he can see very blurry. Geographically, his field of vision is better and closer than Luo Bing. "Well, wait. I remembered, isn't that the logo of Sure Stark Group?" Luo Bing was startled suddenly. "SH Stark's munitions? Impossible. How could Sure Stark sell arms to the gang?" Hawkeye categorically rejected. "But that logo belongs to the Sure Stark Group. Did you steal it?" Luo Bing was also very puzzled. Logically speaking, Mr. Sure Stark would not have done such a thing. Many people know he is a playboy, but no one mentions how much charity he does every year. Although the foundation of the arms business is not very clean, the Sure Stark Group is supported by the government, and his arms are only sold to the National Army. There must be something wrong with this. This matter involves the Stark Group, and I need to report to the organization. Hawkeye made a quick judgment. Then, he pressed the emergency roar button on his neck. However, what he was waiting for was a busy tone. "Damn, the signal in this area has been isolated. There must be a problem with the car that just Jean and drove over. Now the signal can only be transmitted in this small area," Hawkeye said angrily. At this moment, a man in black quickly ran to Jean Bing's side and said something softly. Jean Bing's face became serious at first, and then he smiled again with a playful look on his face. "Oh, it looks like a little bug got in there. I don't know where the little bug is." Jean Bien waved his hand. The port was blocked in an instant, and all the staff were on alert. The searchlights began to sweep away continuously, and several times they brushed past the glass door of the Luo Bing route, reflecting the dim light. However, because the searchlight beam was too bright, no one noticed this scene. Normal people will never feel that there are several glass doors in the sky. But this is not a solution, and someone will always notice. "Be careful, I will cut off contact from now on. The other party may have." Bang! A shot of RPG accurately hit the burning tower where Hawkeye Barton was located, and a huge amount of fire lit up the entire port. A man in a blue tights with a bullseye drawn on the head spit out the cigarette and gave a grim smile. "Bullseye." Daredevil rushed out angrily. "Senior Hawkeye." Luo Bing also revealed his whereabouts. For a moment, the whole port was lively. Jean Bien rubbed his white suit, took out a cigar from the inner pocket, and his subordinate quickly took out a lighter to light it for him. "It's really interesting." Jean Bing watched the scene with interest, his face full of playfulness. "I'm fine." Barton landed with a sullen face hanging from the hook. His clothes were a little burnt, and his hair was curled into a frizzy shape from the heat of the RPG rocket. But luckily, just like he said, he didn't have any big problems. He jumped off the tower just in time before the rocket exploded. Daredevil on the side has been besieged by gang members, but it is night, and he can always take advantage of his vision to hide and make a surprise attack. It turned out to be you. The Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Hawkeye agent Bullseye sneered and jumped down from the heights, pulling out a stack of special playing cards embroidered with gold rims from behind. Bullseye, like Hawkeye, is synonymous with precision. The same guys who shoot really hard. "Sorry, I haven't heard your name." Hawkeye took his bow and arrow from behind with a look of disdain. With a bow and arrow in hand, this man can match the SHILD team with 100 people. "Oh, Is that so? Bullseye grinned coldly, holding a poker card between his index and middle fingers. Plum Blossom 2. Blocka. Call out. SHHHHH. The two men started the Forbidden City duel. For their own pride. Luo Bing saw that Senior Haka was fine. He let out a long sigh, took out two steel slashing knives from behind, one in each hand, stepped on the glass track, and charged towards Jean, who was smoking a cigar and watching the play not far away. Oh man. Looks like you chose the worst one to mess with. Jean Bing grinned, tearing open his white suit with both hands, revealing 90% of his body's muscles. A group of men in black who resembled Jean and bodyguards obediently retreated behind them. In fact, aside from the confidants like Bullseye, the bodyguards are really just decorations by Jean Bing's side. Asterisk. Bang, 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 bang. Luo Bing ran forward, smoke constantly bursting behind him. A huge amount of smoke layered on top of each other, blocking the stars in the sky. Swish. Swish. Several bat-flying darts blazed out of the smoke, targeting Jean Bien. Jean Bing is huge, like a little titan, but his reaction speed is not slow, but his movements make Luo Bing somewhat incomprehensible. Without any dodging, he smashed his fist into the bat dart in front of him. Dang! The fist and the bat dart collided, making a sound of gold and iron symphony. Luo Bing's eyes jumped. This guy's physical defense is very strong. A black shadow rushed out of the smoke. Luo Bing was in ambush for a long time. While Jean Bing was punching his bat dart, he raised the steel cutting knife in his hand and slashed towards Jean Bing with the force of his momentum and the force of his body falling. Swish! Jean Bing turned to dodge. The steel cutting knife cut lonely and rubbed the corner of Jean Bing's clothes close to him. You're almost too fast, little guy. Jean Bing showed a cruel smile on his face. Look at what speed is. In an instant, Jean Bing turned into a bull. A pair of iron fists swung straight at Luo Bing. The air seemed to be shaken by his fists, and there was a burst of roar whistling. Luo Bing's expression was extremely focused. A smear of blood crawled into his eyes. Jean Bing's movements slowly slowed down in front of him, and the hair on the back of his head was slightly pulled up by some force. A strong sense of crisis emerged in his heart. Beast instinct activated. The muscles of the whole body seemed to be mobilized to the limit at that moment. The potential exploded. Luo Bing very skillfully dodged Jean and attacked the fist. He raised his right leg high and kicked Jean Bing's chin. Bang! Huge amounts of power carry gold and pour them behind them. However, when he was still 10 centimeters away from the ground, Jean Bien instantly stood up in an exaggerated posture that was impossible for a human to do. He spat out the blood in his mouth and stared at Luo Bing in front of him. Teeth are the weakest part of his body. He was angry. He was serious. He instantly transformed into a violent gorilla, moving fast and swiftly, ramming and punching Luo Bing with punch after punch. Luo Bing dodged subtly. Although Jean Bing's movements were fierce and fast, they were slowed down several times by Luo Bing's riding wheel. Beast Perception constantly used his body to evade all Jean Bing's attacks. However, in terms of physical fitness, Luo Bing is far inferior to Jean Bing, a terrifying big man. Although his eyes can see the weakness of Jean and rushed over again and again. But the body can dodge while at the same time unable to separate the remaining energy to attack. Unless he completely abandons defense. However, his body was far from being able to withstand the ferocious punch of Jinping. With just one punch, you can beat him to the point of spitting blood, and he is powerless to fight. At the moment, Luo Bing is extremely focused. His brain was spinning fast, thinking about the best time to attack while dodging. The two sides have been entangled for dozens of minutes. Along the way, Jean and smashed a lot of things, but Luo Bing could not be touched at all. You bloody little loach. Jean Bing's angry punch missed Luo Bing again and smashed to the ground. The dust was flying, and the concrete floor showed a twisted crack. How dare you make fun of me? Unforgivable. I'm going to kill you. Jean Bing let out a roar, opened his mouth wide, and slammed his fist down at Luo Bing with incomparably powerful force. It's now. Forbidden. Rashoman. An anti-theft door made of steel instantly appeared in front of Luo Bing. There was a sound of shock, and the entire steel gate was punched with a huge fist mark. Luo Bing's body instantly moved sideways in an illusory way, turned around and passed through the door, and came to Jean Bing's back like a shapeshifter. That is an extremely gorgeous counterkill. At hashtag Yuan at hashtag. The steel-cutting knife stabbed into Jean Ning's body fiercely, and the sharp blade smashed his bones in an instant, and blood spattered. Jean Bing's arm was thrown far away. Blood splattered all over Luo Bing. At hashtag Yuan hashtag at Jean Bing's face was full of pain, but unfortunately his mouth was tightly sealed, and he couldn't even shout out the pain. Master Jean Bing. The bodyguard in black immediately raised the M416 in his hand when he saw the scene. Tongues of fire erupted. The dense bullets formed a line and shot towards Luo Bing. Ding ding ding. Luo Bing was already prepared, and the bullet was embedded 1 meter in front of him and stayed in the air. The tempered glass doors are cracked like spider webs. It's just that after breaking through one layer and one layer, Luo Bing is surrounded by layers of glass doors and, even under his feet, forming an absolute defense in an instant. Whoosh! The sound of bursting arrows came from a distance, and Hawkeye was dressed rough. There was something more on him. That's a golden king. It ripped through Hawkeye's nano-suit and slammed into his right arm, blood dripping out. The 10-second silence time came in an instant, and Jean Pian shouted roar loudly. He picked up his dark golden cane and fired a few laser beams towards Luo Bing. After finding that there was no effect, he instantly pressed a button. A large amount of black smoke came out of his cane. Jean fled decisively while taking advantage of the smoke. Luo Bing released the absolute defense around him and just wanted to chase after him, but Beast's instinct stopped his body and stepped back far away. The dozen or so men in black who inhaled the black mist were spitting out white foam in pain, their bodies rotting into pieces of minced flesh and flowing on the ground. Black mist is poisonous. His crutches can even emit lasers. Luo Bing's head was in a cold sweat, so dangerous. He almost rushed in. Pity. Let that guy run away. Luo Bing glanced around the port and found that Daredevil seemed to have been seriously injured and was in deep crisis, so he immediately supported him without hesitation. It was a bloody night. The harbor is littered with the corpses of gang members. Even Daredevil, who is always regarded not killing as his moral standard, accidentally killed 2 guys who attacked him in order to save his life. Hawkeye came from a distance, wounded. On his left hand, a bullseye that was half-bombed was held tightly by him. Jean ran away, but I cut off his arm. Luo Bing dealt with all the guys under his feet who were knocked unconscious by Daredevil. He was not so merciful, piercing their hearts with one knife after another, and the steel-cutting knife was soaked in blood and turned blood red. Daredevil on the side seemed to want to say something, but he kept his mouth shut. He has no right to say anything, asterisk. Hawkeye and Daredevil were slumped on the ground, and Luo Bing was probably the only one who could stand up from the port. You beat Kim Bing, Hawkeye and Daredevil couldn't believe it. Daredevil Matthew once met Jean Bing and was beaten to death by him, only to get out of the drag. His iron fists are unreasonable at all, and he may hit it 10 times without pain or itching. But as long as he hits you, you have to vomit blood. This is the physical gap. He is very strong, and I just played a little trick, Luo Bing said, not exaggerating. After this battle with Jean Bing, Luo Bing really realized his many shortcomings. Problems that seemed insignificant at first were unexpectedly turned into deadly hidden dangers at critical moments. Means are also a kind of strength. Hawkeye smiled, endured the pain, and pulled out the playing cards on his shoulders. He took out a disposable bandage from his backpack and wrapped it around several times with his teeth. It stopped and continued. Blood flowing down. Communication has resumed. Luo Bing turned to Hawkeye and said, listening to Sky's familiar voice in the headset. It really was the car's problem. There should be something on it that can block external signals, Hawkeye said. The heavy, gold-trimmed presidential car was gone. Under the cover of the black fog, Jean got on the tortoise shell and ran away. But fortunately, a large number of handed-over goods remained at the dock. In the chaos just now, the cruise ship that saw the bad situation turned around and left the scene and fled to the Atlantic Ocean. Hawkeye took out new communication equipment and started to get in touch with the organization. In the battle with Bullseye just now, almost half of his things were destroyed. SHIELD's crew arrived at the scene about half an hour later. On the sea, the Kuan-style fighter jets began to block the sea area. By means of SHIELD, after about 10 minutes, the cruise ship that had escaped to the Atlantic waters was stopped. But by the time the SHIELD agent landed from the ropes, all the survivors on the cruise ship had been killed. Nick Fury came to the pier in a Quinn style. A solemn face. Sure enough, Stark arms. Looks like something went wrong with the Stark group. SHIELD's agent was cleaning the battlefield, looking at the corpses all over the port, even if anyone could imagine how tragic the battle was. The three of them met the gang members number 300, plus Bullseye and Jean Bing. Among them, Bullseye was half unconscious, and Hawkeye Barton was also seriously injured. Jean Bing had one arm cut off, and Daredevil Matthew was covered in wounds all over his body. There were several bullet holes in his body, but fortunately they were not fatal. You did a good job. It surprised me, the old man. Fury patted Luo Bing on the shoulder. Looking at this 16-year-old boy, the young and handsome face was full of confusion. Who would have thought that this seemingly harmless guy cut off one of Jean Bing's arms and then slaughtered the entire dock? The gang members who fell here. Except for 1/10 that Hawkeye and Bullseye took the time to solve, Luo Bing killed almost all the rest. He is now a blood man. He was covered in the blood of others. It is an exaggeration to say that his steel-cutting knives are a little dull. I need a shower. I regret it, the bonus has to be doubled. Luo Bing said a word, walked into the Kuan style, and unloaded his equipment. This guy. Fury scratched his head. Isn't the murderess a bit too heavy? Fury had a headache. About 10 minutes later, Luo Bing walked down from the Kuan style in casual clothes and even got a new hairstyle. The port has been cleaned almost, and a few lucky ones still alive in the corner were taken to the prison by the agent. Among them, the half-dead Bullseye was first treated urgently and then locked in the special isolation chamber of S.H.I.E.L.D. Why don't you just kill it and keep wasting prison resources? Luo Bing looked at this scene with disdain. There's always something for the prisoners to do, Nick Fury sneered. Bullseye is Kim Bing's confidant. He knows a lot of Kim Bing's business, and intelligence officers will tell him from his mouth, Fury said. Luo Bing nodded and said nothing. In his opinion, the enemy is to be killed. Don't kill it and keep it for the new year? He dislikes watching the protagonists of certain movies and TV series because of a hint of soft-heartedness and letting go of the enemy. Wait until the enemy grows up and kill the relatives, friends, or wife of the male lead. Then the male number one began to explode, detonating the small universe within the body. It's just a shitty plot. But many directors and screenwriters still like to shoot and write such stories. About half an hour passed. The port was almost cleaned up, and Tony arrived late in his private jet. With his character, he will not pay attention to the order of the black marinated egg at all. However, when he saw the photo that Black Braised Egg sent him, he immediately got up from the woman. This is a matter of principle. He does not allow the weapons he produces to fall into the hands of the gang. His father taught it. Tony came to the weapon box, glanced down, and immediately understood that it was definitely a weapon made by his own company. Opened the weapon case to reveal the delicate warhead inside. The Rattlesnake series, F***K. This is basically the latest batch of products the company has in circulation, Tony yelled. Anyone who knows that their achievements are betrayed by their subordinates in private is very uncomfortable. What's more, Tony had absolutely no idea who would betray him. Tony basically does not intervene in the company's file size matters, and Obadiah has always done all the operations for him. Tony frowned. He seemed to have some guesses, but he didn't say it, he just doubted. Luo Bing just checked the latest transfer from the computer and was very happy and walked over from a distance. If it's all right, he's ready to go back to sleep and come and talk to Fury. Hey, it's you. Tony Stark was thinking about something when he suddenly raised his head to look at the young man walking by in the distance and exclaimed in surprise. Asterisk. It's a coincidence, Mr. Stark, Luo Bing, also called Tony Roar. The two had just met a few days ago. At that time, if Luo Bing had not acquired the beast instinct, he might have died. He's our super ability advisor. You two know each other? Fury asked in surprise. It's a bit complicated to say, we met before. Luo Bing nodded. Yes, I checked it afterwards. The time of the traffic light was changed by someone, and I almost got hit by the car. Wait, what did you say he was yours? I heard that right, super ability consultant? I mean, is there really super ability in this world? Oh my, Tony exclaimed exaggeratedly. As a scientist, he was very curious about the unfamiliar field of super ability. What is your super ability? Flight? Control metal? Invisibility? Perspective? Tony instantly became interested and curiously asked a few questions in a row. I can make people shut up, Luo Bing shrugged and smiled. Tony? Tony frowned, not understanding the meaning of the shut up, scratched his head, and continued to ask, Yuan #Yuan at percent #at Yuan. His mouth seemed to be stuck with 502 glue. He wanted to speak, but couldn't say anything. His eyes widened in disbelief. This time, he finally knew what shut up meant. Fury took a half step back with an unnatural expression. He didn't want to bite his tongue all of a sudden. Luo Bing spread his hands innocently, then turned and left. Hey, don't leave it. You just unbuttoned to me. Tony's heartening. But the words turned into at #Yuan at percent #at Yuan. When Luo Bing turned around and walked a long way, 10 seconds finally came. Tony exhaled heavily, frightened. What kind of super ability is this? How did he do it? Tony muttered softly as he looked at Luo Bing's retreating back. That's a mysterious guy. Tonight, he chopped off an arm and nearly killed him, Fury boasted proudly. Tony's eyes lit up. I'm going to ask him to be my bodyguard. I'll give him 100 million a year. Fury's dark face instantly darkened. Stop dreaming. Robin is not a man who sees money. Everything he did was done for justice. I urge you to dismiss this ridiculous idea. If Robin knows, I can't stop him. Fury looked serious. On the surface, it is righteous words. In fact, I was panicking inside. He really knew Luo Bing too well. If he knew that Tony offered him 100 million to be his bodyguard, 100% of him would immediately quit. Wake up. Don't think you can buy anything with money. The most precious thing in this world is the mind. Fury continued to pretend. Are you bluffing me? Tony looked suspicious. As a genius, observing words is the basic operation. If you don't believe me, just try it. If you want to feel the same way for the rest of your life, Fury whistled, with a nonchalant attitude on his face. Tony recalled the feeling of being speechless just now and shook his head. Then he began to worry about his own goods. Where did these weapons come from? Fury turned his back on Roar and took a breath and immediately summoned his subordinates to transfer 2 million to Luo Bing's account. Drop. Fury's emergency Roar call line was opened. Hey. Director, why did you call me another 2 million? Luo Bing on the other end of the communicator was so excited that he almost called out the nickname he gave Fury. You have done a good job in your mission. This is a special reward. In addition, you are now a level 7 agent, Advisor Robin, Fury said with a deep expression. Thank you so much, Director. You're a nice person. I appreciate you more and more, and there will be such good things in the future. Remember to call me Ha, Luo Bing said happily. Not because of the upgrade of the 7th level agent, but because of the extra 2 million. Fury continued to look somber, replied, and hung up the communication. He let out another sigh of relief, and then he felt calm. At the same time, it's also a bit embarrassing. In the face of such a greedy master, what if he is actually poached by someone with a high salary in the future? It seems that he will be more generous to him in the future. Let him know that I am the best here. Cannot be done. He had to find a wife for him to tie him up. Who should I look for? Luo Bing drove back to his residence in just 20 minutes on a Harley borrowed from the Quince. To borrow is to borrow. Not yet is another matter. If it wasn't for Luo Bing's driver's license, he would have borrowed a more expensive four-wheeler. Luo Bing parked his motorcycle, turned around, and saw Sky standing at the door waiting for him uneasily. "I'm back," Luo Bing smiled and waved. "Where's your equipment?" Sky first looked up and down Luo Bing and found that he didn't seem to be injured at all. Then he settled down and asked, "Oh, that one, it's dirty. I sent it back to headquarters, and I spent some money to have them remodel it for me." Luo Bing didn't explain much and ignored the question with a haha. Sky was silent for a long time, then looked at Luo Bing. "Don't take such risks in the future." "It's not dangerous. I'm very good. Don't worry." Luo Bing walked up the stairs, seeing his roommate caring so much about him. "There is always someone better than you. Don't be arrogant." Sky followed behind, looking at Luo Bing's back, and seemed to want to say something, but because of the girl's restraint, she was too embarrassed to say it. The two walked to the third floor together, opened the door of the room, and each walked to their own bedroom. "I will protect myself. Don't worry, I'm not a brainless man. Sleep early. Good night," Luo Bing said and closed the door of his room. Sky stomped his foot and closed his door in disgust. "It would be weird if you had a brain, stupid." Asterisk. Back in the room, Luo Bing turned on the game to pass the time because it was not yet 12 o'clock. In the past few days, Luo Bing has developed the habit of staying up late until 12 o'clock and waiting for the ability to refresh. It is because the quality of the abilities has been getting higher and higher these days. Make him look forward to it every day. When he boarded the accelerator, Luo Bing opened his favorite Xuanting poisonous milk powder interface and rushed a big gift bag without hesitation. At the same time as he was promoted to Xingyu Heir, he obtained the coveted epic dagger, Shadowless Sword, Erino. In the current version of the poisonous milk powder, the Shadowless Sword is definitely a popular weapon. Although he is only a level 50 weapon, it relies on the bonus attack to add 30% damage to the top position of the 60 version of the fantasy epic. This is the most powerful weapon in the swordsman profession at this stage. The other is the magic sword Apophis. It is also a rare artifact. Because it is an artifact weapon, it can be traded, but it is a sky-high price on the auction house. Luo Bing is playing the sword and soul profession. In order to wait for this event package, he charged a lot of money and did a lot of tasks. "Now that my wish has finally come true, my heart is full of joy. This weapon is too handsome." Luo Bing opened the gift box, right-clicked on the attributes of the Shadowless Sword, and was about to equip it to his weapon bar when he was stunned for a moment. "I'm special? 7 days experience. My Nima. The labor and management have waited so long and charged so much money. You told me that it was a 7-day experience?" Luo Bing was speechless. It was only at this time that he noticed the public screen of the game. There were also many local tyrants who were disgusted by this experience and cursed the swashbuckling fool. It is said that someone drove to the permanent Shadowless Sword, Erino, but obviously, Luo Bing did not have that luck. "I'm really drunk too. I just said why this event is so conscientious. I thought Xuanting would lose money, but I didn't expect it to be a 7-day experience." Luo Bing sullen and very upset. Although he is rich now and can buy a handful of Apophis at the auction house, he is still unhappy. "I feel like I've been tricked. But what can be done? This is obviously a classic game to make money and rely on the gimmick of the Shadowless Sword to make a fortune. This is also not false propaganda, after all. Someone really drove the permanent version of the Shadowless Sword. It can only be said that Luo Bing was not so lucky. Helpless, but Luo Bing still took this 7-day experience goods and went to the other world obediently. The strongest suit in the current version is the Wild Boar suit. Wild Boar sets are invincible. While swiping the picture, Luo Bing swiped the picture while shouting, "True fragrance." This weapon is really useful, but after brushing the half-pipe, the hair was not shipped to him. Luo Bing pouted. He was used to it. I don't know why, but his profiteering is very low. Sometimes the epic weapon flashed out in a flash, and he didn't use it, and he couldn't buy it at the auction. However, it will be shipped anyway. Unlike the US server, Luo Bing first came into contact with the poison milk powder in the US server. There were very few people playing in the US server, and the explosion rate was even more impressive. It is normal for it to not ship for a week. Relatively speaking, the shipment rate of the national service is still higher. Definitely. Gift packs are also a bit more expensive. Luo Bing stood on the street, killing time. Many players saw his shadowless sword from a distance and curiously crowded beside Luo Bing to open his panel and check the equipment. At first, they were envious, but when they saw the words 7 days of experience on it, they burst into laughter. Make a funny emoji on the public screen. Seems to be celebrating yet another victim of being deceived. Luo Bing was speechless and ignored it. Someone sent him a team invitation. He ignored it. Someone sent him an invitation to a duel. He also ignored it. Now he lacks interest and has no mood to play games. The person who sent him the application for a duel, what is his ID called Baby Shushu? He has red eyes, and his equipment can be said to be very luxurious. Luo Bing looks very envious in a wild boar suit. A duel. The wild boar is invincible in the world. What can I use to fight you? Suddenly, Luo Bing was stunned, thinking of his own plug-in shaker. It's not right. I'm not a normal player. What is equipment? I'm a man with a plug-in. As a result, Luo Bing took the initiative to initiate a duel application with Baby Shushu, and the two sides wagered the battle with an amount of 1 million game coins. Soon, Baby Shushu clicked the agree button and sent a line of text. Brother, just see how I treat you. As he said that, he also changed into the shadowless sword, Areno, and it could be seen that this brother was also a victim. The two launched a PK and many people clicked in curiously to watch. White-handed against the red dog, the battle between the two swordsmen is about to start. The countdown to 321 begins. Luo Bing's pupils gradually became blood red. The writing wheel was turned on, and the game screen in front of him became PPT format in his eyes, playing frame by frame. 3-stage/close. Break the army plus pick up plus pick 2 in the middle plus cross plus X plus pick up plus jump backward plus jump in the back plus pick 2 in the middle plus X plus pick up a seamless combo. Baby Shushu was beaten so hard that he couldn't get up and down in the sky. F***ku, you old man, put it down and see if I can cure you. The red dog freed his hand to type on the public screen. He couldn't do anything at all. Luo Bing ignored him. The character jumped up in the air and attacked twice. The silver light falling blade quickly fell to the ground. The wave-splitting sword forced the red eye up again, then picked it up and connected it and hit another set of combos. Red eye hit GG. When it fell to the ground, a corpse had been transformed. This old hanging is really a pervert. This operation is too sharp, and the hand speed is too fast. Su Bao Bao was speechless. Seeing that 1 million game coins were in his hand, Luo Bing was in a happy mood and continued to invite the opponent to challenge. The other parties seemed to be a little stubborn, then agreed to the duel, and then was picked up in the sky and a corpse fell. Hey, I don't believe it anymore. This is a mistake. At this time, Baby Susu was broadcasting live on YY, and there were hundreds of people in the room watching the joke and laughing. Continue to challenge. Definitely the result is the same. He was killed by Luo Bing's combo again. Wearing a boar suit is useless. Wearing the best equipment and getting the worst beatings. Don't fight. Stop fighting. Slip away, old irons. I have a little stomach discomfort. Baby Shushu fled away. Luo Bing suddenly saw that the head iron baby who gave him game coins was offline, shrugged and closed the writing wheel. I feel much better after the torture. Glancing at the time, there are only a few seconds left until 12 o'clock, and the mouse is placed on the close window, just about to press it. Sign in successfully. Today's ability, Sister Good Luck Shelter, has been delivered. Please use it as much as you like. With a ding sound, Luo Bing's new ability has been refreshed. Asterisk. Miss Lucky's Asylum? The game window that Luo Bing was about to close remained. This new ability sounds like a boost to your luck, and the game in front of you just happens to be a good platform to test it out. Does it really increase luck? Luo Bing was a little skeptical. Luck was too mysterious, and he didn't quite believe it. So, he manipulated the copy of the game Alien World with his hands. At the beginning, a sword was drawn and swept away. Critical attack. Critical attack. Critical attack. In the first picture of Screaming Cave, all the mobs are dead. I'm going, such a high crit rate, I don't have many equipment with crit bonuses, so I'm so lucky. A purple light flashed, and a little monster burst out with a pink piece of equipment. Bone breastplate of the Black Plague. F***K, a board jacket? Luo Bing's eyes widened. How could this thing burst out while screaming? Are you sure it's not a bug in the system? Luo Bing continued to scan the picture. In the second picture, he not only revealed a Chaos Ace, but also an artifact card. In the fourth picture, Skull Cane, the pink light flashed again. Magic Sword. Apophis. Shipped. Luo Bing stared dumbfoundedly at the scene. This luck is too bad, right? Wouldn't he be able to buy a lottery ticket tomorrow? Luo Bing picked up the Magic Sword Apophis in disbelief. Might be easier to get. Luo Bing was not as excited as he thought. If it was before, he would definitely jump up happily. After repeating the ticket quest, Luo Bing entered the Screaming Cave again. After dozens of minutes, Luo Bing looked at the artifact in the equipment bar and didn't know what to say. His weight has reached the upper limit. He put together 3 sets of wild boar sets, 7 magic swords, apophis, and artifact cards of various prices, and some cheap items such as chaos trump cards exploded to the end. Luo Bing did not go to save space in the inventory. Built. It's too comfortable. Luo Bing threw the equipment to the warehouse, changed the map, and looted 60 artifact. At 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, Luo Bing took a deep breath while looking at the weapons in the warehouse. Stimulate. Double Dragon Shadow Sword. Sword of Light, Sun Judgment. Long Sword, Choice. One by one dreamy weapons were placed in front of Luo Bing. More than a cool word. Next, Luo Bing started to go to Kylie's strengthening machine and put in materials and gold coins. The strengthening is successful. The Magic Sword Apophis strengthening is added by 1. The strengthening is successful. The Magic Sword Apophis strengthening plus 2. Successful strengthening. Magic Sword Apophis strengthening plus 3. After strengthening until the 15th, Luo Bing account ran out of gold coins and materials, and it stopped. Just when Luo Bing wanted to sell some magic swords for gold coins. A few words suddenly popped out on the computer screen. Unexpected operation. Network interruption. Luo Bing. After he went online again, he found that his account had been blocked for 7 days. This is not a system seal. This is a manual seal. It's already 2 o'clock at night here in Luo Bing, but it's only daytime in the east of the world. The staff detected that Luo Bing's account explosion rate was abnormal, but couldn't find the reason, so they just gave him an abnormal operation for 7 days. Luo Bing was blown away. He worked so hard for 2 hours to brush out so many things. If you say it is closed, it will be closed. In the middle of the night, Luo Bing rang Sky's bedroom. Sky was drowsy and was startled when he saw Luo Bing rushing towards him aggressively, his eyes glowing. In addition to being nervous, there are some inexplicable expectations. His face instantly flushed with shame, and he thought that Luo Bing was suddenly enlightened. Unexpectedly. Don't go to sleep, help me fight. MMP, the equipment I managed to play has actually blocked my account. Sky, you have to help me and blow up their official website. Sky. After 10 seconds of silence, Luo Bing was kicked out. His face was inexplicable, thinking that this roommate was still getting up. Luo Bing was very helpless and finally contacted his Xingyue member customer service. But the system interface of the small customer service said that he needed to queue up. If you don't want to queue, you can recharge to become a member of Xingyue so that he will have his own exclusive customer service. Luo Bing was so angry. What are you trying to cheat me for money? Eat shit you. That night, Luo Bing directly invoked the exclusive rights of his level 7 agent and rode the Kunshi all the way eastward to Huaxia. A few hours later, Xuanting Company headquarters office. Looking at Hua Ma Tong hanging from the ceiling, Luo Bing was wearing brand new Batman gear. His eyes were on fire, and he questioned loudly. Why do you want to block my game account? Hua Ma Ting. In fact, Hua Ma Tong looked bewildered. He had planned to get off work. He just stood up from his seat, and before he had time to stretch himself, he saw a black shadow suddenly. Immediately afterwards, he was hung from the ceiling. Weak, pitiful, and innocent. Why are you blocking my game account? Luo Bing pulled out a gleaming steel cutting knife from behind, with a murderous look on his face. The accompanying agent on the side waited and watched the scene. She was frightened by the operation of Consultant Robin. Involuntarily flew to Huaxia and involuntarily hung a multinational boss from the ceiling of his office. Mom, are we a gangster? Consultant Robin is horrible. Hero. I don't know. What account did I block you? I don't know at all. Hua Ma Ting cried, very sad. I'm not an unreasonable person either. You go and check my account data. I didn't use a cheating tool at all. The system didn't ban my account, but you manually blocked it for me. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will demolish this building. Luo Bing put away the steel cutting knife and sat on the desk with his legs curled up. Hua Ma Ting wanted to cry without tears. What the hell is this doing? I usually pirate a game. How can I still attract superhero? It's not right. This is supervillain. Mother. I miss home. Asterisk. Luo Bing made a big noise at Xuanting headquarters. It wasn't until the end that Hua Ma Ting knew that his unwarranted disaster was only caused by a small game being blocked by mistake. Special. What is the blood mold of this life? This thing got really big. Luo Bing's act of directly driving into the airspace of Huaxia country surprised the authorities. The development of Huaxia's scientific and technological strength has not been covered until now, and the J-20 Veyron was soon dispatched to contain it. Huaxia is also one of the important council members of the World Federation and also has a permanent member in S.H.I.E.L.D. Just when the conflict was about to start, the high-level people realized that this was just an oolong incident. When everyone was angry, they were ready to severely punish the agent called Robin. But there was an ironic scene. I don't know if Luo Bing's lucky halo played a role. The Ten Rings branch, which was notoriously hidden in the city, detected the Kunshi and J-20 in the airspace and thought that the branch base was exposed, so they jumped out and launched a counterattack. The Ten Rings are one of the most dangerous terrorist organizations on Earth. Basically, every country has their power. This is good. A battle begins immediately. Luo Bing, a player who just came out of the headquarters of Xuanting, ran into the Ten Rings branch team that escaped from nowhere. After that, things are much simpler. Luo Bing, who was wearing a Batman battle suit, wielded steel knives with both hands, overturned the entire 20-man team, and captured the head of the division alive. This absurd end to this sudden fight with the Ten Rings. The person involved, Luo Bing, was completely exposed to the public eye, and a video was taken and spread on the internet. Fortunately, he wears a Batman blindfold at all times. The fact that the famous Batman in Queens is actually an Oriental person also spread to the world in an instant. Among them, the most excited are definitely the people who eat melons in Huaxia. Hey, did you see it? This is our country's superhero. Oriental. Nick Fury was so busy that he was shocked by Luo Bing's ability to cause trouble today. I don't know how many high-level executives called him to greet him today. At the beginning, they pointed to the ability of their director to do things and even began to question how he managed S.H.I.E.L.D. But later, all of them called him and asked him for help. What do you say? S.H.I.E.L.D. was calculated by the magic machine. I noticed the problem in the Ten Rings branch first and sent it to the agent to deal with it in advance. Well done. Nick Fury is very deceived. What the hell happened when I came to Awakening? S.H.I.E.L.D. is so clever. I didn't send any quests about Ten Rings. What the hell is this? Black braised egg at the moment, and Hua Ma Ting's mood is absolutely the same at the moment. When he learned the cause and effect from the casual agent around Luo Bing, he immediately closed himself. What are you doing? You tell me all this is because of a game account being banned? Water law? Should I scold someone? Who should I scold? It's a good thing that the Ten Rings branch was removed, although the battle took place in the city, which is bound to cause panic and riots among some people. But J-20 is too strong. Luo Bing is too strong. The incident and the end only lasted about 10 minutes, and the battle ended perfectly. There were only a few people at the scene who had a stampede accident because of panic, and it was not a big problem at all. It can be said, this is the shortest time since S.H.I.E.L.D. No, this is the shortest time in the world to destroy the terrorists of the 100 people. Especially when the opponent is a predator like 10 Rings. Hua Ma-tung lay on the glass of the building and was fortunate enough to see the 1-20 battle of Luo Bing. On the premise that the opponent's weapons are well-equipped, the guy who just asked himself why he banned his game account in the office held 2 watermelon knives. Wrong. With 2 steel-cutting knives, he chopped down 20 well-equipped terrorists with lightning speed. Hua Ma-tung swallowed. Sigh that he is really big. He hurriedly raised Luo Bing's unblocked account to administrator privileges and opened an official plugin for him and adjusted his luck value to 999. Afterwards, the wily Hua Ma-tung had an idea and held a press conference. Today is the most memorable day for me. I never imagined that there would be terrorists hiding not far from the Soontung building. At that time, more than 20 terrorists armed with thermal weapons surrounded the downstairs of the Shuanting building. I'm not afraid of being embarrassed. I tell you, I was so scared that I wanted to go home and find my mother. I'm scared to pee. But the man appeared, the man who saved all the employees of Soonting building. He killed 20 terrorists with a knife, and he is Batman. Afterwards, I also learned from my conversation with Batman that this superhero actually played one of my games, and it was banned by mistake because of the staff's lax operation. Here, I solemnly apologize to Batman. Thank you for your kind reminder and patient teaching. You made me understand the influence of games on human beings. Here, I make an important decision. Starting today, the games we make are all based on serving the public and advocating peace. The national server game League of Legends is officially launched on the National Day file. Heroes. Go defend our land, defend our freedom. Fearless to create heroes. You are the next legend. 666666666666666. The employees of Shuanting Company looked at their boss with adoration with one hand and one thumb. He seemed to have completely forgotten how the boss was crying and crying while hanging from the ceiling. This ad is so hard. As expected of the boss, Soontung is on fire. League of Legends, which is not online, is also on fire. The fire was a mess. In addition, Batman, the superhero, has officially entered the public eye for the first time, arousing the worship of everyone. On the internet, a young man watched Hua Ma-tung's live broadcast. You're so bullshit. Who doesn't know? You almost cried when Batman hung you from the ceiling. I am an employee of Shuanting, and I want to reveal the facts. The reason is this. An employee of Shuanting Company blocked Batman's account by mistake. Bella Babala. When the self-proclaimed insider posted what he knew on the internet. Some people believe it, some people don't. People who believe in it say that Batman is really awesome and has a real temperament. Real man. This attitude of flying half the world map to F***KU is really cool. If you don't believe me, you're a total bullshit. How could a hero like Batman be so impulsive, with such a small stomach? Don't slander our hero. Get out of your way. But Luo Bing didn't pay attention to all this. As he flew back to Queens again, he heard a message. Peter's Uncle Ben died. Killed by thugs. Asterisk. It was afternoon when the Quince flew back to New York. Luo Bing only closed his eyes and rested for a few hours on the plane. After getting off the plane, he immediately walked towards Queens. Peter Parker's house. Peter sat listlessly on the balcony, high and dangerous, but at the moment he didn't seem to be afraid at all. He seemed very lonely and remorseful. His whole figure was like a frosted eggplant. His eyes were erratic, and he was very confused. Aunt May received relatives in the living room. Her husband suddenly left her side. At the moment, the saddest thing was her. She seemed to be haggard in an instant. Relatives came one by one, and now Ben Parker's body is in the hospital morgue, ready for burial tomorrow morning. Luo Bing trotted over from a distance, glanced at the dead Parker, and frowned. Although the former Parker was very thin and was often bullied, he was a very lively child and talked a lot. At the moment, he is the one who is most worrying. Aunt May, people can't be resurrected from the dead, condolences and changes. Uncle Ben is a very good man. He will definitely go to heaven. Luo Bing walked into the room, stretched out his arms and hugged Aunt May, feeling a little depressed. Good boy, go see Peter. I'm very worried about him. Aunt May touched the tears in the corners of her eyes. She was a strong woman. Although her husband's death made him very sad, she still held on, but she was worried about Peter. Peter was still young and had never seen life and death, fearing that he would be hurt. I'll go up and see him. Luo Bing nodded, turned and walked towards the stairs. Peter's bedroom is on the second floor. Luo Bing came here once before. That day was also the first day of his transfer. Luo Bing, who saw Peter being bullied by Thompson, made a decisive move and fought with Thompson, and sent Peter home and had a meal here. At that time, Luo Bing still remembered that Ben asked him how Peter was injured. In order not to worry the two old people, Luo Bing and Peter discussed an explanation and reluctantly fooled him. He opened the door gently and looked at the open window and Peter sitting on the balcony. Luo Bing walked over, climbed up the window, and sat with him on the balcony. Big brother Luo. Peter turned around and glanced at Luo Bing with red eyes and tears. Luo Bing pursed his lips and rubbed his hair with his left hand. Do you know who the murderer is? Luo Bing asked. Parker shook his head. The police hadn't given a picture of the suspect, but only knew that it was a gang of robbers who shot and killed Ben's car. Don't be too sad, Peter. Be strong. Don't let your Aunt May worry. Uncle Ben passed away. She is the saddest one now, but she has to receive relatives and worry about you at the same time. Go to Aunt May and help. The murderer will be punished, Luo Bing said. Punishment. Peter clenched his fists and looked at Luo Bing. Don't worry. Even if the police can't catch them, superhero will come out. Luo Bing patted Peter on the shoulder, jumped off the balcony on the second floor, and gradually walked away. Superhero. Peter clenched his fists. The hairs on the back of his hands stood up, turned and walked back to the room. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Those were the last words Uncle Ben said to him. Peter Parker went downstairs and gave Aunt May a hug, greeted Roar with relatives and friends, and then went upstairs, locked his room, took out his toolbox, and started making something according to his own imagination. Back at his rental house, Luo Bing was not in the mood to buy lottery tickets. The first thing he did was let Sky call up the road surveillance at that time and recorded a few characters through a few shots. After that, Luo Bing went to take a bath, make up for sleep, and wait for the dark. Night. Luo Bing stood on top of the tallest building in Queens and began to observe carefully every character in the city below. Tonight in Queens, the abnormal chaos, perhaps hearing the news of Batman's appearance in Huaxia, the criminals who had been suppressed for several nights began to move. Police cars on the street honked their horns to maintain law and order. Isn't it okay to be safe? Luo Bing scolded, took out the skateboard from behind, and walked down the glass boardwalk. Queens, major real-time daily newspapers. Appeared again. Smoke arrows. Batman is back. Great job, Batman. Give those criminals some color. Some people are excited. For some reason, after seeing the smoke arrow that appeared, many people were relieved that this was Batman in action. Bang! Luo Bing punched a gangster in the face, pressed him against the wall, and took out a portrait from his coat. Tell me, who is he? A special voice changer is installed in the latest battlesuit. After processing, the sound is cold and serious, which is very intimidating. I don't know, I really don't know, please spare me, please, I won't dare anymore, the little gangster cried bitterly. Not everyone deserves a second chance. Luo Bing punched him in the face, knocking him out with a swift blow. He was hoisted up 2 or 3 times and tied to the wall beside him. Luo Bing turned and left the place. The smoke above the head exploded, and another smoke arrow appeared. The police cell should be crowded tonight. Luo Bing, there is a special situation. In 5th Street, the police are chasing a boy in a red and blue tights headset. Sky sent the latest news. Red and blue tights? Luo Bing frowned. I know, I'll go check it out. The hook was ejected, the bat battle suit wrapped Luo Bing's figure, and the whole person disappeared in place in an instant. Asterisk. Peter Parker hopped up and down the alleys like a flea. Since he was bitten by a spider that day, his whole person has changed. At the moment, he was wearing a red-blue tights, with a black spider embroidered on his chest, and the web shooters with his left-hand characteristics fired a tough spider web and glued it to the big arm of the tower crane on the side. Wow! Peter swings nervously on the swing. He wasn't quite used to the feeling of flying up and down, it was just too exciting. His body's ability to react is not known how many times stronger than before, and it is extremely powerful. At the same time, every time he is about to hit the building in front of him, his spider telepathy always predicts the danger one step ahead and corrects his position. Today is the first day Peter officially dons the dress. He also wants to be like Batman, to uphold justice at night, to be an obscure superhero, a good neighbor to New Yorkers. Also, he wants to find the murderer who hurt Uncle Ben, arrest him, and bring him to justice. However, little Peter had a bad start. As soon as he hit a criminal, he caught the attention of the police. One of the cops nearly wounded him with a bullet, but Peter's spider telepathy worked and he dodged the bullet in an instant. Parker continued to fly between buildings, followed by more than 20 police cars. The whole of Queens was in chaos. Why can't I listen to explanations? I'm not a criminal. Peter grumbled, firing his cobweb, then swung forward. Danger. Alert from spider telepathy. Peter looked at the bright metropolis in front of him, wondering where the danger came from. Could someone aim at him with a sniper rifle? Is thinking. Snapped. Peter slammed into the glass track, his face with the spider hood slapped on the tempered glass, and made a funny expression. Hey, little bug, you're making a lot of noise. Luo Bing walked out of the darkness, threw out his bat dart, and locked the four corners of the boy in the red and blue tights with precision. It's Batman. Wait, don't do it. I'm also a superhero, and I'm just like you, everyone, Peter shouted quickly roar. This voice. Luo Bing narrowed his eyes, heard something strange, and felt a little familiar. Where did you come out of superhero? Luo Bing asked coldly. I'm Spider-Man. Yes, I'm Spider-Man. Hey man, this is a misunderstanding. I just subdued a criminal, but the police came over when I was tying the criminal up and thought I was a badass, so they started chasing me. I'm really wronged, man, Peter said, reaching out and pulling out the batarang that had poked a few holes in his clothes, and threw it to Batman in front of him. Cool. Batman, I finally met a real person. You are really amazing. Peter was so adored. He looked like he wanted to come over and get his autograph right away. As the man in the blue tights in front of him talked more, Luo Bing's doubts became heavier, and the tone of his words was really similar. Peter? Luo Bing asked uncertainly. Big question marks appeared on Peter Parker's eyes. You? How do you know my real name? Peter was frightened, and even his tone became a little excited and changed back to his original voice. It's me. Luo Bing turned off the voice changer and revealed his real voice. Luo. Big Brother Luo. Peter was stunned. That mysterious Batman is the Big Brother Luo he is most familiar with. This is too unbelievable. Follow me. Luo Bing beckoned, and he stepped on the skateboard and walked along the glass track towards a building in the distance. Peter also reacted and quickly followed. The two landed on the roof of the building, and Peter took off his hood, still looking surprised. Brother Luo, I didn't expect you to be Batman. This is too cool. Peter still couldn't believe it. Let's talk about you first. What's your situation? You have a super ability. Luo Bing took off the Batman blindfold and asked uncertainly. No, I went to the Osborn mansion for an internship that day and was bitten by a mutant spider that escaped, and then I mutated. Peter scratched his head. Can your body emit cobweb? No, this is web shooters. I made it myself using the principle of Osborn's latest slime. Peter touched his head embarrassedly. With that said, Peter gave Luo Bing his web shooters. Luo Bing took a closer look, looked at the small device, and pressed the launch button. Bayubia. A white linear spider web was instantly launched into the air. Very convenient and practical. The toughness is particularly strong, and Peter can use this thing to swing in the sky before he knows it. Nice stuff, Peter. You really are a genius, Luo Bing commented, throwing the transmitter back to him. Hee, Peter touched his head embarrassedly. He was very excited to be praised by both Batman and Big Brother Luo's double body. Luo Bing, through the camera comparison, I found that person, the coordinates of the 2nd Street, Sky said in the headset. Nice job. Luo Bing nodded and looked at Peter. Find the murderer, come with me. With that said, Luo Bing jumped off the building. Murderer. The murderer who killed Uncle Ben. Peter instantly burst into anger, put on his mask and put on web shooters and followed Luo Bing. He constantly launches cobweb and swings around the city. Sometimes when there is no focus, he will stick cobweb on Luo Bing's glass boardwalk. I won't forgive you. Peter swore secretly, clenching his fists. Luo Bing leads the way. Peter turned into a Spider-Man. He was also a little surprised, but he was very relieved to see him now. At least he came out of the shadows. Asterisk. 2nd Street, in an abandoned repair shop. Why did you shoot that old man? Cook. It's all your trouble. Look at what you've done. Now the whole Queen's cops are after us. And the guy in the black trench coat. There were a total of 4 people in the repair shop, and it seemed that there was a dispute. Several people originally planned to carry out a small robbery, but this accident happened unexpectedly. That old man is in the way. The police were coming, and he held onto my clothes tightly. I was so nervous, and I just wanted to scare him, but who knew the gun went off? Cook held his head, and he can still reminds me of the old man. Okay, stop arguing. Now that the matter has happened, I have calculated it all. Take advantage of the dark, and then we will slip away from the port, and when we run to. Where do you want to go? Luo Bing came out of the darkness and asked with great interest. Batman. Cook looked at the door with a look of horror. The 3 words Batman are too deterrent. Since the Hell's Kitchen incident, now as long as you are a criminal, your legs will go weak when you hear that name. Go to hell, Batman. I'm not afraid of you. Cook raised the gun in his hand, and the whole person looked very crazy. 2 cobwebs shot down from the ceiling. 1 cobweb stuck to Cook's hands, and another stuck him firmly on the wall. These people are just little mice. When they saw Batman appear, their hearts had already collapsed. You killed Uncle Ben. Peter fell from the ceiling, punched Cook in the face, and roared loudly. Don't kill me, I surrender. I will surrender, I plead guilty, Cook yelled frantically. Rather than fall into the hands of Batman, it would be better to fall into the hands of the NYPD, and he was really scared. The 3 people on the side ran frantically towards the door after seeing this scene. Luo Bing ignored it and let him run away frantically. As predicted, they slammed directly into the glass door of the gate, blood flowing. One of them pretended to faint on the spot, and the other 2 fell to the ground with their noses covered in pain. It's that simple. Do you think you'll be fine if you turn yourself in? You be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** never seen Peter so hysterical. He was venting frantically, punching Cook in the face with punch after punch. Luo Bing turned around and walked out of the repair shop. On the way, he knocked out the two who were still lying on the ground. I'll leave it to you, do whatever you want. Luo Bing left here. This matter is best left to Peter to handle. Luo Bing does not intend to participate. If it was handed over to Luo Bing, he would kill people without hesitation. But Peter is different from him. This child has a strong sense of justice in his heart. Although he is angry, will this anger prompt him to kill? Luo Bing does not intend to influence his behavior. In his view, everyone has the right to choose. Luo Bing returned to his rental room and took off his battle suit. Is the matter resolved? Sky stepped forward to collect the man's clothes and stacked them in the cabinet. Maybe, Luo Bing replied vaguely. What happened today made him feel a lot. Ben Parker died unexpectedly at the hands of a gangster. Luo Bing looked at Sky, unable to imagine how angry he would be if such a thing happened to him. Go crazy? Do not. He absolutely will not allow this to happen. I will protect you, Luo Bing said abruptly, looking at Sky. Sky was stunned for a while. Although she didn't know what happened, she could understand Luo Bing's seriousness. I believe you, Sky said. This time, she did not confront Luo Bing verbally and nodded. The atmosphere was suddenly awkward. I made you dinner and put it in the kitchen. Sky bit his lip, opened his mouth, said this, and then turned back to his room. Thank you, Luo Bing was moved and smiled. The relationship between the two is a little delicate now, and it seems to be very harmonious. But after a few minutes, Luo Bing walked out of the kitchen with a dark expression on his face, and the emotion in his heart was thrown into the trash can. Stupid woman, come out for me. What are you doing? Are you trying to poison me? Luo Bing asked, standing at the door. Blame me. I don't know how to cook. You can teach me. Sky blushed, embarrassed. Okay, I'll teach you. You come to me. Another half hour. You are a genius. I have never seen such a talented student as you. You can make me a gas bomb in the future. It's a waste of your talent not to make poison. Why are you so fierce? I've worked hard. It's your bad teaching. So it's all my fault? Yes, it's all your fault. What am I? Luo Bing was so angry that he was speechless. He pulled the little beauty up by the collar without pity and pressed it on the chair to slap roar. It hurts. Don't spank me. I'll fight you. Sky started to fight back. It's just that resistance is futile. Her small body can't handle Luo Bing's big hand at all. Stop, stop, stop. You be asterisk, 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 D. You actually bully weak women. Do you still have a bottom line? You just said to protect me. You liar. The little beauty was tearful, pouted, and looked like she was about to cry. I don't have a bottom line. Also, I said that I will protect you from others bullying you, but that doesn't mean I can't do it myself. Luo Bing snorted coldly, and then slapped roar. Crisp and loud. In fact, he didn't have much effort at all. Batman, come and save me. There is AB asterisk 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 D who is bullying the girl. Help! Sky shouted roar to save. Batman is on vacation today. It's no use screaming your throat. Luo Bing sneered. Broken throat. Broken throat. The little beauty then shouted. Luo Bing. Wanna play with me? Is it fun? Continued to slap roar. Crack. Ugh. I don't dare. The little beauty raised her hands above her head to beg for mercy, her face flushed with shame, and she lost her life. She felt like she was beaten out. Asterisk. Sign in successfully. Today's power Yang Chaoyue's prayer has been delivered. Please use it as much as you like. Sign in successfully. Today's ability Senior White Smile has been delivered. Please use it as much as you like. 2 days off. Luo Bing obtained 2 strange abilities in a row. This is the ability of the other world that he obtained after Miss Lucky's asylum. What a miracle this is. Both are blessing his luck. 3 times as lucky? 3 times happier? Who is Yang Chaoyue and who is Senior Bai? Luo Bing was very puzzled. He was on his way to school at the moment. By the way, all the green lights I encountered along the way were considered lucky. Luo Bing shrugged. Luck is the most elusive. It's very early to leave today. I shouldn't be late. In fact, the most direct way to check your luck is to buy a lottery ticket. Luo Bing bought it yesterday, and the lottery will be drawn tonight. The wind blows. A green 100 yuan bill smashed into Luo Bing's face. Luo Bing reached out and touched it. The texture was the most wonderful thing he had ever touched. There is nothing better in this world than this. Going out and throwing money at your face? This is the blessing of triple luck? Do you dare to get a few more? Luo Bing put the money into his pocket with lightning speed, feeling very happy. Crash la la la. Tens of thousands of US dollar bills fluttered in the wind, and bills rained instantly in the sky. Wardfa? What is this? F asterisk asterisk K. What's the situation? A prank. Oh bye, no, it's real dollar bills. The passers-by around them looked at the scene stupidly and began to bend over frantically to pick up money. Luo Bing froze in place. I muttered to myself, does it really have such a powerful effect? What kind of beauty salon do you own? Picking up money all day is not enough. It's too inexplicable where this money comes from, isn't it? What exactly is going on? Soon, Luo Bing knew the answer. A group of robbers scolded their heads from the viaduct, their faces were wrapped in Wangjuan stockings, and there were about 6 people holding AK-47s in their hands. It happened 30 minutes ago. A group of well-trained robbers raided a bank in Midtown. They had the bank's insiders, had a perfect plan, and knew exactly what the bank's loopholes were at various points in time. In this way, they successfully robbed the bank of 5 million cash notes, divided them into 5 bags, and fled wildly. But just as he was passing the viaduct above Luo Bing, a robber was unlucky enough to be caught by the gravel on the side of the road. The motorcycle fell to the side, and the bag in his hand also turned into a rain of banknotes and sprinkled down the viaduct. F***K. No, the police are chasing after him. Don't worry about that bag of money. Looking at the scattered banknotes on the floor, afraid that it would take half an hour to pick them up, the 6 robbers made a decisive decision, abandoned the banknotes all over the floor, carried the remaining 4 bags in their hands, and opened the locomotive went wildly outside the city along the viaduct. So that's how it is. Luo Bing sighed helplessly, looking at the police car from far to near, and at the sun at the moment. Seems like it's not yet Robin working hours. Do you want to take care of it? Never mind. Luo Bing looked at the banknotes all over the floor, walked to the side alone, and was about to take out the Batman blindfold from his backpack. The robber has been arrested and brought to justice. The robber has been arrested and brought to justice. A guy with a red mask passed by. It seems to be the spider boy who sent the murderer to the gate of the police station last night. He tied those guys with spider webs. Please reply. Please reply. Received. Police Chief Roar, who arrived at the scene where the banknotes were spilled in time, breathed a sigh of relief, finally relieved, and immediately maintained order, counting the flying banknotes all over the floor. Peter? Yes, he is also on his way to school now. Luo Bing loosened the zipper of the backpack and smiled with relief. It seems that his night work can be easier in the future. Well done, Spider-Man. Hey you. I just hid something in my backpack. Please let me check. The dropped US dollar bills are the public property of the bank. Please turn it over to the police. The policeman said, trotting up to check Luo Bing's backpack. But suddenly another breeze blew by. A few green bills flew over to block his eyes. The policeman hurriedly pulled the banknotes off his face, but when he regained his senses, he found that the young man in front of him had mysteriously disappeared. Damn. The policeman scratched his head and looked around. Luo Bing shook his head and continued walking towards the school. He still has the Batman blindfold in his backpack, which can't be handed over to the police. Ding ding ding. SMS sent a string of messages. Luo Bing glanced helplessly. Here we go again. Is this the first number of people who charged him the wrong call today? Is it over yet? Luo Bing shrugged, his phone swiped slightly, and was about to delete the message. Ding, the recharge has arrived. Your call balance is 56,134 yuan. Another idiot? Luo Bing. Simply, he turned the phone to silent mode and left it in his pocket. A lot of luck is also annoying. Luo Bing sighed, suddenly felt something hard under his feet, and raised his foot to take a look. Good guy. A diamond ring that sparkles in the sun. Luo Bing rolled his eyes speechlessly, but this time he saw the men's watch hanging on the branch above his head. It's not over. I like them all, but I really can't pick them up. The backpack is full. Pat. A man's backpack hanging out to dry on the balcony of someone's house fell 3 meters in front of Luo Bing. Luo Bing was speechless and held his forehead with one hand. I simply stopped caring about it, stopped looking at it, and just covered my face and walked forward, heading towards the school. There were so many people and traffic, not a single one touched him. Luo Bing just lifts his feet and settles down. Along the way, the roof of the large and small car seems to have become his ladder and stopped in front of him in order. Luo Bing only felt like he was climbing the stairs, the higher he climbed. He walked from the roof of the car to the roof of the big car, from the roof of the big car to the roof of the higher bus, and then to the tourist bus. The vehicle kept moving, but it happened to slow down when Luo Bing came to the edge due to the traffic jam. Luo Bing just walked forward step by step. He went up to the roof, from the roof to the branch, and along the branch to the roof. After going back and forth, he was very lucky to be in the classroom 10 seconds before the class bell. He is not late. A teacher was running in a panic with the answer sheet and accidentally dropped one and landed on the ground. Luo Bing just walked by and stepped on it, leaving half a footprint on it. The teacher hurriedly picked up the test paper and sent it to the machine for marking. Oh my god, this student got a perfect answer. Robin. Strange? Didn't he come to class last time? The teacher was at a loss. Asterisk. Hey, big brother Luo. You're not late today. Peter watched Luo Bing walk into the classroom with his forehead on and ran over in surprise. Did you know, brother Luo, I just met a bunch of hapless bank robbers on my way to school. Haha, guess how unlucky they are. At that time, a big truck drove past me, and the wheel just ran over a stone. The stone was run over, and the 4 motorcycles were knocked down in a series. I was taken aback at the time, and when I looked closely, I realized they were robbers, so I put on a hood and tied them up with cobweb, Peter whispered. Now my misunderstanding with the police has been resolved, and the policeman also rewarded me with 2 bottles of soda. It seems that there is a prize for this, but mine seems to be thank you for your patronage, brother Luo. This is your bottle. I'll open it for you. Hi. Peter carefully unscrewed the bottle cap. Laser special. Special prize. Great, big brother Luo. We won the $10,000 prize. Oh my god. I'm so lucky today. Peter jumped up happily. Luo Bing. The ghost knows how he is feeling now. Can he walk forward in a straight line to the school that is completely in the opposite direction? And was lucky enough to walk into the classroom 10 seconds before being late? What the hell am I going through? Brother Luo. We won the lottery. $10,000. No, you won the lottery. This bottle is yours. Peter scratched his head embarrassedly. His exaggerated appearance just now attracted the attention of the class a large crowd watched. Have you paid the flower yourself? Luo Bing dragged his cheeks helplessly and repeatedly studied the 3 lucky blessings in his mind. He wants to quickly turn this thing off now. No, not permanently closed. It's the kind that you want to open and close. This kind of luck is too terrifying and too uncontrollable. Luo Bing doesn't like this uncontrollable luck. It feels like I have been arranged clearly and clearly. The first class was the polymer materials and engineering class, that is, the chemistry class. Luo Bing didn't like the old guy. The old professor often made explosions in class, and Luo Bing couldn't sleep well every time. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a bank robbery on the way here. I'm sorry, your chemistry teacher was blocked on the road for inspection. Today's class is cancelled. Please study by yourself. Professor Will walked to the classroom, a strange look at Luo Bing, like seeing a miracle. Oh my god. Today Robin is not late. It's so moving. Student Robin, please come out. I just have something to talk to you about. Professor Will looked at Luo Bing in the corner with a kind smile. There's a good show to watch. Thompson's cheeks have not yet subsided, and his face is still a little bruised. He glanced at Robin resentfully, then turned his head secretly and hammered the seat with his arm. Chair. Boom. There was a loud bang in the classroom, and the old wooden chairs were overwhelmed and scattered into pieces. Thompson's face turned liver-colored from pain, and a nail happened to be stuck in his ****. Ow! What's the matter? Take him to the school hospital. Will frowned and glanced at Thompson, very dissatisfied with him. Professor Will, what can you tell me? Luo Bing followed Professor Will to the door. It is estimated that he is late every day, plus he didn't come directly on Friday. This old guy is finally angry, and he is going to target himself again? I just got new instructions from the principal. Robin, you don't need to come to school in the future, Professor Will said with a smile. Fired? Play so big? Okay. Luo Bing nodded. Although he was expelled from the school, his heart was still calm, and he felt that it was no big deal. It's just that this old guy laughed and said this sentence, which made him very unpleasant. Are you so happy that you were fired? Damn it. Ha ha ha, congratulations, classmate Robin. This is the first time since the establishment of the school. Will laughed. Robin remained silent. Although this old guy looks so arrogant and needy to beat, Luo Bing is really embarrassed to beat him. After all, He is also his own teacher, although he often targets himself and even don't ask to himself later. But in general, he can be irresponsible to himself, and he still has to respect the teacher and the Tao. This is a matter of principle. Hey, Robin, why are you unhappy? Professor Will asked with a smile. I'm so. You are itchy skin, right? Not beating is uncomfortable, is it? Are you still provoking me? Robin clenched his fists, raised his head, and forced a smile. Oh, I see. Robin is also surprised, isn't it? Haha, after all, this is the first time the school has given me such an instruction, and I am also shocked. Student Robin, you are very capable and taking classes at school is a waste of your ability. This time, the principal has specially explained that you can come to the future classes if you want, or you don't have to come if you don't want to, but you must come back for the final exam, Professor Will said again. Luo Bing, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand it all of a sudden? Is there something wrong with my understanding? Isn't this dismissal? Okay, Luo Bing, I've passed this good news to you. You can arrange the next time yourself. I have other lectures. I'll go first. Professor Will waved his hand and turned to leave. Buzz. The special bracelet on Luo Bing's wrist vibrated. Hello? Phil Coulson? Are you looking for me? Luo Bing asked curiously. Consultant Luo, have you read the message I sent you? I have already arranged the school affairs for you, and I have a new task, Phil Coulson said. Oh, my phone is on mute. I didn't pay attention, Luo Bing suddenly realized. Finally figured out what the hell was going on. It turned out to be the power of S.H.I.E.L.D. Okay, the location has been sent to your mobile phone, and the Kunshi will pick you up immediately. Welcome back to the team, Advisor Luo, Phil Coulson said, hanging up. Asterisk. At 12 o'clock in the afternoon, Luo Bing went to Kuan style at the agreed place. Hey man, long time no see. Fitz rushed up and gave Luo Bing a hug. When did the two of them get along so well? Melinda asked contemptuously. Since Fitz found out Batman's true identity, Phil Coulson laughs. Long time no see, Robin. Gemma also came over. Long time no see, Luo Bing pushed Fitz away with a chilly expression and gave Gemma Simon a hug. You're so cool, Robin. Can you take me with you next night out? Gemma's eyes were full of little stars. For a tech house like them who stay in the laboratory all day, the news from the outside world is always so novel. And me, I have a lot of inspiration for your equipment. Believe me, I will add all kinds of small functions to him. The tech boss Fitz looked at Luo Bing expectantly, box in hand. The box contains Luo Bing's outfits. Then I'll leave it to you. Luo Bing handed over his suitcase to him. Fitz is a genius, and this free labor is not for nothing. In fact, his battle suit has been upgraded once or twice. There is no perfect thing, only more perfect. That's great. Cool. I love this job. Fitz ran back to the lab with excitement in his arms. It looks like you got along very well. Phil Coulson smiled, shook his head, and walked over. This mission is a bit special. Come on, I'll show you the information, Phil Coulson said, turning around and pressing a few buttons. A document suddenly appeared on the Kuan-style strategy screen. That's a video. The scene of the video looks a bit chaotic, with many agents surrounding a middle-aged man with a full beard. The two sides seemed to be in a communication group, and a clear dialogue was passed over. Immediately afterwards, a contradiction occurred. The bearded mouth opened his mouth and spewed out rounds of flames, hitting several agents in front of him, and then escaped in the chaos. This is a power user whose gene of aliens has been activated in the body. From the current point of view, his power is roughly able to shoot flames from his mouth. He first injured several innocent pedestrians and then set fire to several secondary agents under the chase of the agent, Phil Coulson said. Due to the sudden occurrence of the incident, the team at the time did not know the danger of the incident. It wasn't until this morning that the task was turned over to Phil Coulson. What the hell is an alien? Luo Bing asked curiously. He had heard a lot of people talking about it, but he still didn't quite understand it. It's a race, Phil Coulson said. It's a bit tricky to talk about. Do you agree that Earth isn't the only living planet in the universe? Phil Coulson asked. Luo Bing nodded. In the universe, a race called the Kree once visited the Earth, and some things happened at that time. I don't know very well, but the director should know something. In general, the Kree conducted an experiment with Earthlings, but then they abandoned the experiment and left Earth. Those who were experimental subjects at that time survived, gave birth to children, and until now, many years have passed, and the genes of their offspring are slightly different from normal people. We call this the inhuman gene. The alien gene may be awakening, and it may not be awakening for a lifetime, but after awakening, all kinds of strange and uncontrollable abilities will be born, Phil Coulson said. But you're different. You don't have any alien genes. You should be considered a local Superman. Your gene chain is normal, and it's no different from others. So, you're special. Phil Coulson spread his hands. Luo Bing smiled helplessly. Compared with others, he knew his special best. After Luo Bing arrived, everyone in the Kuan style started to get busy. Fitz locked the location of an area before, dropped a lot of small drones, and searched for the location of the mission target. Next, Phil Coulson began to lay out tactics. Although it is a supernatural criminal, in order to better study the aliens, we need a living specimen. So, no one is allowed to use firearms unless they are life-threatening, Phil Coulson said. SCHILD is not a Notre Dame bureau. Don't kill just to catch the live ones for research. But there is a bottom line. If there is a conflict during the capture process in order to capture the survivor, it can be treated mildly within the scope of ability, but once the life of the agent is threatened, the criminal's life and death will not be considered. Luo Bing appreciates this. Consultant Luo, it is said that you have the ability to shut people up. Plan A is mainly based on your ability. As long as you can make the target person shut up honestly, then he will become an ordinary person completely. Phil Coulson said, and then he laid out a Plan B, also known as a backup plan. Phil Coulson is cautious. Even if it is a small task, he will arrange a lot of backup plans to ensure the success rate of the task and protect the agents under him. Fitz and Gemma are not field members. Their task is to stay on the Quinn style to cooperate with the squad. Put down the isolation chamber at the right time and lock the fire-breathing man in. Correct. Fire-breathing man was the code name for this operation, and it was also the nickname that Fitz gave to the Inhuman. He seems to like nicknames for targets. The current main field forces are May, Phil Coulson, and Luo Bing, plus an agent team consisting of secondary agents. This task is relatively easy. In fact, the other party is just an Inhuman who has awakening Inhuman genes. Moreover, this fire-breathing ability was just restrained by Luo Bing's shut-up super ability. If nothing else, this was an easy task. The other party is not good at hiding themselves. The mission target has been found. Right below us, said Fitz. The Kuan style hovered high in the sky, and a group of people, ready to go, gathered at the hatch of the aircraft. Wait until the Kuan style land. The arrest operation will start immediately. Everyone was inexplicably excited and nervous. Luo Bing did not wear his own Batman equipment. He was wearing casual clothes and stood behind the crowd. This time, the small target did not need a Batman shot. Now is the time for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s super ability advisor, Luo Bing. His Batman identity is kept secret from other secondary agents, and little is known even inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Only a few people close to him knew. Brother Luo, there is a switch on your left. Pull it down. There are your agent equipment and parachute inside, Fitz reminded. Okay, Luo Bing moved the switch at hand. Pat. He pulled the wrong brake, and the isolation compartment at the tail of the Kuan-style plane fell directly. Boom. The door that opened at the bottom of the isolation chamber happened to cover the body of the fire-breathing man below. What happened? A group of people stared at each other and were about to skydive when they stopped. Fire-breathing man? Seems like the capture was successful. The mission is over? Fitz stared blankly at the display, biting his fingernails, not knowing what to say. A group of people stared at Luo Bing with big eyes and small eyes. At the moment, Luo Bing just got his parachute. I'm sorry, I pulled the wrong gate, and no one told me that was the button for placing the isolation compartment. Luo Bing shrugged. That damn luck is here again. Asterisk. Luo Bing's first S.H.I.E.L.D. mission ended before it even started. Phil Coulson didn't know whether to be happy or depressed. He made so many plans, lost so many brain cells, even lost a few of his precious hair, and he has been busy since the morning when he received the task. Due this consideration and judgment. Result: none of the plans he laid out worked. That guy Robin accidentally pulled the wrong brake and put the isolation box down. Then, is it all over? Kunshi landed on the ground, and the group silently looked at the angry fire-breathing man in the isolation chamber. You say you're so unlucky. Or is Consultant Robin just too lucky? It's such a coincidence. The isolation bin at the rear fell from the height of 1,000 meters, and it happened to land on your head? Didn't even kill you? However, the design of the isolation chamber is not to smash the dead man. When it lands, the entrance door at the bottom will automatically open the door, and the rocket propeller will make the isolation chamber fall smoothly to the ground. Let me out. Let me out. The fire-breathing man slammed the glass door with both hands and let out a roar. F***K. You bastards. Give me some space to escape. A strong frontal fight. Relying on high technology, what a great thing. Yes, he thought in his heart that this isolation chamber was the kind of high-tech that could be remotely controlled and automatically attacked, completely unaware that it was all just a coincidence. After recovering the capsule, a group of people stared at Phil Coulson. What's next? Fitz scratched his head, as if it was the first time he was not used to finishing the mission so quickly. Our mission is over, we'll just have to wait for someone from headquarters to take over, Phil Coulson said, taking out the communicator. He was also a little speechless. He just sent a message to headquarters a minute ago to report the start of the operation. I didn't expect the mission to end so quickly. Would you like to have a barbecue? Luo Bing leaned on the glass door of the isolation warehouse and looked at Iran with interest and suddenly suggested. Okay. Everyone hasn't had a good meal because of the task. Jeanma's eyes lit up. Everyone turned to look at Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson is the commander-in-chief, and everything has to be approved by him. Well, I haven't had a welcome ceremony for Advisor Robin yet. Phil Coulson laughed, then his communicator connected. Hey, this is Nick Fury. What's wrong with the mission? Did you encounter any difficulties? The black marinated egg on the other end of the communicator rubbed his chin seriously. It stands to reason that at this critical time, there are only 2 cases for the agent performing the task to call him. The first is that the mission fails and the prisoner escapes. The second is to ask for support. The enemy's firepower is too fierce. The mission is over. The fire-breathing man has been arrested and brought to justice. Phil Coulson's expression was a little strange, and he really didn't know how to write this mission report. So fast? The black marinated egg also seemed to be stunned. Nice job, Phil Coulson. Go back and send me the mission report as a document, said the black gravy. This is one of SHILD's agent guidelines. It is also a requirement in the playbook. An electronic file is kept at SHILD headquarters for each assignment for future reference and investigation of similar cases. That's what Phil Coulson fears the most. There's something special about this time. Our mission is over before it even begins, Phil Coulson said embarrassedly. What happened? The Inhuman died suddenly? Fury frowned. No, the aliens have been arrested and brought to justice. How should I put it? Consultant Robin accidentally pressed the wrong button. While we were still flying in the sky, the isolation chamber fell down and happened to cover the fire-breathing man. Phil Coulson can only say what happened once again. Huh? There's such a thing. Fury was speechless. Obviously, it is a very serious task. Why does it sound so playful? It's so coincidental. Okay, I see. The handover will be here soon. Fury touched his nose, his eyes a little puzzled. Is it such a coincidence? Soon after, the Kuan style took off again and stopped at an uninhabited seaside. Fitz and Gemma excitedly removed the grill and various ingredients from the cabin. There are about 10 second-level agents of the team with excellent physical fitness, and they do the main cool work. The sea breeze here is very comfortable. I haven't felt so comfortable for a long time. Melinda blew the sea breeze and looked at the sun on the sea level with a rare smile. It's been a long time since I saw you smiling. Phil Coulson took a bottle of red wine and a goblet from the storage box beside him and filled it up. Melinda has never laughed since that incident. After that mission, the agent gave her the title of Iron Cavalry, which sounded good, but that incident was almost a nightmare for May. She killed an alien girl with her own hands. Although there were many reasons at the time, it was not May's fault, but it still left her with a trauma. She had applied for a clerical job before, but got here at the request of old man Phil Coulson. Robin, it seems that the ingredients are not enough. Gemma and I are going to go fishing together, shall we? Fitz waved the fishing rod in his hand, happily like a child. Count me in, I haven't fished in a long time. Robin took a pair of fishing rods from the warehouse and followed. Stepping on the golden beach, a few people just walked to the coast. Crash. Typhoon Mary was approaching from a distance, and it caused a little storm in the Pacific a few hours ago and was covered in the news. However, this was only a small typhoon, and when it landed on the coast, it had gradually turned off. But, while turning off the flame, the various fishes that had been rolled up to the sky by him were scattered. Hit the beach. Oh bye. The world is full of fish. We have no shortage of ingredients. Good luck. Ha ha. This is a gift from the typhoon. Fitz jumped up in surprise, and Gemma, who was beside him, saw this scene for the first time and was stunned by the scene in front of him. Luo Bing. Get this damn luck away from me. I want to catch a good fish. Asterisk. In the end, Luo Bing still failed to catch a fish. The beach was full of fish, and he lost interest in fishing. Everyone had a great time eating this barbecue. Sister Jinma's cooking skills are not very good, but barbecue is not something with technical content. As long as the ingredients are complete, bake it. It didn't take long for SHILD's handover team to come over, and the fire-breathing man successfully transferred to another Kuan style, and I don't know where it went. Luo Bing is not interested in this either. This sudden mission came to a scrawled end. Luo Bing played the team dungeon for the first time, pulled the brakes, ate a barbecue. The mission was over, and the agent mission field speed was refreshed again. Unfortunately, this time there is no mission bonus. But it's no big deal either. In the evening, Luo Bing returned to Midtown, holding a lottery ticket in his hand and looking at the latest lottery information, feeling extra excited. He won the first prize of 5 million. Ha ha. At the moment, he didn't really hate that uncontrollable luck. Walking into the largest welfare store in Midtown, Luo Bing began to redeem the prize under the reception of the boss. Little brother, you're so lucky. Take the opportunity to buy some more lottery tickets. There are a lot of lottery tickets here. Scratch the fun and add to the fun. The boss smiled like a chrysanthemum and took out a few products and highly recommended them. Okay. Luo Bing was also in a good mood. Not bad for the few thousand yuan lottery money. Then, an hour later, the owner of the welfare store was sweating profusely. He looked at the pile of winning tickets in disbelief and was so frightened that he almost called the police. This guy actually added up to another 5 million. F***K. What luck. Heck. Is this guy cheating? Impossible. The lottery tickets he bought were all given to him by himself. Are you a trustee? The boss was autistic, and when Luo Bing wanted to buy a few more lottery tickets, the boss immediately found a reason to decline. What a joke. You still buy it. It's really like a welfare shop giving welfare. Luo Bing returned home indifferently. It is said that after he left, the welfare shop permanently blocked him, but it doesn't matter. This is not the only one selling lottery tickets in the world. With the money, Luo Bing thought it was time to move to a bigger place. He now has a total of 10 to 20 million in total, and it is not a problem to buy a house in the suburbs. However, because there is no suitable location and housing, he is not in a hurry to buy it. When he got home, he immediately closed the room and began to study his luck. The only thing that can detect luck in the room is the game. He started to open up the shooting game he used to like. The bang bullet flew more than 1,000 meters and gave a precise headshot. Can't play anymore. Others thought he was a cheater. It was a card draw game, and all kinds of SSRs rushed towards him. Luo Bing was nervous and excited at first, but then he didn't feel anything when he played. He dived down to figure out how to turn it on and off based on the description of the power in his brain. I don't know if Luo Bing's lucky attribute is in effect again. Luckily, Luo Bing turned off the lucky halo. This sounds a bit convoluted, but it's the truth. He tried to turn it on and off constantly, and finally mastered the method of turning it on and off. Finally, Luo Bing let out a long breath and lay on his back on the bed, paralyzed from exhaustion. The current lucky aura only triggers when he makes important decisions, such as the ability to get a daily check-in, or when he makes certain moves that require luck. Luo Bing has 3 kinds of luck auras. Although they are all blessed by luck, there are still some differences in general. The ability Yang Chaoyue's prayer mainly focuses on fulfilling wishes. Sister Lucky's Asylum is a bonus to luck in all aspects, especially in the game. Among them, Senior White's Smile is the most terrifying one. In all the things that Luo Bing encountered today, this ability is basically playing a leading role. Turning bad luck into good luck, go out to pick up treasures, brush dungeons, and beat boss is omnipotent. However, according to the skill description, this ability also has a weakness. That is, while bringing good luck to himself, the people around him will suffer bad luck. Fortunately, Luo Bing turned on 3 lucky halos at the same time today. That night, Batman didn't set out for action. After the previous frantic raids and news of Kim's injury spread, the criminals who still dare to act at night are some stunned little fleas. This kind of trouble is left to the good neighbor Spider-Man. This kind of thing, the other side has fun. At one point, he called Luo Bing to say that he wanted to form a team, but Luo Bing refused. This talker, Luo Bing, will call Luo Bing every once in a while to say what kind of criminal he has caught and save a few children. Luo Bing would tell him at first that he was doing a good job. Then I just wanted to mute his mouth over the phone. Since this guy was bitten by a spider, not only has his body mutated, but his brain has also mutated. Why is he talking so much now? The character is too out of touch. Dinner was settled by Sky. This woman doesn't know what kind of blow she has suffered. Now, when she has nothing to do, she is holding a cookbook to study, and she is completely addicted to it. After these 2 days of hard work, the food she made was finally edible. Although the words color and fragrance are completely inseparable. But it's finally okay. It's alright, I didn't lose sight of the ingredients in those trash cans. Luo Bing pouted. He now knew that women were difficult to deal with. It's obviously delicious now. How about you? Why don't you say I'm making drugs? Are you convinced? Sky's eyes were sly and his eyes were full of pride. I think your butt is itchy again. Luo Bing rolled his eyes in disdain. You dare to spank me again. I'm not finished with you. Sky stepped back in fright, with his hands behind his back, blushing. Luo Bing sneered disdainfully. Tutoring mode is on again. There was a very rhythmic crack sound in the living room. Asterisk. At 12 o'clock at night, Luo Bing patiently waited in bed. 3 lucky auras are activated at the same time. Sister Lucky's protection, Senior White's smile, and Yang Chaoyue's prayers all worked at the same time. With the blessing of 3 lucky halos, Luo Bing felt full of confidence and infinite curiosity about the upcoming power. Sign in successfully. Today's ability. System bug. System bug. BUF has been fixed. Today's ability, Time Traveler's Pocket Watch, has been delivered. Please use it as much as you like. Today's ability, Professor Du's Teleportation, has been delivered. Please use it as much as you like. Today's ability, Ergo Jade Blood Will Eyes of the Good Friends of the 7th Hokage, has been delivered. Please use it as much as you like. Luo Bing? What's the matter? Give 3 at once. System bug? What the hell? Can anyone tell me what's going on? You fixed a hairy bug, but after the repair, you gave 3 abilities at one time. Luo Bing was stunned for a while, not knowing what happened. He hurriedly concentrated and went to check the skill description in his head. The Time Traveler's Pocket Watch. Any time difference of 5 minutes before and after can be manipulated. The introduction is very simple, with only a few words, but it brings a lot of information. If you could change the time before and after 5 minutes, what would you do? Now this question is thrown to Luo Bing. Professor Du's Teleportation. You can achieve instant teleportation over a long distance with the help of props such as doors, and teleportation within a short distance does not require any props. Seventh Hokage's good friends too Goyu blood round eyes. The eyes of the 7 generations of good friends have developed for the second time. This time, the writing will has more illusion skills, and the dynamic capture and static vision are even more crazy and cool. Luo Bing. What the hell is this 7th Hokage? The introduction word of this Shirinyan is Mao so different. Besides, since it is the ability of his good friend, what does it have to do with him? Why do you have to bring his prefix every time? Luo Bing rolled his eyes. This time he gained 3 abilities at once, but he was a little worried about gains and losses. The ability of time, the ability of space, and the advanced writing will I? For some reason, Luo Bing always had an unbelievable illusion. This triple lucky halo is too heaven-defying. The effect is simply bursting. Bang 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 bang. The earth trembled and the house shook. Luo Bing was startled and looked out the window, where the dazzling fireworks were burning fiercely. Huge amounts of fire shrouded the entire community. Whales constantly passed through. Many people were directly roasted into coke in their sleep. What happened? Help me. Meteorite. It's a meteorite. A 50-ton meteorite hit Luo Bing's community with devastating force. Suddenly the house collapsed and the residents screamed in agony. Luo Bing frowned and immediately left the window. What's the situation? This meteorite? It's all made of diamonds. Is it because of my strange luck again? Luo Bing looked at the collapsed corpse in the ruins and the raging fire in front of him, and his head suddenly crashed. Senior White's smile. When it brings you good luck, it will bring bad luck to those around you. Damn it, I forgot to turn off the 3 lucky halos just now. Luo Bing woke up in an instant, looked at the tragedy in front of him, and felt a little bit in awe of the white senior who didn't know who it was. This is so devilish. A whole 50-ton diamond meteorite. What's the matter? Sky ran out of the room. She was already asleep, but a sudden earthquake woke her up from her sleep. It's too late to explain. Luo Bing glanced at the community where there were countless casualties, and with a swipe of his right index finger in the air, the time traveler's pocket watch ability was activated. An illusory big clock appeared in front of Luo Bing's eyes. 5 minutes ahead? Back 5 minutes? Luo Bing flicked the pointer and got into the time gap under Sky's surprised eyes. The screen changed, back to 5 minutes ago. Sign in successfully. Today's ability. Today's ability. System bug. System bug. BUF has been fixed. Today's ability, Time Traveler's Pocket Watch, has been delivered. Please use it as much as you like. Today's ability, Professor Du's Teleportation, has been delivered. Please use it as much as you like. Today's ability, Ergo Jade Blood Will Eyes of the Good Friends of the 7th Hokage, has been delivered. Please use it as much as you like. Luo Bing glanced at the intact windows and the quiet neighborhood and immediately closed his lucky halo. It should be all right. Luo Bing looked up at the sky cautiously. Chai LD headquarters. Monitored a meteorite from outer space. Start intercepting. Start intercepting. Intercept failed. Luo Bing, who jumped to the roof, looked nervously at the night above his head. Danger. Danger. Beast instinctively gave him an early warning of death, and a few hairs on the back of Luo Bing's head were pulled up. Come back. I didn't turn on the lucky halo this time, and even I was in the attack range. Hold. The last time Beast Instinct didn't give him any danger warning at all. This time is really different. The danger warning is very strong. It seems that this small meteorite was not attracted by the smile of Senior White 5 minutes ago. It flew in the universe for at least a day. The fire above his head was getting bigger and bigger. Luo Bing moved the clock hand with his index finger. He didn't want to be smashed into a meat pie. The screen turns again. Bug has been fixed. Today's ability has been delivered. Please use it. Luo Bing was stunned. Could it be that he passed 12 o'clock 3 times and caused a bug? Only then did he gain 3 skills? Luo Bing glanced at the description of the time skill. At this stage, he can only use it 3 times a day. That is to say, this is the last time. Rashomon. Professor Du's Teleportation. Luo Bing opened a door, then got in and disappeared. Sahara Desert. A wooden door appeared out of thin air. Luo Bing pushed open the door and walked out, looking at the top of his head. He was 3 times lucky to not close it. If that thing was brought by his luck, at the moment should be brought here. SCHI-LD headquarters. Monitored a meteorite from outer space. Start intercepting. Start intercepting. Missile hit. Target derailed. Estimated arrival location, the Sahara Desert. Boom. Huge amounts of firelight fell in the desert, and the residual heat spread one after another. Luo Bing wiped his cold sweat, looked at the huge diamond planet in the distance, and immediately turned off his lucky halo. This luck is also a bit scary. Fine. Fortunately, I was thousands of miles away in an instant, and the tragedy in the community would not happen again. At the same time, Luo Bing looked at the small diamond planet not far away. This thing has at least 50 tons. Diamond. Asterisk. Diamonds are actually just beautiful stones. Its molecular structure is actually very different from the basic structure of coal. But it's expensive. Although the price was fired by unscrupulous businessmen, it has to be said that he is still expensive. Because it is relatively rare, 1 carat of broken diamonds now costs $7,000 or $8,000, which is 500 grams per caddy, and 1 carat is equal to 0.2 grams. That is to say, the worst broken diamond is about 18 million yuan per kilogram. If it is a fine loose diamond, it will be more expensive, with a guaranteed reserve price of 100 million US dollars, and there is no upper limit. The value of the 50-ton big guy in front of Luo Bing can no longer be estimated by the market price. This is a pure natural extraterrestrial diamond, and it is a whole one, and it has gone through a legendary career of cosmic drifting. If nothing else, it is said that he is a whole 50 tons of natural diamonds. If the news spreads, the diamond companies in the market will collapse. Rare is the most precious thing, and the supply of diamonds is now in short supply. The diamond giants have now begun to implement artificially synthesized moissanite diamonds to replace diamonds. I can't handle this big thing at all. Can't move. Forget it, just bury it on the spot and talk about it later. Luo Bing looked at the small meteorite that was still hot, and even the sand next to it was melted by its roasting heat. He opened the door, went back home, took out a shovel from the utility rack downstairs, and returned to the desert again, and began to work hard. Labor. The crater was too big. Luo Bing started at full power and was half exhausted. It took almost half an hour to fill the crater. In order to prevent it from being found, Luo Bing also buried a children's door in the pit. After the burial, Luo Bing tried a small area cleaning technique. He just tried it, but the effect was surprisingly good. The burning marks and the smell of scorching in the air disappeared. After clapping his hands, Luo Bing opened the door and returned home, putting the shovel back in place. The large wooden door that Bing left in the desert instantly disappeared into a cloud of smoke. This ability is too convenient. It doesn't work very well with my Rashomon. Luo Bing became interested. Although it was already 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, he didn't bother to sleep and immediately fell into researching new in supernatural joy. Luo Bing experimented with his teleportation in the room. According to the skill description, with the help of the abstract prop door, he can teleport across continents and oceans. In other words, he can travel anywhere he wants to go in one day. But if he didn't rely on the door, he could only teleport within 1 kilometer around him by relying on his fleshly body. But all the powers Luo Bing got strangely didn't need energy supply. Some abilities have a limit on the number of times they can be used, and some abilities have a limited range of use. And this Professor Du's teleportation ability has no limit on the number of times. That is to say, if Luo Bing can blink infinitely within a kilometer range. The speed of a jet plane is about 700 to 800 kilometers per hour. Luo Bing can blink twice in 1 second, 1 kilometer each time, and maybe more after being proficient. That is to say, Luo Bing can reach a speed of 120 kilometers per minute only by teleporting his body, which is only the minimum speed. Without any tools, Luo Bing's teleportation speed can crush any vehicle in the world. If it is used in combat, it is even more terrifying. Although from the current point of view, Luo Bing's teleportation is not very skilled, but with practice, he can appear strangely in various positions. Air, sea, underground. As long as the concept of space exists, Luo Bing can appear instantly. Definitely. The concept of space is different in each place, such as the seabed and the underground. If you are not careful, you will be stuck. Such a powerful skill has drawbacks that Luo Bing can't understand. That is, there is no saliva communication with aliens, which can be understood as kissing, otherwise the ability will be temporarily weakened, or even lose the ability for a period of time. What kind of weakness is this? I don't even know where there are aliens. How can I eat alien saliva? Are you crazy? Luo Bing disagreed and didn't take this to heart. As long as he didn't say it, who knew it would be a weakness? As for the time ability, it can be used 3 times a day, and it can only be adjusted for 5 minutes before and after. Although it seems useless, Luo Bing has seen its usefulness just now. Time and space, these are the 2 most mysterious abilities. Next is the Ergo Jade Riding Wilai. The biggest difference from a Goyu is that there is another Goyu in the eye socket. Ability is a lot stronger, and then it doesn't seem to be any different. Luo Bing stared straight at the mirror and was a little stunned when he looked at his bewitching eyes. There seemed to be an illusion hidden in those eyes, but what is illusion and what is illusion, Luo Bing doesn't understand at all. As the owner of the eyes, he couldn't use it on himself even in front of the mirror. So he can't experiment. Never mind, today is full of harvest sleep. Luo Bing covered his head, and Mimi fell into a deep sleep. 3 hours later, and shield planes skimmed over the Sahara Desert. The desert was so huge that the plane found nothing and finally returned the same way. Then tonight's events were recorded in the shield secret case. The next morning, Luo Bing got up early to check his big diamond, found that he was relieved after that, and then considered finding a buyer for this big treasure. Buyers are just joking. Who can afford such a big thing? It's expensive, but it's not easy to handle, and it's not practical. And many more. Maybe talk to Tony Stark? Luo Bing immediately thought of this playboy. After all, he was the only local tyrant he knew. He dug out the phone number he had left for himself that day from the locker, hesitation, and Luo Bing dialed it. Hey, this is Tony, who are you? Stark's uncertain voice came from the other end of the phone, and few people knew his number. Mr. Sir Stark, it's me, Luo Bing. I don't know if it's convenient for you now. I have a business deal with you, Luo Bing said bluntly. Oh, it's Robin Agent, I remember you, and I actually want to talk to you about a business. Tony on the other end of the phone was a little surprised. He can remember this superhero that impressed him. Although Fury warned him that the Robin Agent is not a good person to get along with, he still wanted to try it. If such a superhero can be his own bodyguard, it is simply too safe. It's Luo Bing, not Robin. Well, it doesn't matter, are you free now? I'll find you. Luo Bing shook his head and asked. Unfortunately, I'm holding a military weapons conference today. I'm in the Middle East now, and it's estimated that I won't be back until 2 or 3 days. But it doesn't matter. When I get back to New York, I will contact you as soon as possible. What kind of beauties do you like? I'll make arrangements for you. Tony laughed. Luo Bing. Okay, then I'll wait for you to come back. I wish you a smooth journey, Mr. Sir Stark, Luo Bing said sincerely. Although I don't know why Sir Stark is also looking for him, it's not a bad thing, and it just doesn't make it so embarrassing to sell directly to the door. Luo Bing stretched, and the communicator sent an emergency call from Phil Coulson. Robin, I have great news for you. The exploration team of SHIELD found the frozen Captain America in the Pacific Ocean early this morning. He still has vital signs. If it's all right, please come to headquarters. You may need your help here. Asterisk. SHIELD headquarters, Tri-Wing building. When will you wake up? Luo Bing looked at the old popsicle in the isolation bin and asked Fury next to him. As for Phil Coulson, he's now a big fan of groupies, lying on the glass and can't wait to run over to wake up Captain America for an autograph. It's a miracle that he is alive. I came to you this time to ask you if there is any super ability that can help him wake him up quickly. Fury looked at Luo Bing and asked in a flat tone. Luo Bing, I rely on you to take me for what? Doraemon. Can this thing be customized? Fury sneered. Aren't you super ability? Who knows what else you have? You were in Midtown just now, and it didn't take long for you to come to the headquarters building. I wouldn't believe you could run so fast unless you could fly. Before, Fury just thought Luo Bing was a lucky boy who's suddenly awakening super ability. But now he doesn't think so. This guy is definitely not easy. But Fury is not someone who hasn't seen the world. He used to have an old buddy who could destroy the Earth in an instant with full horsepower, but the girl is now busy saving the world from the entire universe, so she doesn't care about him. There will always be some unexplainable things in this world, and he will be relieved when he encounters more. I won't. Maybe you can try putting it in the microwave to warm it up. Maybe he will wake up when the ice melts, Luo Bing gave his advice. He is not very interested in Captain America. There is no story about him in Chinatown. Luo Bing grew up listening to Monkey King. If his time ability is still available today, he might as well try throwing the captain into the microwave to heat it up. If you're familiar with it, you can also reverse time and go back to the past. Are you sure it will wake up? Fury. The black marinated egg was very speechless. Luo Bing gave Luo Bing a blank look. Couldn't this guy give some good attention? First, de-icing is definitely a must. Fury was worried, though. Now the captain who is sealed in the ice still has the characteristics of life. If the ice melts and then he dies, wouldn't he harm the captain? The reason why I called Luo Bing here today is mainly because I think his luck has been surprisingly strong in the past 2 days. Child is a genius, and the news of Luo Bing winning the lottery has already reached Fury's ears. In fact, no one paid attention to these at first, but the coincidences one after another made Fury inquire about it intentionally. Only then did Luo Bing's terrifying luck be discovered. So today, I plan to let him come over as a mascot. The question just now was just a casual remark. He didn't believe that Luo Bing had the ability to wake up the captain, but the guy's answer was too bad, which made Fury's liver hurt. However, Fury didn't know that Luo Bing had already turned off his lucky aura. I'm afraid this mascot can't be made. Go on. The medical team will follow and start de-icing. If there is any danger, stop immediately. Hey, Braided Dan waved his hand, and everyone in the room was busy. The salvage of Captain America from the Pacific Ocean is a level 10 clearance secret. Except for these people involved and Luo Bing Phil Coulson, the others are still carrying out their work as usual, unaware of this matter. Luo Bing was bored in the room watching. He seems to be really regarded as a lucky thing. There are always agents pushing the food cart to bring delicious food. Fury is afraid that he will be bored, so he specially made a tablet for him and watched a movie. Report to the director, the ice-breaking operation is completed, the captain is in good condition, and his vital signs are gradually recovering. According to the prediction of the scientific team, he should wake up in a few days. An agent rushed to spread the good news. Haha, okay, Fury glanced at Luo Bing and nodded. Sure enough, this guy is a mascot. The captain who has been frozen for 70 years can be safe and sound. This kid is really a treasure. Luo Bing was bored drinking top red wine with junk food and watching movies. He just didn't eat lunch, so he was full. Nice job, Robin Agent. I'll put the reward for this mission on your card later, Fury said, showing a thumbs up and then walked towards the isolation room impatiently. A legend that has been frozen for 70 years. After waking up, I don't know what kind of demeanor? Luo Bing was stunned for a moment, embarrassed. He really didn't help anything. I don't know what the black braised egg has misunderstood, but he dared to accept the money if the other party dared to give it. Money is a good thing. There is no Luo Bing here, so he is bored around the Sankei headquarters building. Look, Robin the Mute. Run. Don't be banned by him. This guy is very evil. I heard that this guy cut off an arm of Jean Bingdu. Along the way, Luo Bing just wanted to say hello to the passing agent. Roar saw the other party walk away with a terrified face, and his footsteps were hurried, as if he would eat them. As for what? Luo Bing rolled his eyes and walked towards the training room. The last time Natasha Romanoff gave him a tour, other than that, he hadn't really used the training room equipment. Although Luo Bing has a strong ability, his physical fitness is only slightly stronger than that of normal people, but it is not much stronger. If he was made into a popsicle, let alone 70 years, he would be stunned in a day or two. So usually at home, Luo Bing also climbs to the roof to train himself, but SHILD has more training equipment than the high level at home. Hoo-hoo, Barton was sweating profusely in the training room doing recovery training. After 2 days of training, his injury has almost recovered. Hey, Senior Hawkeye, what a coincidence, Luo Bing came over and made a move roar. You're actually at headquarters, Robin. Thank you for what happened last time. Hawkeye stopped to take a sip of water and wiped the sweat from his forehead. If it wasn't for Robin's support last time, he might have suffered. Just dealing with a bullseye was enough of a headache for him, not to mention the owner of the bullseye, Jean Bing. It's just a mission, nothing to thank you for. Luo Bing waved his hand and picked up Hawkeye's training bow from the side. I saw you have good eyesight last time. You might also consider using a bow and arrow, Barton suggested, holding out an arrow. I don't know anything about this stuff. Luo Bing took the arrow and did not open his own riding wheel. He just shot the bow. Call out. The arrow precisely hit the bullseye in the distance. Luo Bing was stunned. When he just shot the arrow, he felt that his luck halo had changed a bit. It seemed that some luck had penetrated into the arrow. It seems that luck can also be used this way. Luo Bing shot a few more arrows in a row, all of which hit the bullseye with precision. Then he closed his eyes and shot a few more arrows, but he still hit the bullseye exactly. Barton on the side was sweating coldly. How could he have the illusion that he was going to lose his job? You don't know anything about this kind of archery? Asterisk. Not just bows and arrows, Luo Bing has a weird hit rate bonus on everything that can be thrown. It's a little embarrassing to say. As an agent, he can't even use a gun. However, this kind of thing is easy to learn. Luo Bing has not learned it systematically before. With Barton's 3-minute teaching, Luo Bing successfully learned to shoot. Whether or not the trigger will be pulled is Luo Bing's business. Whether the bullet hits the bullseye or not is a matter of luck. Simply, Luo Bing's luck has always been so powerful. The bullet hits nowhere other than the bullseye. Poor Barton looked dumbfounded on the sidelines. God knows how this guy does it. The guy who didn't even turn off the insurance 3 minutes ago and his marksmanship 3 minutes later? Hit the bullseye with precision every time. Is this guy shooting himself? Barton took a hit. Looking at Luo Bing, who was holding a submachine gun and the bullet landed at one point like a monster, he didn't know what to say. Are you getting old? It's not right, my 30-year-old guy, when he is young and strong, how can he be old? Senior Hawkeye, thank you for your guidance. I seem to be able to use all these firearms. Luo Bing gave Barton a thumbs up. You better call me Barton. Barton wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If you are just like you can use it, what about me? Where do you put all the faces of SHILD agents? Okay, Senior Barton, Luo Bing nodded. Barton is speechless. I just don't want you to be called Senior. That's why you are called Barton. I can't afford it. Boss. Forgive me. Let someone else strike, okay? Please. Barton's pride as an 8th-level agent and SHILD legend shattered. No, I can't just admit defeat like this. I may not be as accurate as him, but as an agent for so many years, the fighting skills I have honed between life and death are not weak at all. Robin is younger than me, his body is still developing, and his experience is not as good as me. Barton decided in his heart, and finally let out a sigh of relief from roar, feeling that his whole body was much more relaxed. Robin, let's practice. We don't need weapons. The moment we run out of bullets, and at the critical moment, we have to rely on the ability to fight with your body. Barton's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Luo Bing. Okay. Luo Bing definitely nodded in agreement. The two came to the fighting training room next door. There were a lot of people in the room training here. They saw Barton and Luo Bing coming one after another, first nodding at Barton's adoration, then looking at Luo Bing and subconsciously taking a few steps back. Luo Bing and Barton came to an open space, which attracted the attention of many people. Many people stopped fighting and looked over subconsciously. Robin, doing your best is the greatest respect for your opponent. I won't let go of water, are you ready? Barton asked, raising his fists to his chest, bowed his waist slightly, and looked very serious. He is entering a combat state, and the agent present can see it at a glance. Barton's eyes were staring at Luo Bing, his eyes swept across Luo Bing, and he could easily see the flaws in the other party's body. Okay, I'll be serious too. Luo Bing took a deep breath and put on a fighting stance. Is Robin the Silencer going to practice with Senior Hawkeye? Great. Hit his chin hard. The Silencer Robin is only super ability terrifying, and the fighting ability must not be as good as Senior Hawkeye, come on. Senior Hawkeye, repair him. Many agents began to shout at the side. Why are they so hostile to you? Hawkeye naturally heard roar shouts from the people around him, frowned, and looked at Luo Bing in confusion. Maybe it's because I'm too handsome. Luo Bing pursed the corners of his mouth, not caring at all. Indeed, to be honest, I'm a little jealous of you. Barton smiled, in a tone that didn't sound like he was joking. Luo Bing is really handsome, and even some movie stars can't compare to him. Barton also had a bright feeling when he first saw him. That is a kind of handsome that crosses the international aesthetics. It may not be amazing in the United States. If it is in Asia, it will definitely make many little girls sleepless at night. Come on, Barton shouted, taking the lead. Okay. Luo Bing responded and became serious. Boom. In less than a second, a black shadow flew out. Hush. Barton clutched his stomach and took a deep breath. Are you all right, Senior Barton? Luo Bing hurried over to help, startled. Hey. The agent who was watching around saw the scene, and immediately his eyes were erratic. He smacked his mouth and was too scared to speak. This Silencer Robin is too strong. His movements are almost blurry. Senior Hawkeye was knocked out in an instant. Cough, cough. Hawkeye coughed twice, looking at Robin strangely. So fast, it feels like I've been hit by light. I didn't expect your fighting ability to be so powerful. You deserve to be the one who can defeat Jean Bing. Barton cast a look of approval at Luo Bing. Luo Bing smiled awkwardly. What kind of fighting skills does he have? Under Beast's instinctive dispatch, he reacted completely instinctively. But after acquiring the instant ability, the instinctive reaction automatically applies this ability to fighting? What Hawkeye is talking about being hit by light is the effect. If at the moment had an ultra-high-speed camera, through 20x slow-moving, you could see Luo Bing's body disappearing instantly, and then moving forward by about 2 centimeters? No more, no more, no more, Barton sighed. It feels like training against monsters. The opponent's speed is so terrifying, and his fist can't touch him at all, so what to beat? Beat it to death? Barton was heartbroken. This is the first time that he has been crushed in every way and abused to the point of losing his temper. At this time, buzz. Luo Bing and Hawkeye's communication bracelets vibrated at the same time. Barton, Robin, we've got a mission. Something happened to Stark, and the military is asking for our support, Fury said into the communicator. Asterisk. Hot winds blow the bad surface of the Gobi, making the air scorching hot, and most of the battle areas in AFCON are such barren plains. Maybe people lived here before, but now it's deserted, and at this time and now, ordinary people can't survive even an hour without supplementing their drinking water. The armed forces are temporarily stationed in the area. It has been 1 day and 6 hours since Sir Stark disappeared. At first, the military thought he had been killed by terrorists' artillery fire, but later searched the battlefield, but did not find his body. But it wasn't all for nothing, at least they found soil containing Tony's blood DNA. It's not good news, it means Tony may still be alive, but he's badly injured and can't get out of this desert on his own, leaving only one possibility. He was captured by terrorists. Colonel Roddy got down from the helicopter in a state of dismay. He drove a helicopter all night in this desert to find it, but in front of him, except for the desert, there was no trace of any terrorists at all. Damn it. Where are these rats hiding? Roddy added the water source angrily. As one of Tony's few friends, at the moment is the only one who cares so much. Even though he was an ace-fly man, he was physically exhausted from the day-long search. The hardest part of this task is patience. In the face of the vast yellow sand, you can only feel hopeless from this area. When will the people from SHILD arrive? Roddy wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked the contact person next to him. As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him, including himself, looked at the top of their heads subconsciously. The hot barracks suddenly ushered in a shadow, followed by a harsh humming sound. Buzz. Quince landed here. A young man stepped out of the cabin, looking 17 or 18 years old, Asian, wearing black sunglasses, like a student going out for a tour. That's Luo Bing. Since he could not find the spatial coordinates of the armed base, he was sent by Kunchi. I don't know if it's because of the trust in him or because of the lack of population in S.H.I.E.L.D. He was the only one in this operation, and Hawkeye was urgently transferred to other places. Are you Robin Agent? Colonel Roddy asked uncertainly. Not long after Luo Bing joined S.H.I.E.L.D., his name has not been known by some forces. And his status is special. The identity of the super ability advisor is confidential. On the bright side, he is just an ordinary 7th level agent. Unremarkable. Level 7 agent? Although no one would believe it if he was killed, S.H.I.E.L.D's level 7 agent was unremarkable and unremarkable. Hello. Luo Bing nodded, beckoning Roar. At the moment, he wasn't too anxious. He saw some pictures through the sleep prophecy of the Great Toad, the ancestor of the 7th Hokage's psychic beast. Tony Stark seemed to be safe and sound. He was being locked up in a small dark house, tinkling iron. Correct. This stinky and long ability related to the 7th Hokage was refreshed last night by him. This 7th Hokage is a thing. Luo Bing doesn't know why he has been brushing against him recently, but still very useful. Although he knew that he didn't understand how this prophecy was triggered, but the dream was over. Thinking about it every day and dreaming at night, it seems that his doubts will be revealed to him in the dream at night. This is another incomprehensible ability, but the quality is surprisingly high. Since the blessing of Lucky Aura, abilities now either involve space or time, and now they all involve mystery. In fact, Luo Bing also tried to use the time ability to go back 5 minutes before brushing the ability last night. Unfortunately, it failed. As suggested in my mind, it seems that this bug has really been fixed. Maybe it was because of luck that I got stuck on this bug in the beginning. You're the only one? Roddy frowned, and the youth of the other party made him feel distrustful. In addition, I was in a bad mood at the moment, and I had some complaints about S.H.I.E.L.D. in my heart. He had heard of many great people in S.H.I.E.L.D., but never heard of this Robin. Where did this guy come from? Just sent over to deal with it, right? S.H.I.E.L.D. does not belong to any country and is now jointly supported by the World Federation, so even the military is not qualified to assign tasks. It can only be a request. A soldier came out of the warehouse with a water wheel. Papa. Due to the unevenness of the road, the full bucket of water fell directly to the ground and was quickly absorbed by the hot sand. What are you doing to eat? Do you know how precious the water is here? F***K. Roddy pointed at the soldier and scolded, in a terrible mood at the moment. Being interrupted, Luo Bing took off his glasses in embarrassment. Yes, it's just me. Please don't worry. I will complete the task as soon as possible. Luo Bing smiled. It was the first time he went out to work alone, and the other party seemed to be an officer, so he was still very polite. I hope so, Roddy snorted, turned and walked towards the helicopter again. The helicopter has just been filled with fuel. Instead of relying on others, he only believes in himself. The Kunchi flew to the base the moment he put down Luo Bing, and every Kunchi of S.H.I.E.L.D. was lined up for a day's worth of tasks. Hey, kid, this is the communicator and food sent to you. Just find a bunk in the military camp, said a shirtless soldier with disdain. Where's the water? Luo Bing asked with a frown. No, be thirsty. Wait for tomorrow. The soldier shook his head disdainfully, took out the belt from his waist, and poured a sip of water into his mouth. Roar! Luo Bing took a deep breath. The smile on his face gradually turned cold. Shoo! The soldier's head fell to the ground, and the people around him screamed in surprise. He raised the gun in his hand and pointed it at Luo Bing's head. What's the matter with you? Do you want to be punished by a military court? Luo D was furious and looked at Luo Bing in disbelief. Luo Bing sheathed his knife and shook his head. Screwed up again. I wanted to make a good impression. Still have to be tough. Never mind. Back it up. The hot army camp suddenly ushered in a shadow. Luo Bing stepped down from the Kuan style and glanced at Luo D. Are you Robin Agent? Colonel Roddy asked uncertainly. Luo Bing ignored him and walked past him. A hapless guy pushed a cart of water out and was about to overturn while passing Luo Bing. Luo Bing kicked and the water cart returned to its balance. He came to the chest-haired soldier on his own. No one could see how he shot, but saw that the map and communication device in the soldier's hand disappeared. Don't disturb me, Luo Bing said impatiently, turned and walked towards the camp. A group of soldiers, including Roddy, looked at this scene stupidly. This guy is so cool. The chest-haired American soldier swallowed stupidly. As expected of S.H.I.E.L.D. Roddy nodded reassuringly. Asterisk. Casually walked into a camp, and it seemed to be arranged. This was the temporary residence of the officers, but Luo Bing didn't care about this. He grabbed a ballpoint pen from the table. The map you just got is spread out on the desktop. According to the impression in his mind, Luo Bing opened the writing wheel and began to compare it with the one on the map. Because it is a dream, the mountains and scenes in my impression are a little blurry. Plus the map is not complete. It is not easy to find the scene in the prophecy dream on the map. But Urga Jade writing while I micro-recognition ability is extremely powerful. Luo Bing's brain seems to be replaced by a quantum-level CPU, and he soon found similarities in some details. It should be here. Luo Bing took out a ballpoint pen and circled the coordinates on the map. The whole person disappeared in the camp in an instant. Robin Agent, do you need water? Roddy opened the tent with a smile on his face. Eh? What about people? Oh my hell. Roddy's eyes widened, his dark face full of suspicion. Then he immediately sent people to search the entire camp, but still did not find the S.H.I.E.L.D. visitor just now. What's going on? There's not a single vehicle in the camp? Here? He walks. Roddy was dumbfounded. How can this living person disappear and disappear? Unable to hold back the curiosity in his heart, Roddy applied to speak with S.H.I.E.L.D. again. Oh, Fury replied. Oh, what do you mean? Don't you care about your agent at all? Roddy asked cautiously, dumbfounded. Do your own thing, Colonel. Robin doesn't have to worry about us. Fury curled his lips and ended the call. While Roddy was on the phone with S.H.I.E.L.D., Robin was already lurking inside the terrorists. Mr. Stark seems to be talking and laughing. In the surveillance room of the terrorists, Robin nibbled at the apple on the side and watched the surveillance screen with interest. On the side, a few terrorists stood there dumbfounded, with red lights hidden in their eyes. Has the Shakern hypnotic ability? In the cave, the genius weapon designer Tony Stark was beating iron with a lifeless face. His face was covered with blood-stained gauze, and his left arm was covered with a thick bandage. He was wearing a faded military coat, his hair was messy, and he was still handsome, just like a refugee. More striking is his chest, where there is a metal ring with 3 wires of different colors extending from it, which are connected to the battery at hand, which looks like some kind of evil scientist's experimental product, full of the confusion of postmodernism. Tony put away the hammer, wearing glasses wrapped with tape, and cautiously using tweezers to take out a delicate-looking chip from the tactical missile whose shell had been dismantled in front of him. Afterwards, he carefully glanced at the surveillance camera in the corner. Luo Bing laughed and made a victory gesture through the camera, but Sir Stark didn't see it at all. He slowly wiped the sweat from his forehead, then took a deep breath, moving his hands, and inserting a rough needle that didn't meet the requirements at all into the bullet he had completely dismantled on the side. ZZ. Tony sucked a lot of silver gray-like, mercury-like things from it. Afterwards, he cautiously dropped it on a handmade gadget next to it that did not conform to the production rules at all, wrapped in coils and intertwined with metals. Buzz. The sound of electric current came. The coil lit up with a bright blue light, which looked very technological. Sir Stark pulled the battery cord off his chest, and Ethan, who was beside him, carefully filled his chest with the energy heart of his heart. Success! Ethan looked at this scene in amazement, his excitement beyond words. Sure, Stark, you're a genius. The power of this thing can almost make your heart beat for 50 lifetimes. At the moment, Ethan gave his praises without hesitation. Or, keep a big guy for 50 minutes, this is the magic weapon for us to go out. Tony said, quietly avoiding the camera, and took out a large stack of transparent design drawings from his arms. What is this? Ethan glanced at the camera with a guilty conscience and asked in a low voice. Fly over the valley gear. Tony clenched his fists, his face full of confidence. Luo Bing watched while biting an apple, just like watching a TV show. It's pretty good. It seems that Mr. Stark has found a way to save himself. I should not interrupt them. The iron door of the monitoring room of Bing was kicked open from the outside, forcibly interrupting Luo Bing's chasing drama. A terrorist with a tattoo next to his ear walked in, followed by 4 or 5 of his subordinates. At #Yuan #Yuan, they first glanced at Luo Bing in shock, then mumbled something, raised their guns, and pointed at Luo Bing's head. Oh buddy, take it easy. Luo Bing took a bite of the apple, his eyes twirling slowly. Your mother told you to go home for dinner, get out of here, Luo Bing said. At #Yuan. Several terrorists nodded, then turned around in unison, looking very funny. It's too easy for ordinary people like Shiranian hypnotic ability. Luo Bing yawned, checked the time, made himself a crystal coffin with Rashomon, left some cracks in the window, lay there and fell asleep. Take a nap. I didn't sleep well on the plane again last night. Make up for sleep. Luo Bing groaned and fell asleep. Where is this? Wait. I seem to be dreaming again. No, this is the picture in the prophecy. Luo Bing woke up immediately. It wasn't that he was awake, but he was awake in a dream. Where is this? What are the lottery numbers today? This was the first question of the sober Luo Bing. No, I'm lucky. I don't need to know the lottery number. This is the reply I gave to myself after sobering up. ZZ. A big man with a hammer in his hand rushed over with a flash of lightning. F***K. This was Luo Bing's third exclamation after he woke up. Luo Bing was startled and avoided subconsciously. At this time, he realized that the self in the dream didn't seem to have a body, and he didn't need to avoid it at all. So he obediently continued to watch the trend of the picture in the prophecy. Loki. The big man with the hammer shouted with affection. Thor. The robot with eyes like 2 flashlights responded affectionately. Crackling. 1 person and 1 robot communicated affectionately. Luo Bing woke up and rubbed his eyes. Walter. Luo Bing, who woke up, touched his chin, recalling the prophecy he had just seen. Or is that not a prophecy? I have watched too many sci-fi movies? Luo Bing shook his head. Fury just showed him a copy of I, Robot last morning. He had never heard of the big hammer man with golden hair and the metal giant with 2 light bulbs. The big man was dressed as if he had traveled through ancient times. There is even a red cloak behind him. Without thinking about the strange dream, Luo Bing turned to look at the surveillance screen beside him. Dang dang dang. Tony was still hammering. Seeing that he was very hot, he took off his original clothes, leaving only a black t-shirt with a gleaming blue light on his chest. Looks like a modified Superman fighter. On the side, it seems that many parts have been knocked out by him under the iron work in the afternoon. Like medieval plate armor, heavy and hard. Looking at the time, Luo Bing stretched, not ready to wait any longer, because it was almost time for dinner. Luo Bing doesn't want to have his dinner in this place where birds don't shit. The people here don't know that they haven't bathed in hundreds of years, and they stink all over. Right. This is a desert, and nothing is more precious than water. Luo Bing left the monitoring room and walked towards Dungeon, who was detaining Stark. Wait, Ethan, there are footsteps. Tony was startled, and Ethan, who was beside him, hurriedly started to clean up the parts on the table. Squeak. The iron door opened slowly, making a heavy sound. Tony was sweating coldly, trying to cover the parts he made with the missile parts on the table, and his heart was beating powerfully. What should I do? Ethan on the side also got angry. The parts they built are so conspicuous that if found, the terrorists will not spare them. Damn, it's almost time. Ethan, cooperate with me. I can only try my best to disguise. Sir Stark took a deep roar inhalation and slowly calmed down his mood so that his face wouldn't look so bad. As a businessman, he does an excellent job of masking his emotions. Bang, the door was kicked open with force. Luo Bing frowned and put away his feet. This broken door, I don't know how many layers of rust have grown, and it is so difficult to open with a key. Hi, Mr. Sir Stark, good evening. Luo Bing waved his hand and blinked at Tony Sir Stark, who was stunned in front of him. Robin. Hell, what are you doing here? No, great, you're here. Robin. Well, Tony is not good at hiding his emotions at all. When he saw Luo Bing, he was so excited that he almost jumped up, happy like a 800-pound child. Hey, don't come here, okay? Don't hug my thigh. Hey, Mr. Stark, what are you doing? Luo Bing had a black line on his face. Ethan on the side was even more stunned. He didn't know what happened yet. He just felt that Tony, who he thought was a genius just now, had a shattered image in his heart at the moment. If given the chance, he decided to take back the compliments of Stark. How did you find me? You're amazing. I really want to kiss you. Sir Stark got up from the ground excitedly. Oh my god. His snot is almost staying. It might also be the ghost weather here made him catch a cold. You better not do that, Luo Bing threatened with a dark face. At the moment, he really wanted to get out of here immediately and let this guy die by himself. Ha ha ha, Tony was indescribably excited. What about the 10 rings? Ethan asked cautiously from the side. From the scene, the young man on the other side seems to be the rescuer who came to rescue Tony, and it can be seen from Tony's performance that this young man is very powerful, or he is not the only one here, at least outside an army. Oh? Are they 10 rings? Luo Bing blinked. He didn't know which faction the terrorists here belonged to before. After all, language barrier. What's more, Luo Bing didn't even think to ask. Did you kill them all? Tony took a deep roar breath again and asked Luo Bing eagerly. No, they are still outside, Luo Bing replied. So, you sneaked in? No, there are cameras here, we've been spotted, and they'll be here soon. Tony said, feeling tense again in an instant. I know. Actually, I came very early. I stayed in the monitoring room all day and took a nap. Otherwise, your little actions would have been discovered long ago. Luo Bing shrugged, his face boring. What? You stayed in the monitoring room for an afternoon? Why didn't you come earlier? Do you know how I spent this afternoon? I almost cried. You guy, it's not interesting at all. You are just in the monitoring room, just watch. Tony was aggrieved like an unloved little daughter-in-law. Looking at Luo Bing's eyes also became more resentful. I didn't watch it. I ate 3 apples very hard, and I finally finished digesting it. I'm also very tired, okay? Luo Bing rolled his eyes, not knowing how much he said. Irritating. Also, I see that you are busy, so I don't feel embarrassed to interrupt. All right. Tony was choked up already. You are a boss now, what you say is what you say is right, and what you do is reasonable. Thinking back on all the gasoline-smelling real junk food he ate last night and even this morning, Tony had the urge to cry. Boss, you are nibbling on fresh fruit in the desert and watching me eat garbage. Do you have any conscience? Okay, don't look at me. Do you still want to go out? Luo Bing waved his hand impatiently. Definitely. Tony immediately started packing his bags. But the next moment, he realized that he had no luggage at all. However, when he saw the half-finished product on the workbench, he still felt itchy. Boss Robin, can you wait a little longer? My equipment is almost finished, and there is more hope when I run away? Tony asked suddenly. What the hell are you knocking? Robin was also very curious. High-tech medical prosthetics, Tony said, then closed the door and started G again. Luo Bing watched from the side, and when he saw Tony put 2 rockets on his arm, he twitched the corner of his mouth. Are you sure this thing is for the hospital? Why do I look like I put someone in the hospital? With no worries at all, Tony is not secretive when he builds his equipment. He and Ethan were building different parts at the same time, saving a lot of time. In the past, 2 people worked in shifts, taking turns to pick up some small parts by the door, fearing that terrorists would suddenly break in. Luo Bing watched from the side. He wasn't going to help. Actually, he couldn't be of much help either. One of the two is a genius scientist, and the other is an experienced doctor and scientist. In this regard, Luo Bing really doesn't even have the qualifications to strike. After an hour, the wearing of the steel armor began. The armor as a whole looks like a medieval knight, with 2 complete tactical missile shells on both arms transformed into arm guards. Under the metal plate, there are 2 flamethrower-like faucets connected. In the tactical box behind it is an extra high power generator, which provides enough output for both arms. What makes Luo Bing feel the most is that this big guy is equipped with a flamethrower on the soles of his feet. That is to say, this heavy iron guy can theoretically fly up, but as for how to land, because of the lack of materials and the lack of time, Tony ignored it for the time being. As he thinks, just turn the injector power down a bit. To some extent, geniuses and lunatics are no different. Haha, Ethan, give me my mask and press the computer's startup program. Sure, Stark was in a good mood at the moment and raised his eyebrows at Luo Bing proudly, as if showing off. It looks pretty good. Luo Bing gave a rare nod. It seemed that he didn't wait for this day in vain. Finally, after everything was ready, the small reactor on Stark's chest emitted a bright light, driving the entire armor to fall to the ground. Bang, a crack appeared on the cement floor. This feels great, leave it to me next. Tony in the armor was full of confidence, and the manipulator's metal arm grabbed the iron door. Click. The iron door behind it was violently torn open by him, and the power of the armor was undoubtedly revealed. Isn't that door open? Luo Bing had a black line on his face. This guy, he's so handsome when he finds the right time. Haha, test it, Tony waved his hand angrily, strode towards the passage in front of him, and signaled the 2 behind him to follow. Result. Da-da-da-da-da. The 10 rings who heard the sound came up and gave him a few rounds of bullets. Sparks flew everywhere. Tony was completely in the armor, only the eyes were exposed. He covered the eye sockets with his hands, and the whole person constantly retreated under the impact of the bullets. F***K. What kind of monster is this? The people from 10 Rings began to scream again in a language that Luo Bing couldn't understand. Sure, Stark turned on the flamethrower in his arm, and a large amount of fire filled the entire tunnel. Constantly, someone gets ignited or even roasted to a stinky stench. Can you do it? Luo Bing frowned as he looked at the stray bullets that bounced around. Boss, I can't stand it. Due to the lack of time, the main weapon I originally designed has not been installed. If I use rockets, it will blow up the tunnel and bury us alive. Tony shouted in embarrassment. You said it earlier. Luo Bing rolled his eyes, pulled out 2 steel cutting knives from behind, and disappeared instantly. Clinging. The blade slid through a graceful curve, and Luo Bing returned to the spot after 2 seconds. Dong dong dong. The dozen or so terrorists who were still charging with their AKs split their heads and bodies in an instant and fell to the ground. Tony? What the hell? Do magic. How did you do that? Tony's head was full of question marks, and Ethan behind him gave him a ghostly expression. He squinted at Luo Bing, compared him with the image of the Demon King of Hell, and finally felt that Death God was more suitable for him. If it wasn't for the inconvenience of wearing armor now, Tony would make sure to hug Luo Bing's thigh as soon as possible. Boss, you're too arrogant. I want to learn this trick. The 3 of them approached the entrance of the cave so brightly. Because Sir Stark was too bulky, the 3 of them walked for 5 or 6 minutes. There was a Gatling at a 36-degree angle diagonally opposite, and it blew him up, Luo Bing commanded. Okay, boss. Tony raised his right arm, aimed with his eyes, and fired 2 rockets with a slam of PIU. However, because the armored helmet blocked his vision, this shot was slightly missed, and one of them landed in the base's ammunition depot. Oh my! It's going to explode! Tony exclaimed. All the weapons outside were made by Sir Stark Company. As a qualified munition man, he knew in his heart how powerful an explosion would be. That can completely destroy this valley. Catch me. I'll fly you out, Tony said, picking up Ethan's collar with one hand, and just about to grab Luo Bing with the other, but found that he was no longer there. When I turned around, Robin was floating in the sky. "Wait for me, big guy." Tony pressed a device in his hand, and instantly a large amount of fire was sprayed from the soles of his feet. Under the acceleration of the driving force, he quickly flew into the sky. Pfft! Poof! The injector under his feet was like a fart, and after getting out of the blast range, Tony went straight towards the ground and loaded it. If nothing else, he would fall badly. As for Ethan, who has no protection by his side, although this is a desert, he is bound to die. Fortunately, Luo Bing is here. Tony and Ethan constantly smashed several wooden doors in the air and finally landed safely on the ground. It's just that Ethan was hit a little bit. However, because the body of the armor is too heavy, when falling, Tony wearing the armor descends faster than Ethan, and basically all the points of force are carried by Tony. Roar! Tony threw away the disfigured mask, feeling that his whole body was about to fall apart. "Are you happy to fly, Rocket Boy?" Luo Bing asked with a raised eyebrow as he slid all the way to Tony on the glass slide. To be honest, his flight status just now was as hilarious as a rocket launch. "Why do I feel like you're in a playground?" Tony stared at the glass slide track behind Luo Bing with a black line. "Although I don't know how this came about, what is the principle? But, since I have something to do, why make me smash the door to slow down? Give me one too. Conscience will not hurt." Asterisk. The cold wind brushed against Tony Stark's face. There is a large temperature difference between day and night in the desert. It feels so good to escape. Tony took off his heavy armor with the help of Ethan. Although this thing only played for 10 minutes, it has now been declared scrapped. "The mission is over. I've sent you the coordinates. Come and pick me up." Luo Bing picked up the communication equipment he had left in the morning and initiated contact with the temporary U.S. military base. "What? Okay, Tony, is he all right?" Roddy was surprised. When he received the call, he was startled and asked several questions in an uncertain tone. Luo Bing directly hung up the contact and turned to look at Sir Stark. "I've made arrangements. You go forward and see that sand dune. The U.S. military helicopter will pick you up there." "Okay, thank you, boss." "Wait, don't you come with us?" Tony nodded first, then found the details in Luo Bing's words, scratched his head, and looked over in confusion. "No, I'm going home to take a shower. It's time to eat," Luo Bing said, then summoned a wooden classical door beside him. Sir Stark and Ethan looked over in astonishment. "It's magic again." "Wait, boss. What are you doing changing a door in the desert?" Tony was very puzzled. He had a very clear impression of this door, and he smashed a few doors just now. "Going home," Luo Bing said, pulling the door handle, but another world appeared inside the door frame. That is the middle city, thousands of miles away. Luo Bing's rental property. There was also a faint smell of food wafting from the door, making Tony, who was already hungry, instantly smothered with chicken blood. "Walter fuck." Tony rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Ethan on the side was not much better. "Doraemon's random door," Tony exclaimed. This scene is very similar to a comic book he once read. "See you later. I wish you all a smooth journey." Luo Bing waved his hand and stepped into the door. "Big guy." "No, take us with you." Sir Stark rushed up. However, he just hit a cloud of smoke. Cough cough. Tony bleeds gloomily. "Big brother, this is too unfriendly. You should have said this earlier. Why should we go to that bandit den? Open the door directly and walk away soon as it's over." Why is it so shocking? Tony seems to have forgotten that he was the one who led the charge and forged ahead. Not to blame Luo Bing. The two people who stayed in the desert looked at each other with a little helplessness in their eyes. "Is your friend a god?" Ethan helped Tony and climbed to the sand dunes not far away. "He's the super ability advisor of S.H.I.E.L.D. He's such a cute and hateful guy." Tony was very depressed and slumped on the ground in annoyance. "S.H.I.E.L.D.? Super ability advisor." Ethan felt as if he had touched some great secret in the world and buried his head deeply. S.H.I.E.L.D. is just a group of ordinary guys, only he is special. Tony curled his lips in disdain. He didn't have a good impression of S.H.I.E.L.D. "I used to foolishly want to hire him to be my bodyguard with money. Looks like I'm so stupid." Tony said, laughing at himself, patiently waiting for the rescue plane to arrive. People like him shouldn't care about money at all, Ethan said meaningfully. In his eyes, Luo Bing is very mysterious, just like the gods in legends. I'm so thirsty. Why is that B asterisk 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 D Rhodey so slow? Tony murmured impatiently. His eyes were so dehydrated that his lips were chapped. Ethan sneezed, tightening his clothes. The ghost weather in the desert has a huge temperature difference between day and night. The two of them just sat slumped on the sand dunes, staring at the sunset that was about to fall in the sky, in a daze. Bang, a wooden door suddenly appeared beside the two of them. Big guy. Tony instantly cheered up and stood up excitedly. Luo Bing came out of the door with a hot hamburger and watermelon juice in his hand, a luxurious set menu of 15 yuan. Double. Big guy, great, I knew you wouldn't abandon us. Oh my, what's this? A hamburger. Watermelon juice. Give it to me. Tony's eyes turned green. Now his cravings for these fast foods are sky high. Take a look. Top-notch imported watermelon juice, 5 million cups, luxurious meat biggies, 30 million pieces. Luo Bing read the advertisement with a smile on his face. Tony? What the hell are you talking about? Ethan next to him covered his face. This god is really a special person. I take that back. The gods like money too. Don't miss it when you pass by. The price is fair, and the old man is not deceived. Luo Bing continued to read the advertisement with a smile, completely ignoring Tony's eyes full of question marks. Okay, I'll buy it. I've bought it all, boss. Give me your account number, and I'll ask the secretary to call you $1 billion later. Tony immediately stepped forward and took the fast food from Luo Bing. 1 billion. Luo Bing froze in place. What a math genius you are. According to my list price, these things are at most 100 million. All right. A billion and a billion may not make any difference in the eyes of this inhuman guy in front of him. Thank you for your patronage. Luo Bing threw out an account, turned around and left. He sold a total of 30 yuan of fast food for 1 billion yuan. At the moment, he was very happy. Welcome to come again. Tony gave Ethan a portion of the fast food in his hand and said vaguely while biting on the straw. Bang! The wooden door turned into smoke again and disappeared. Wait. Boss. Take me. Boss? Are you gone? Tony froze in place. He just focused on food. My brain is so funny. Welcome to the fart. Tony wanted to cry without tears, so he could only vent his anger by chewing on the hamburger in his hand. It smells good. Soon. Buzz. A helicopter flew over from the distant sky. Hey, here, Tony waved his hands excitedly. The burger in his hand was only half eaten, and Roddy was still fast. The helicopter stopped steadily, and Roddy ran down the helicopter with a look of excitement. Hey, brother, I'm here to save you. Where's the Robin agent? What are you holding in your hand? Are you calling this a hamburger, watermelon juice? Roddy's dark face was full of big doubts. Asterisk. Roddy looked at Tony and Ethan in front of him with a sullen expression. He didn't know Ethan, but he was all too familiar with the food and drinks in their hands. The issue is, how could there be such a thing in this uninhabited desert? Could Master Ken expand his business and open a branch in the desert? Not scientific. Talking in a dream. And what about the Robin agent? I haven't thanked him properly yet. No knowledge. Tony rolled his eyes, ignoring Roddy's surprised look. What do you muggles know? Go on your happy bus. The two got on the plane and Stark completely escaped the desert. Inside the rental room, Luo Bing raised his eyebrows as he watched the stacks of dishes brought by Sky. Is this woman not having enough fun? Of all the housewives who can cook, she is definitely the best at hacking. But cooking is not her specialty. Is this guy too busy? Try it. I think you seem to owe me an apology. Sky proudly untied his apron, took out the tableware, and handed it to Luo Bing. It is quite easy to buy chopsticks in a nearby mall. Luo Bing picked up a piece of fried meat and chewed it in his mouth. It's like that now. Well, great progress. Luo Bing suddenly stopped talking and held his forehead. Sweat ran across his forehead and dripped onto the ground with a crisp sound. A sense of powerlessness filled Luo Bing's body, and he was about to fall to the ground staggering. "What's wrong with you? Don't scare me." Sky immediately picked Luo Bing up in a hurry. "Hey, did you take medicine with your meal? So vicious, you woman." Luo Bing's body was hot, and it gradually weakened after more than 10 seconds, and he shivered. "Did you catch a cold under the temperature difference between day and night in the desert? Or got some disease from those filthy terrorists?" "I didn't. I really didn't. You're not kidding me." Sky hurriedly helped Luo Bing, carefully helped him on the sofa lying beside him, and put his hand on his forehead to try. "It's hot. Are you sick? I'll take you to the hospital." Sky said, took off his woolen coat and put it on Luo Bing. "How could my body get sick casually? Just let me lie down for a while." Luo Bing waved his hand to refuse. "You lie down first. I'll pour you a glass of hot water." Sky was in a hurry. She had never been so nervous before. At the moment, her heart was beating fast. "The water is coming. Wait, it's hot." The little beauty was nervously blowing hot air with her small mouth, and the hot air hit Luo Bing's face. Luo Bing was stunned for a while, looked at Sky's mouth, and suddenly had some thoughts in his heart. "Then try your own space ability." "Really?" "Spatial ability is temporarily gone. According to the feeling, it seems that it will take 2 hours for his space ability to recover." Luo Bing narrowed his eyes and looked at Sky curiously. "Are you an alien?" Luo Bing asked with a frown. Sky was stunned. At the moment, she was carefully blowing hot water, and she didn't understand what Luo Bing was talking about. "Are you an alien?" Luo Bing asked again. "What? What are you talking about? Isn't your brain burned out?" Sky was even more anxious. This dead guy is starting to talk nonsense now. Who knows if you will have a fever and become an idiot. "It doesn't matter if you become an idiot, don't die. You must not die." Luo Bing is fine, except that his body cannot use spatial abilities for a short period of time. His recovery is no different from normal now. "Go back." Luo Bing moved the time hand and used the last time ability today. Tick-tock. There were ripples in the air like ripples rolled up on a lake. Luo Bing disappeared again under Sky's unbelievable gaze. "Try it. I think you seem to owe me an apology." Sky took off his apron proudly, took out the tableware, and handed it to Luo Bing, and winked at Luo Bing. "Don't dare." Luo Bing refused decisively. "I tried my space ability and found that everything was normal, so I was relieved." Even if it was 2 hours, he didn't want to lose it. "Not solid." "Hey, it took me 2 hours to make it, and I burned a bag on my mouth just to try the dish." B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** cost me so much." Sky was very aggrieved. He worked so hard to cook a table of dishes for one person, but his hot face stuck to his cold butt. This feeling of loss is indescribable. "It's because you tried the food, so I didn't dare." Luo Bing shrugged and looked at Sky curiously. "What do you mean? Are you despising me?" The little beauty got angry and put down the table and chopsticks, her chest getting bigger with anger. Luo Bing frowned, ignoring Sky's petulant temper, walked over, put his hand on the little beauty's head, and looked up and down, left and right. "What are you doing?" Sky's voice became smaller. "Take off your pants and let me see if you have a tail," Luo Bing said, subconsciously touching the zipper of Sky's pants. "Stinking rogue. Don't do this. Too soon." I. Sky held Luo Bing's big hand and blushed with shame. Although she also wanted to just let the bad guy in front of her go, but the girl's restraint still made her push and shove subconsciously. "If you want to refuse, you're welcome." Basically, men who understand have mastered the perfect way to solve problems. Just say some kind words, be gentle, and basically it's done. Unfortunately, Luo Bing is still a child. "Don't get me wrong, I really just want to see if you have a tail," Luo Bing said seriously. "Are you sick?" Sky had already closed his eyes, and when he heard this, he rolled his eyes speechlessly and looked at Luo Bing with a black line on his face. "Aren't you an alien?" Sky said speechlessly. "What?" Luo Bing was stunned for a moment. "It's not me. I was about to say, I suspect you might be an alien." "Sky, Trust my judgment, I promise, you're 50% alien. Sky was completely speechless. I believe you are a ghost. You took the wrong medicine today, and your head won't have a fever, right? Luo Bing choked on this. How can I hear this after I go back to the file? Is this time kidding him? Inhuman, Luo Bing said suddenly. Huh? Sky frowned. You may be a member of the Inhumans, by the way. You may not have awakening your own super ability. Luo Bing seemed to grasp a certain point and said with great certainty. Huh? Sky tilted his head with a cute expression. Asterisk. Luo Bing probably confirmed Sky's identity. That is alien. If the alien genes hidden in the body are considered half aliens, his weakness just now can be explained. It's just that this is just speculation, and further tests of Sky's blood are needed. You said I might be a member of the Inhumans? But I don't have any special feelings, and I don't have any super ability. Does my computer skills count as a special skill? Sky had heard of the Inhumans from the Rising Tide organization, and he was puzzled at the moment. After all, Luo Bing's serious expression didn't seem like a joke. You're just not awakening yet. Also, regarding your background, I did not find any information about your parents in the SHILD files. It's not normal, Luo Bing said. Didn't you also find your parents? Sky rolled his eyes speechlessly. I didn't say I was normal either. Luo Bing shrugged. Anyway, it's getting late today. You rest first, and tomorrow I'll take you to find Jinma to check on your body. Luo Bing turned to look at the time and the food on the table. It's a pity for these meals. After being repeatedly tortured by the evil witch and finally freed, they can't enter my stomach now. Fate is not fair. Luo Bing made an excuse to sneak into the bedroom. Even Sky, Luo Bing would not let her know his weakness until the problem of this body was solved. The little beauty looked at a table of food, holding her cheeks, and lost her appetite by herself. I'm not willing to throw it away, after all. It's the result of my own hard work, so I can only put it in the refrigerator. In the room, Luo Bing folded his hands together and launched Yang Chaoyue's prayer. The almighty Yang Chaoyue, bless me tonight to obtain an ability that can solve my current physical condition. Thank you very much. After reading, he took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offered it up, and clapped his hands. The ceremony is over. He just bought the cigarettes. Luo Bing has no habit of smoking. He doesn't even know how to smoke. Originally wanted to buy incense, but unfortunately the supermarket downstairs does not have it. The ability Yang Chaoyue's prayer focuses on making a wish. As for whether it works or not, Luo Bing doesn't know. He hasn't really tried it yet. After the symbolic ceremony, Luo Bing picked up the cigarette on the table and took a sip. The spicy feeling reached his throat, causing him to cough a few times, then snuffed it out. The throat of a person who has never smoked is repulsive to the nicotine in tobacco. It was like that at the beginning. Later, after the voice got used to it, it would not work without this stuff, commonly known as addiction. Luo Bing just tasted it subconsciously and then gave up decisively. Not fun at all. Looking at the time, it is now 10 o'clock at night, and most of the people are basically asleep. Luo Bing didn't plan to go to bed so early. He seemed to be used to going to bed late, probably because he had to wait for his abilities to refresh every day. Turning on the computer, Luo Bing started playing the game. He frowned after killing a few dungeon boss monsters in seconds. So boring. His juggernaut is already in a divine outfit, and he can beat any boss with a single knife. This is simply too boring, and there is no fun at all. Follow the mixed teammates to know how to shout 666. Maybe this is the daily boring of the big boss. Very helpless. Luo Bing closed the Drop City, looked at Xuanting's latest game, and clicked the download out of boredom. At the same time, he clicked on the page of Zuntang de Landlord, played a free hand in Spring, and won more than 20 yuan in phone bills. After 20 minutes, the game download and installation are over. This is a game called League of Legends. According to the introduction, it is an absolutely fair competitive game. However, after Luo Bing entered, he found out that this map is almost a brother of Dota 2 that he had played before. Hua Mateng is still a showman. He can always crush the original on the road of plagiarism. Luo Bing entered the training camp, and according to the little assistant's prompts, he manipulated the ice arrow to frantically fight the mobs. Before the tutorial was over, he knew the general gameplay, so he simply quit and clicked on the real-life battle. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. 20 minutes later, Luo Bing's successfully pushed off the local crystal and won. It's pretty fun. Luo Bing touched his chin and moved on to the next round. Buzz. The communicator on the wrist vibrated, and someone sent a contact request. It's Peter. Few people know Luo Bing's contact information. At the moment, Luo Bing didn't realize Peter's ability to speak, and soon he tasted the consequences. What's the matter? Peter, Luo Bing asked while playing the game. Brother Luo, I saw a strange big lizard when I was in action tonight. It was really big. I have never seen such a big lizard, and he is very strange. It has a human head. I call him Lizard. Man, I think that's a very apt name for it. Peter started, muttering a lot. Luo Bing. This kid is getting more and more talkative. Okay, what's the matter? Talk to people, Luo Bing asked again. Brother Luo, do you want to investigate with me? We haven't acted together for a long time. Peter on the other end of the phone scratched his head. Luo Bing is speechless. When have you been with the duo? You have a deep misunderstanding. I'm not free, I'm playing in the league, Luo Bing said. Oh, well then, Big Brother Luo is really amazing. The Alliance must be a very strong organization. I really hope to join you in your actions, but I still can't get out of my way. By the way, I recently found a reporter at work. Although the boss has a bad temper, the salary is still quite high. I will take some pictures of Spider-Man and send them to the newspaper boss. Haha, he never imagined that I was the Spider-Man he always hated. By the way, the place where I work is the Clarion newspaper, which is the largest local newspaper in New York. I was also scared at first, and that day. Luo Bing. Beep. After hanging up the communication, Luo Bing breathed a sigh of relief. Next time we meet, I will definitely ban him. Absolute. In the state of being addicted to the game, time is fleeting. Sign in successfully. Today's copy of the ability Unscaled Immortal Body has been delivered. Please use it as much as you like. Luo Bing? Evil Door? The name of this power is so short. Asterisk. Stainless Immortal Body. To be clear and unsullied, all things in this body are untouched. All dharmas retreat. All dharmas are empty. No self, no life, no sentient beings. Bodhi is not a tree. How can it cause dust? Luo Bing looked at the ability introduction. It seems that this time the ability is a bit special, and the correct way to interpret his ability is the ability from Otherworld. Ability is all kinds of strange. Luo Bing used to indulge in the pain of cats and dogs for a long time. The name of the power, like this introduction, in addition to Beast Perception, this is the second one. Beast Perception is a very useful ability, and basically Luo Bing's metamorphosis started there. The dense golden light enveloped Luo Bing's body. Luo Bing felt that his whole body was soaked in warm water, and the tides came and went, constantly beating his body. At the same time, it was also transforming every cell in his body. Slowly, he actually fell asleep like this. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Luo Bing gradually opened his eyes and fell asleep in front of the computer desk yesterday. Generally speaking, lack of sleep and poor sleeping position will cause body aches and dizziness, but Luo Bing feels that he is in surprisingly good condition. The whole person is refreshed and full of energy. If I had to describe it in words, it would be best condition. Luo Bing is in this state every second now. The mind is clear, the mental state is full, and the whole body is full of energy. Luo Bing stood up, stretched out his body, and the sound of crackling beans came from his joints. He waved his fist, and the fist was strong and fierce. Besides, Luo Bing felt very light, so he tried to jump in place. Boom! A black shadow penetrated directly through the ceiling, rushing from the 3rd floor to the 7th floor rooftop, revealing a stunned head on the top floor. Earthquake! Help! Neighbors started yelling. Luo Bing glanced at the damage he had caused, was silent for 2 or 3 seconds, and said a word to go back. Everything is back to normal. After wiping off the unwarranted cold sweat, Luo Bing quickly took a sip of boiled water from 2008 to calm himself down. This year is 2008. Are you really a fairy? Wouldn't it be a fairy in myths and legends? After calming down, Luo Bing carefully observed his own changes. After confirming it again, he often let out a sigh of relief from roar. Although it was different from what he expected, it was enough to surprise him. No, it should be said to be ecstasy. First, after he became a Wushu immortal body, the most obvious characteristic was no need to take a shower anymore. Dirt immortal body does not stick to ashes, you can tell from the name. Well, that's not critical. The key is, he has gotten more handsome. Wugo immortal body removes impurities from Luo Bing's body. When people eat whole grains, there are bound to be impurities in their body. After being baptized by Wugo immortal body, Luo Bing is so handsome that he doesn't even know how handsome he is. Anyway, he is handsome. The most important thing is that kind of spiritual energy. That temperament is really indescribable in words, just like a banished immortal. That temperament, that look, even the blink of an eye, is full of infinite charm. Luo Bing stood there whole. Even though he put on a mentally retarded expression, his whole person was full of the charm of a supreme immortal. The body is also a golden ratio, with perfect 8-pack abs. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Luo Bing wanted to take a bite when he smelled his hands. It seems to be the same as the principle of Tang monk's meat. His body exudes an alluring smell. If the previous Luo Bing is compared with the current one, it is not comparable at all, and there is no negotiation on the direct kill. Now he is handsome, and miserable. If Luo Bing now publicly sells its own foot wash, a large group of people will surely break their heads. Compared with his handsomeness, his lifespan has increased by 3,000 years. His body is basically immune to all magical damage, and there is no need to mention that there is an extra Goyu in the riding wheel. It doesn't matter if the strength is strong or not, being handsome is a lifetime thing. Sky, get up and kiss one, I'm going to do a test. Luo Bing knocked on the door of the beautiful roommate and knocked for a long time. Are you poisonous? The little beauty covered her head with a quilt and was abruptly woken up. Is this guy crazy? Get up and kiss one. Listen to what people say. What's the matter with us? When did you open up so much? You did open the door. Luo Bing was a little tired from knocking on the door. He controlled his strength very hard, for fear of accidentally knocking on the door. It seems that he needs some good practice on controlling power. No, go and kiss someone else, I'm not that kind of person. If you talk about it, I'll be angry. The little beauty didn't wake up. Her face still had the air of getting up, and she covered her head with a quilt. Shy Red. Don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything else. I just want to do an experiment. No one else can do it. Only you can do it. Luo Bing pursed his lips helplessly, very distressed. Others aren't aliens either. Luo Bing murmured in his heart. Sky, who was lying in bed, heard this, obviously misunderstood, and felt like he had eaten candy. Girls are shy, especially at this time. But as long as Luo Bing persists for a moment or two, maybe the door will open. But I almost forgot. There is still yesterday's food in the refrigerator. It's great. I don't need you, Sky. It's great. Luo Bing excitedly ran to the living room and opened the refrigerator. Sky? Play me? Still great? Come on, tell me, what do you think? Luo Bing's idea was very simple. He picked up the leftovers that he put in the refrigerator yesterday with his chopsticks, tasted them one by one, and finally nodded with satisfaction. This nod is not an affirmation of the beautiful roommate's cooking skills. Rather, his body was already immune to alien DNA. From now on, there is no need to worry about his spatial ability being invalidated again. Sky silently dressed and opened the door and walked out. She was going to find the guy to settle the account. This guy is getting more and more arrogant every day. First of all, he spanked his own asterisk, and he has been teasing himself erratically for the past 2 days. I really think I'm so annoying. Sky went out of the room and looked at Luo Bing's back, who was eating. A sneer appeared on his face, and his right hand holding the pillow became harder. Luo Bing turned around when he heard the movement. Are you up? Snapped. The pillow fell to the ground, leaving Sky frozen in place. Asterisk. What have you been grinning at me since just now? Are you sick? Luo Bing took a big mouth to deal with the food in front of him, took the time to glance at the beautiful roommate who was still holding his cheeks and smirking at him, and asked with a frown. It's okay, you eat. You continued to eat. Sky sucked the saliva that was about to flow out and continued to hold his chin. Didn't you just want to do an experiment? You can experiment. I can do it. I can dedicate myself to scientific experiments, the little beauty continued. As if the sentence, "I'm not that kind of person," just now didn't come out of her mouth. I just really got carried away with excitement. I apologize to you if you don't have s*x with each other. That sentence is very disrespectful to you. Luo Bing folded his hands in a serious apology. No, don't. I don't mind. I really don't care. We two are with whom. If you have any experiments, just come to me. I promise not to refuse in the future. Sky looked at the handsome face of the man in front of him, and his heart was drunk. Mom, how can there be such a handsome person? Whoa, handsome. Who gave me the courage to reject him just now? Kiss me, kiss, you come. Haha, as expected of my good brother, but no need, my experiment is over. Luo Bing touched Sky's head and put down his chopsticks. What? Brother. Wait, you're done experimenting? Who did you ask for the experiment? Why didn't you ask me, you liar? Didn't you say only me can do it? Don't withdraw your hand. Continue to touch my head. You feel so comfortable and your hands smell so good. The little beauty blushed and lowered her head shyly. Luo Bing. What the F***K? Is this not right? No, you will suffer. Luo Bing completely forgot how powerful he is to girls now. Even Sky, who has always been unfamiliar with men, can't stand it now. Cough, cough. I didn't find anyone else. Things are a bit complicated, so I won't explain it. Your head is a little hot. You should go take a bath and calm down. I'll take you to Sijinma for a checkup later, Luo Bing said with an embarrassed expression. Oh, are you going to wash together? I might be able to wipe your back or something. Sky asked in a low voice. No, I'm not Ash at all now. You go, Luo Bing laughed awkwardly. Okay then. Sky was a little lost and walked to the bathroom alone. What happened to her today? Shouldn't she be interested in me? Luo Bing touched his chin, lost in thought. Maybe an illusion. Isn't it the 3 major illusions in life? An hour later, Sky took a shower and changed her clothes, and her behavior was much more normal, but she seemed to be really uncomfortable, and she was a little weak when walking. You have been washing for a long time this time, and there is no hot water after washing, right? The equipment here is quite poor. I have made some money in the past few days. After the inspection for you, we will go to see the house. I want to buy a garden villa, Luo Bing said. Sky seemed to be silent for a long time and nodded. I'm going to take a shower too, soon. Wait for me for a while, Luo Bing said, and walked towards the bathroom. Hey, don't go. Sky reached out to stop him. Anything else? Luo Bing turned around suspiciously. No. The water is cold. You can wash it at night. I'm afraid you catch a cold. Sky ruffled his hair, his expression a little unnatural. Luo Bing nodded and didn't go to the bathroom. It's not that he's afraid of catching a cold, but now that the weather is getting colder, he doesn't like taking cold showers. When Sky went to take a bath, Luo Bing had already learned the location of Gemma by phone. Luckily, she is not in Kuan style at the moment. If the spatial coordinates are a plane that has been flying, it is really a bit difficult to handle. Unless he can see directly with his eyes, or he has a clear judgment on the speed and course of the plane, it is not easy to find a position. Phil Coulson's team doesn't have missions every day. At least they can take a day or 2 off every month when the world is at peace. But for the science duo, Gemma and Fitz, they like to be in the lab even when they're on vacation. Perhaps for them, doing all kinds of experiments is the best form of entertainment. Why are you building doors? Sky asked curiously, who had never seen Luo Bing's space ability. Do you know the random door of Tinkerbell? Luo Bing smiled mysteriously. You still build any door? Sky's eyes widened in surprise. You can also understand it this way, follow me. Luo Bing didn't explain much, but Tinkerbell's random door was a good way to hide his space ability. The two passed through the portal and went directly to the science laboratory of the SHILD branch. Hi, Gemma, Fizz. Luo Bing made a move roar. Hi, Robin. Fitz turned his head to subconsciously greet Roar, but suddenly froze in place, and the green test tube in his hand suddenly fell to the ground. As for Junma, she seemed to have been held back by someone using the immobilization technique, and she stared straight at Luo Bing with big eyes. Crack. The test tube fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Fitz woke up with a start and came back to his senses, his expression exaggerated and his mouth grew. Oh my. Mr. Robin. Why do I feel that you're different? You have become so handsome. Strange. From a scientific point of view, your facial features haven't changed much from before, but why does it feel different? Fitz was puzzled. Fortunately, he is a man. At most he will be stunned, but Junma by his side hasn't calmed down yet. Hi, Gemma shyly made a move to Luo Bing roar. Her reaction was sluggish for about 10 seconds. Fitz rolled his eyes and glanced at his partner, feeling strange. This is Sky, and these two are Fitz and Gemma, my colleagues. Luo Bing introduced each other separately. After that, Gemma took out a test tube and drew Sky's blood for testing. Everything went fast. As Luo Bing expected, Sky's blood has alien genes, and it is very pure, but such pure genes are generally impossible to awakening normally, unless it encounters stimulation or interference from foreign objects. Asterisk. SCHILD's investigation of the Inhumans has been very fruitful so far. Generally speaking, Inhumans have two evolutionary ways. The first one is self-awakening. Definitely this kind of awakening has a very low chance, usually because something happens, such as the death of a loved one, or one's own life is threatened, awakening between life and death. Another is foreign object interference, which is also the most orthodox awakening method in the Cree experiment at the beginning. That is by Tarragon crystal. However, this kind of crystal, SHILD, is only recorded in text materials now, and I have encountered real objects during missions, but the yin and yang errors were used by foreigners who have not yet been awakening. Anyway, SCHILD doesn't have this stuff anymore. At this stage, Sky awakening is impossible. But she wasn't too disappointed. She didn't have any idea of sudden awakening ability. It's good to be a normal person. What's more, she is not ordinary. She is the world's top hacker. News of Stark being rescued alive spreads across the streets. Unexpectedly, the first thing he did when he came back drove all the news media crazy. This guy actually publicly announced the closure of his company's weapons development department. What is this concept? A company that makes weapons and munitions suddenly announced that it would close its weapons development department. What is it thinking? Crazy? What can you do if you don't make weapons? After the news came out, the stock of Stark Group fell all the way, and the investors abandoned their hands and turned off the shares. They agreed that Stark had gone crazy after being kidnapped by terrorists. One of the most angry is Obadiah, the vice president of the Stark Group. He was so angry that he smashed everything that could be smashed in the office. Damn 10 rings. This group of rubbish, they didn't kill Tony, but let him run away. What a group of rubbish. Obadiah dealt with the work at hand with a gloomy face. History Stark Group. History Stark Group. Everyone knows Stark. He Obadiah is always just a little character who wipes his ****. From Howard Stark to Tony Stark, everyone only remembers the Stark family, who has considered his efforts and efforts. The weapons development department that I have run for a lifetime is closed when it says it is closed. It's really beautiful. That guy Tony is just the president in name only. He doesn't even know how many real estates he owns, how many weapon workshops he owns, whether it's related or not. 10880 Malibu Street. Tony was working hard in the underground studio, and no one knew what he was doing. Since the press conference, he has locked himself in the basement, and even if he eats, he just asks his life assistant to deliver it to him. Pepper, come down, please. Tony lay on the smart seat and used the home contact device Roar to call the home assistant. Not long after, a red-haired lady walked down. It was Tony's housekeeper, Pepper Potts. Let me see how big your hands are. Oh my God, what a pair of delicate little hands. Honey, I want to ask you a favor, Tony said, grabbing a delicate instrument from the table beside him. It is the miniature nuclear reactor device that he has repeatedly improved, and the power is completely incomparable with his play in the cave relying on scraps. You live by this? God. Little Pepper covered her mouth in disbelief. A few minutes later, under Tony's command, the two replaced the miniature nuclear reactor unit without any risk. What should I do with this replaced thing? Store it. Little Pepper looked at the old reactor with pus-like substance in his hand and asked Tony. Throw it away. Tony waved. But this thing saved your life, shouldn't you keep it? Little Pepper didn't understand. I have a lot of good things, nostalgia is not one of them. Tony's tone of voice was a tyrannical, sounding very rude. Mr. Stark, there is a phone connection nicknamed. Boss? JRVIS's strange electronic synthesis sound, the smart life housekeeper, resounded in the room. Pick up, Tony stood up excitedly. Okay, Mr. Stark, JRVIS obeyed the order respectfully. The beep call is connected. Big brother, I haven't seen you for a day, I miss you. Stark exaggeratedly shouted into the headset. Pepper Posy on the side was stunned. He had never seen Tony like this. Was this really Tony? What did he just say? Not nostalgic? Hey, Mr. Stark, the stock has fallen so much. Do you still have money to pay for my goods? Luo Bing's first thing on the phone was to ask about his money. He just looked at it, and there is no transfer information in the bank card. That's it, I was about to tell you, boss, you can't save that much money in the card you gave me. By the way, I have a lot of Swiss purple and gold cards here. Is it convenient for you to come? I'll give it to you in person, Tony asked expectantly. His purpose is this. Touting the big guy on the phone doesn't make any sense at all. It's more enjoyable to meet in real life. Luo Bing on the other side of the phone was speechless for a while, and then opened his mouth. Well, then, please give me your address. I'll be there in a while. Okay. 10880 Malibu Shores, 90,265, Tony finished, ending the call. Then he immediately turned to look at Little Pepper. Happy is not here. Let him help me make an appointment with the cover girl for the past 2 months. I need it urgently. By the way, the twins in March are not bad. Let's make an appointment together. Happy is dead, Pepper Potts said sternly. What? Dead? When did he die? Oh no, Pepper, don't be kidding. I'm really in a hurry. You go make arrangements for me. It's faster, Stark said anxiously. Squeak. The glass door of the basement was pushed open from the outside, and Luo Bing walked down the stairs. What he said came in a while, maybe a little too soon. What's the arrangement? Luo Bing asked with a smile, turning to look at Stark's house. It's so big here. You're a boss? Tony's brows creased into Sichuan characters. My name is Luo Bing. Luo Bing doesn't like the big guy's name roar. You went to Han Country? Tony rubbed his eyes. Luo Bing. The Little Pepper on the side stared straight at Luo Bing, who was walking down the spiral staircase, and poked Tony subconsciously. Tony turned his head suspiciously. It's too late to arrange anyone now. Why don't you arrange me? Little Pepper said, blushing. Hearing this, Tony's eyes widened. Walter Law? No way. Asterisk. For some reason, Tony, a playboy who has never been tempted by women, was taken aback when he heard Little Pepper's words. Perhaps in daily interactions, Pepper Potts has become an indispensable part of Tony's life. She is not a commodity to be traded, nor a commodity to please anyone. She is a special, one-of-a-kind Pepper Potts. At least for Tony. Why? I need a reason. Pepper turned to look at Tony. Because I'm your boss. This is my order. Tony's tone was serious. It's just that the boss can't control the private life of the employees. I don't owe a sale agreement. I can leave at any time. Pepper looked at Tony provocatively. It's work time, Tony continued with a serious look on his face. I want to take leave. No approval. I'm going to resign. No approval. I want to rest. I'll let you rest, but at least not now. Luo Bing silently looked at the two people in front of them arguing. Who are these two showing their love in front of? Bullying me is still a single dog, right? Xiao Chili suddenly ran to Luo Bing's side and grabbed Luo Bing's arm, startling Luo Bing. Mr. Luo Bing, our boss just asked me to find you some girlfriends, but I'm too stupid to find them, so let me make up the number? Little Pepper smiled and winked at Luo Bing. You can actually call me by my name? You're pretty good. Luo Bing gave a thumbs up and cast an admiring look, with no other meaning. Few Westerners can call him by his name, they will always subconsciously call him Robin. I'm coming. Sure, Stark was excited. He thought Robin had taken a fancy to little Pepper, and his heart suddenly cramped. I'm here, boss, no one can come on me, Pepper, she's still a child. Tony said and wanted to rush over. Stop. Luo Bing silently summoned out the glass door to separate the two of them, and he felt a chill on his body. What are you talking about? I'm a kid too. Please don't teach me these unhealthy things. Luo Bing was speechless. If he wanted to, there were a lot of girls chasing her at school, and his storage box was full of love letters. He could also live a romantic and unrestrained life. It's just that the 17-year-old Luo Bing still yearns for the hazy thing like love. He wouldn't just fall in love with a woman. That would be a waste. After all, you look so handsome, right? Not to mention, he doesn't like Western girls with freckles either. At least Pepper isn't his ideal target. Pepper is going to pour tea. Tony opened the peppers awkwardly. The nympho was only for a while, and actually Pepper was just trying to pee ***s off Tony. At least he is also gentle and coaxed, right? But I have to admit that when she saw Luo Bing's first glance, she was really moved. But that's a pretty normal reaction. Basically, all women have this kind of reaction, right? Unless she's not normal. After Pepper left, Tony took out a Swiss bank card from the glove box and handed it to Luo Bing. The two sat down on the sofa. Billion-dollar funds cards are left in the glove box so badly. I'm afraid that only Tony would do such a thing. I always thought that I was the most handsome in the world, but I didn't realize that I could only be second after meeting the big guy. Tony boasted Luo Bing coquettishly and raised himself up. Don't call me a boss, I'm not a gangster. Luo Bing put away the card, feeling very happy. Okay, boss, Tony agreed with a smile. Luo Bing was speechless and simply didn't care. Looking at the various tools on the workbench, he asked curiously, are you designing something new? I call it the Mark II. Tony said with a smug expression on his face and called out JRVS. As an artificial intelligence, JRVS immediately understood what the boss meant, and a holographic virtual projection of Mark II immediately appeared in front of Luo Bing. Cool, Luo Bing gave a review. This looks much more handsome than the old machine in the cave. Luo Bing likes these handsome things. Perhaps most men are interested in this kind of stuff, just like sports cars. Speaking of which, there was an entire row of sports cars parked in Stark's basement, and Luo Bing was dazzled. Although he doesn't have a driver's license, that doesn't stop him from liking sports cars. Actually, I'm hesitation about building it. Tony's tone suddenly dropped. Why not? Will it cost a lot of money? Luo Bing asked rhetorically. Money? I didn't think about money at all. Tony waved his hand. Luo Bing was a little jealous when he looked like I was rich. The main thing is energy. Tony pointed to the miniature nuclear reactor on his chest. This thing can completely drive the Mark II, but the palladium in it is highly toxic to the human body, which means that normally I can live for more than 10 years. But if I really put on the armor, maybe I only have a few months to live, Tony said, looking a little lonely. His idea was simple. Mark II is his dream and he will make it, but, well, even if you don't wear it, you can watch it and keep it. After all, this is his most proud work. Why not have surgery? Luo Bing asked. The mortality rate is high. I heard that a doctor named Strange has very stable hands, but he has just been in a car accident recently and his hands are already broken. I think it's life. Tony spread his hands. He was relieved. Tea is coming. Chili Pepper walked down, made Luo Bing a good quilt of tea, then glanced at Tony, didn't give a good look, and left. Your girlfriend doesn't know? I didn't tell her. Tony was about to say, she's not my girlfriend, but hesitation came to his lips and he swallowed it back. Okay. Luo Bing wouldn't comfort anyone. He just felt it was a pity. After all, knowing that you are going to die if you have so much money to spend, it should feel very uncomfortable. While you're still alive, I want to talk to you about a business. Isn't your weapons department closed? I happen to have a big diamond ball here. Maybe you can consider changing jobs. Luo Bing said. Big diamond ball? Tony wasn't interested in diamonds. In his mind, the development direction of the company in the future is defined as new energy, but since the boss has opened his mouth, he can do any business anyway, and it is not impossible to develop a side business. Okay, how big is your diamond? Tony asked curiously. 50 tons for a whole one, Luo Bing replied. Oh, 50 tons what? 50 tons for a whole one. Tons. Tony was taken aback because he had passed through a lot of strong winds and waves and was also frightened by the ton unit. Can diamonds and tons be related? He suddenly wanted to open his eyes. What was the concept of 50 tons of diamonds? Take a shovel and follow me, Luo Bing said, locating the child's door that he had buried at the time and reopening a space door above it. After a few minutes, Stark's robot assistants successfully excavated the large meteorite. This is his unique shovel, which saves time and effort. Luo Bing watched silently from the side. It took him half an hour to bury it. Your sister, it's nice to have money. How is it? How big is this diamond? Luo Bing smiled and looked at Sir Stark beside him. Sir Stark froze in place. Wait. Boss, this is not a diamond. Sir Stark exclaimed. What? Luo Bing was startled, wondering if his diamonds just disappeared. The little money flew away. This is a new element crystal. Ha ha. This is the new element I've been looking for. He can completely replace the palladium element. Sir Stark was overjoyed and collapsed 2 or 3 times in place. Then he ran to the meteorite and kissed him fiercely, his face full of happiness. Boss, I love you so much. Asterisk. A few minutes later, Tony's eyes almost turned into hearts after being carefully checked by JRVS. Under the same weight, the mass of this new element meteorite is dozens of times that of palladium. And it has absolutely no effect on the human body. This is simply a miracle element. So, it's not a diamond? Is he still valuable? Luo Bing, a poor man, never bought a diamond before. When I saw something shiny and hard, I thought it was a diamond. This is just great? Aren't diamonds worthless? Worth. Tony couldn't answer the question at all. This is no longer a question of worthiness. With this new element, his Mark series armor can be developed without any scruples. There's nothing wrong with his body. The new energy projects that I originally wanted to develop can completely crush all the backward petroleum fuels. If new energy is used on aircraft, it will be an unimaginable breakthrough. Even something like a spaceship can be easily built. It's not a question of whether it's worth it or not. This is a major event for the future development of the Earth. He can rely on this to control the lifeblood of the entire planet. Tony swallowed and looked at Luo Bing. Boss, Sure Stark Group is a family business, so I have a 50% absolute controlling stake. When I announced the closure of the weapons development department in the past 2 days, I have secretly acquired the scattered shares outside. In total, I now own 60% of the shares. I'll give you 40%. From today onwards, you are the largest shareholder of the Stark Group, the second is me, and the third is Obeda. What do you think? Tony asked cautiously. Luo Bing, what's the meaning? Does this mean that I will be the richest man in the world? This surprise came unexpectedly, making Luo Bing somewhat at a loss. Are you sure? You're not joking. Luo Bing asked back. I'm pretty sure that tomorrow's Sure Stark building can be renamed Robin Sure Stark Building, Tony said earnestly. You can do it if you feel it, I don't care, but don't change the name of the building, it sounds awkward. Luo Bing waved his hand, as if you were doing it yourself. Actually, only he knows how messed up his heart is. New Oriental beauty salon chain store is afraid that it will not be able to open. The art exhibition industry can't be done. What? Uncomfortable. Maybe this is the pain of the rich. Okay, I'll find a lawyer to sign a share transfer agreement right away, Tony said decisively. At noon that day, the resolute Tony, witnessed by 5 international lawyers, signed the share transfer contract and immediately held a press conference to declare all this. And take this opportunity to declare the future development direction of the company New Energy Technology. All the media people just thought Tony was crazy. But it's not Tony who's crazy. It's Obama. No words can describe his anger at the moment. It's just that there's nothing in the office for him to smash. Some people say that Tony, the prodigal son, destroyed the empire his father left behind. Others say Tony is really mentally ill and should be taken to a psychiatric hospital. Almost everyone is not optimistic about Tony's new energy project. Time History Stark's stock market fell again, hitting the limit. History Stark Group's property has shrunk by trillions in one day, but Tony doesn't care about all this. He didn't care what anyone saw. Those muggles would just wag their tails with the reals. He knew that when he started implementing a new energy project, everyone would wag their tails and cry. Tony didn't bother to use this to prove how wise his decision was. He is a genius. No proof required. Even if the stock fell by the limit, Stark Group is still the world's largest consortium, and the world's second and third largest groups behind them are wagging their tails in tears. Luo Bing did not show up at the press conference, and the speculation behind the mysterious major shareholder of the Stark Group echoed what others said. In fact, Luo Bing doesn't know how much money he has now. He only knew that he was rich, and the interest on the shares every day would allow him to live unrestrainedly for several lifetimes. All afternoon, Luo Bing stayed in Starkshire, oh no, maybe in his own room. He owns 60% of the property, including everything in the house. He could have ordered Tony to move out immediately and then moved in himself, but Luo Bing didn't have that idea at all. Tony builds his own Mark II in the basement. Luo Bing joins hands. In fact, he was watching Tony, too, to prevent him from playing himself to death. The cube chips made by new energy sources are so powerful that Mark II almost knocked down the villa when it took off. Later, when making the flight aid for the arm, it directly shattered 2 walls with 1 cannon. Later, when testing the height of flight, I almost froze to death. Fortunately, Luo Bing is there. Painted in red and gold spray paint, Tony soars freely in the sky. Although Luo Bing can appear in the sky with infinite flash, and even with his immortal body, he can jump to a height of 1,000 meters with all his strength, but he can't fly either. So after Tony fell to the ground, Luo Bing decisively took out the Batman battlesuit he had just retrieved from Fitz today and handed it over. The future Batman battlesuit upgrade will be handed over to you. Luo Bing's face was somber. It felt good to be called by someone. Although Fitz is also a genius, when it comes to upgrading equipment, Tony dumps him 80,000 blocks. Batman battlesuit? Boss, you're Batman. Tony only now knew Luo Bing's other identity. The last time we met at Jibing Port, Luo Bing's battlesuit had been stained with blood and had to be repaired. Superhero is just one of my hobbies, Luo Bing nodded. This identity has nothing to hide from his own people. Cool. I've decided. I'll be Iron Man from now on. Tony threw a punch and made a pose. It's just that he's still wearing a battlesuit now, which looks a bit weird. Taking into account the fact that it is not easy to wear, Luo Bing put forward some requirements for his battlesuit. He does not need full metal, and he is not lacking in defense at all. He just needs to be handsome. Can fly. Tony stuck out a thumbs up, saying it was perfectly fine. There are already many ideas in the brain of this genius. Including his own armor, he is also thinking about an easier way to wear it. Asterisk. Comments. In the evening, Luo Bing bought a new manor on the coast of Malibu, and Tony was not far away. This manor is about the same area as Tony, but the architectural style is completely different. It is an old-time castle building. It was bought by Tony from a descendant of a British nobleman. It is said that this is the manor built by the former Chademere family. There are also portraits of vampire bats on the walls of the hallway. I don't know if there are such creatures as vampires, but Luo Bing really likes the bat portrait. I don't know if it came from the artist, but it looks very comfortable. Coincidentally, it is also very appropriate to his other title. The only downside is that it's a bit far from the city. But any distance is nothing to Luo Bing. When Luo Bing walked in with Sky, he pointed to the castle behind him and said that it was our new residence in the future. Sky's eyes changed. She wondered if Luo Bing robbed the bank or ransacked the bank vault directly with any door. I have to say, Luo Bing really has that ability. But he disdained to do such a thing. Although it is a castle building, it is not derailed from modern times. It has both classical elegance and high-tech convenience. After installing the Friday artificial intelligence butler, everything here becomes more comfortable. I have to say that the artificial intelligence developed by Tony is really useful, and Friday is roughly the same as the JRVS function, except that Friday is a female, artificial intelligence. Compared to JRVS, at least Friday's voice is much better. That night, the New York Evening News reported two horrific events. First, the 10 Rings terrorists attacked a small town in Afghanistan with brutal methods. It can be seen from the picture that they used the Jericho missile produced by the latest History Stark group and arrogantly killed the just-returned man in front of the camera. The family's Ethan seems to be declaring war. Since there are hostages in hand, it is difficult for the garrison military to intervene. At present, we can only negotiate. Second, the thrilling and terrifying Lizard Man in Queens, where Spider-Man fights, is unknown. At the same time, many pedestrians in Queens are infected with the lizard virus, giving people the feeling that they are zombies. Completely zombies attack passers-by rationally and shops. Tony was furious, and Ethan was his savior, so he was brutally murdered by terrorists. 10 Rings are unforgivable. The Gold and Red Mark II flew out of the basement and flew towards Afghanistan at a rapid pace. Meanwhile, Luo Bing also came to Queens. He was a little worried about Peter. Although that guy was annoying, Luo Bing didn't want him to die. After all, he was Luo Bing's first friend after he came to New York. On a certain street in Queens, hundreds of lizard mutants crowded the street, biting people when they saw them, and their bodies recovered amazingly. If they didn't hit the head, the police's weapons would not be able to deal with them at all. Any harm? Go to hell, monster. The policeman with a gun pulled the trigger and aimed hard at the humanoid lizard in front of him. But that guy is agile, and even if one of his arms is interrupted, he can quickly grow a new one. There was chaos on the street, and panic shrouded Queens. The lizard virus spreads extremely fast, and the person bitten by the humanoid lizard turns into a lizard man after a short period of madness and begins to frantically cause damage to the surrounding. The entire Queens district has been completely blocked by the military, and the refugees must undergo a full-body examination before they are allowed to evacuate. If this lizard virus were to spread to the outside world, it would be an unimaginable disaster. It may be scarier than the zombie virus in the movie. This disaster even directly alerted S.H.I.E.L.D. Basically, agents from various countries within the scope of New York were dispatched. Even Natasha Romanoff was no exception. Damn bugs. Natasha Romanoff cut off the head of a lizard man in an instant, the widow's bite in his hand glowing blue. Request reinforcements. This guy is infecting humans too fast. Many agents are also infected. No. Please evacuate, you can't lose any agents. The Superior immediately summoned an emergency video conference, and the members of the World Federation had a heavy face, constantly listening to the casualty report, frowning tightly. The latest holographic projection technology of the World United Nations makes everyone feel like they are in person, and everyone gathers around the round table and exchanges their opinions with each other. This biochemical infection came too fast. Catch the MPs off guard. Queens is a densely populated city with at least 50,000 residents, not counting fugitives and black households. From the beginning of the riot to the present, it has lasted for 2 hours. During this period, more than 20,000 residents were infected, including many policemen, soldiers, and agents. This is an unequal battle. The peacekeepers can only station high walls outside the city, and the powerful firepower network pushes back the pedestrian lizards that want to cross Queens and invade other areas. I recommend nuclear weapons. A blonde-haired, shadowy white man tapped the table, looking ugly in the virtual video. No, there are still a lot of residents who haven't evacuated. We can't do this. It's inhumane. The black-haired young congressman clenched his fists and shouted his opinion. At the moment, everyone's mood is very complicated. No one would want to use nuclear weapons if there was no way out. Gene, tell me what to do? It's already a war. Queens is so big, there are always gaps in the defense net. If these guys run out, run to your country, run to my country, run around the world, can you imagine what kind of scene it would be like? The middle-aged man with sharp eagle eyes was very calm, expressing himself the opinion of, At the moment is no longer a time to hang on high. Really let these infected people flow out of Queens. Who knows what the world will be like in the future? This kind of guy is more terrifying than the zombies in the movie. At least zombies won't be reborn from broken arms. Congressman Chin was silent. In fact, he should vote in favor. After all, Queens is not his country's territory. Most of the members present were holding this idea, but Chin was not reconciled. Once upon a time, he took the position of the representative of the United Nations member of the Huaxia district in high spirits. At that time, he was full of passion and energy. World nuclear level? That's not the justice he wants. During this operation, many agents from Huaxia district also fell into Queens district. Chin gritted his teeth. You must know that even in Queens district, there are many Huaxia people. He hated his own powerlessness. It's just for the sake of the overall situation. He can only make a choice. In fact, his vote is no longer important, and basically all the members present voted in agreement. The Queen's nuclear baptism plan is finalized. It seems that the situation has turned around. It's Batman, oh shit. What is he doing? All the members present looked towards the holographic projection on the table, and a black figure appeared in the holographic projection. At the moment the moon is full. The dark cloak was rippling, looking at the dense lizard zombies in front of him. The back of the night under the moonlit night was very lonely. P.S. It is going to be on the shelves. Please order it first. I don't write any testimonials anymore. The slow update is my criticism. I am not handicapped. That's not a big deal, mainly because my procrastination is a bit annoying. I usually swipe my phone for a while and it's gone. After I put it on the shelves, I will correct this problem, not to mention the explosion on the first day. It is definitely there, and I will maintain a minimum of 4 to 5 chapters every day in the future, which is also the limit of what I can do. Now at 1 o'clock in the morning, I have to code all night in order to break out, and it will be on the shelves around 12 noon today. Ask for the first order. Ask for support. Asterisk. The moon is extra bright tonight. But it's not warm. Heads of lizard monsters roamed the streets, biting people when they saw them, and the scene was bloody. The streets are full of wriggling corpses. After those corpses were resurrected, their skin turned green, and lizard tails grew behind them, and they joined the lizard army. Swish, a shadow constantly flashed across Queens. Luo Bing's infinite flash constantly shreds lizardmen's heads, but it's not the most efficient way. The army of lizard zombies is too much. Peter, where are you? Please reply. Luo Bing contacted Peter Parker while harvesting the heads of the lizard zombies. He's the one who knows the most about what's going on here. After all, he was the first lizard man to be discovered. Unfortunately, there is no reply in the contactor. In an unknown sewer in Queens, Peter, wearing a Spider-Man battle suit, fainted and died in a stinky ditch, and the communicator at hand had been smashed to pieces. Ha 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 ha. Dr. Connors in a white coat laughed frantically. Even he himself could not have imagined that his lizard virus would have such great power. At the moment he has been completely dominated by the wildness in his body. Maybe he is not Connors now. He is Dr. Lizard. Damn. Luo Bing smashed the heads of the 2 lizardmen who were trying to get close to him. His steel chopping knife was so twisted again that Luo Bing threw it out as a flying darts weapon. All in all, Luo Bing, who had obtained the immortal body of the Unsullied, was quite astounding in combat power even after losing his weapon. His body was as tough as a god. One full punch can destroy a building. He jumped high for thousands of meters and then fell heavily. The ground beneath his feet dented a large crater as if it had been hit by a meteorite. Cobweb-like cracks spread out in all directions. Dozens of lizard zombies were directly crushed into powder by the impact. The scorching 3-hook jade kept spinning in Luo Bing's eye sockets. His world turned blood red, and even the moon above his head turned blood red. All things were gradually slowed down in his eyes, and the world seemed to be quiet in an instant. Before, his body couldn't keep up with the speed of his eyes. But now Luo Bing is different. Instant. Dark shadows appeared in every corner of Queens like a phantom version. Luo Bing was full of firepower and green blood flowers bloomed. The green, fetid blood couldn't touch his body. The scale-free body automatically filters out all garbage. On the roof, in the alley, in the room, in the residence, that black shadow seems to be everywhere. He alone is an army. What happened? How is this possible? Looking at the small red dots in the radar chart that dropped rapidly in an instant, all the lawmakers widened their eyes. Report. A large number of survivors suddenly appeared out of thin air in the 13th quarantine area. Report. A large number of survivors suddenly appeared in the 5th quarantine area. Report. Luo Bing's figure appeared repeatedly in various places. As he slaughtered, he took the survivors who were hiding in the house out of Queens. Luo Bing is like a killing machine that doesn't know how to get tired. His world is slowing down, but he is not slow in killing lizardmen. The 1 kilometer around is the critical point of his crazy flash. During this period, he doesn't know how many knives he has used, and his fists are full of dust. 3 times the lucky full open case. Every time Luo Bing flashes, he just happens to save the survivors from the lizard zombies. He seems to be everywhere. He was there in time for every emergency. Report. There are 10,000 lizard zombies left. The observer gave the most accurate data for the first time. The small red dots that were originally dense on the radar have been reduced at this moment. Half an hour. In half an hour, Luo Bing killed 10,000 lizard zombies. He is very tired. Even the Wushu immortal body can't seem to support his crazy consumption. But he didn't stop. At this time, he has no reason to stop. Constantly new energies burst forth from every cell of the body. The shriveled cells became full again, and it seemed that under this crazy consumption, his body was reborn again. It was an indescribable feeling. Even the writing eyes in his eyes became weird because of this miraculous power of life. The speed of the Goyu's rotation is getting faster and faster, and gradually a wonderful rune is connected to the city. That's a golden hexagram. Luo Bing can feel that his writing wheel has evolved. There is no new Goyu, but it has reached a new field. Flame and space. Luo Bing could vaguely feel the changes brought about by the new eyes. There seems to be a powerful ability in his left and right eyes. But at the moment, he didn't have time to research his new ability. I just feel that my space ability is getting better and better, and now he can sense any space node within a kilometer around him. No need to know the coordinates. Even after 3 or 5 minutes, Luo Bing gradually mastered a method of spatial cutting. Although he was not very skilled in using it, it also accelerated Luo Bing's killing speed. In another flashback, Luo Bing smashed several large lizards charging from behind Natasha Romanoff with 1 punch, and took the dagger she threw from behind. The 2 of them have met many times tonight, and at the moment they have a tacit understanding. But, damn. Peter Parker woke up from the coma. He had already heard the constant roar from outside the pipe, and he had realized something. Hand over the antidote. UB ******** D. Peter yelled, falling into Connor's trap during the previous battle. Although I don't know why he saved his life, Spider-Man, who didn't, Zhao, live at the moment, doesn't want to worry about it anymore. Hee. The crazy Connors became quiet at the moment instead. His nerves are sometimes normal, sometimes abnormal, and the souls of Dr. Lizard and Connors, the scientist, alternate in his brain. There is no antidote. Don't struggle anymore. Do you think there will be a way to recover after mutating to that extent? Haha, if there was an antidote, I would have used it for myself. Did you think a movie was being filmed here? It's reality. Wake up, kid. 35 Connors rushed towards Peter frantically. Damn you. I will never forgive you. Peter also rushed to make up for it frantically. The dark cloak obscured the moon in the sky. Luo Bing didn't plan to find an antidote to stop the lizard zombies from the very beginning. His antidote is simple. #Kill these bugs. The counselors in the conference hall at the moment were silent. The latest news of the major temporary shelters came constantly in my ears. Looking at the small red dots on the radar map, all the members were already numb. Is he a god? Some are happy, some are terrified. This kind of power is beyond their comprehension. But luckily, that Black Knight seems to be on the same side as them. Reinforcement. Reinforcement. Chin watched the scene excitedly and stood up from his seat excitedly. Every content uploaded from the uninterrupted video surprised him immensely. Reinforcement. Go and help Batman. Another counselor stood up from his seat and shouted loudly. Everyone seems to really see hope at this moment. At the same time as the order was issued, the disobedient troops stationed on the periphery of Queens gave way in an instant, and a dozen M1 tanks drove into Queens mightily. The tank ran over the corpses piled up as high as a city wall, and the lizard zombies could not tear the iron sheet and were crushed one by the crawlers. The black shadow flashed by, and because the speed of the continuous flash was too fast, blurred phantoms were left on the whole street. The hidden sword in his hand pierced the heads of hundreds of lizard zombies in a row. Luo Bing took a breath and teleported to the rooftop of the 780th building to recover his strength. The hidden sword was retracted into his sleeve. Cheat Widow's Bites chain hooked onto the rock wall of the rooftop, and Natasha Romanoff was lifted up by the chain in an instant, and, along the way, he tackled a few green lizards that were climbing on the wall. A Kun style came to this area from far to near. A man wearing star stripes holding a shield jumped down from the Kun style, glanced at Luo Bing beside him, nodded, and then jumped into the lizard group below. Looks like he's awake. Luo Bing stood up with his hands on the ground, reached out to catch the two steel slashing knives thrown from the Kun style, crossed his hands, and shot out a lot of sparks. I hope I'm not late. The blind stick in the hand of Daredevil Matthew in red tights instantly pierced the head of a green lizard. His kindness is reserved only for humans, not monsters. Little Spider-Man fell on the swing beside Luo Bing. In his hand was a large lizard cocooned by a cobweb. That's Dr. Lizard. I'm sorry, I didn't stop this in time. Peter Parker was very disappointed, and his words became less. There will always be accidents. Luo Bing didn't accuse Peter. In fact, he was also responsible. If he hadn't been playing in the league at the time, this might not have happened. But things happened. Luo Bing didn't think it was all his fault. He's not an idiot who takes all the faults on his own. So all of this is so weird. This stupid muggle. Who TM made you develop the game? How do you know how many people you've killed? A burst of shoulda thrill music suddenly resounded in the sky. At the same time, a streamer streaked across the sky, and Tony, whose whole body was wrapped in Mark II, landed on the rooftop. The most surprising thing to me is that you came so slowly. Luo Bing looked at Tony, who was beside him, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I went to Afghanistan and wasted a bit of time. Hey, Tony said, raising his hand and firing an energy cannon, shattering the lizardman's body that had already climbed to the rooftop. So, what kind of era is this? Captain America, who had only woken up from the freeze in the morning, threw out his shield and flew back to his hand after smashing 4 lizardmen in a row. Is your body thawed, Captain? Luo Bing asked jokingly. I still need to warm up, but it's just right, there seems to be a lot of sparring here. Steve flipped in the air, dodging a deadly attack from a lizard man, and turned his head and slammed it down. Looks like everyone is here. Then move on, guys. Luo Bing stretched his body, leaned forward, and falled directly under the roof. Dude, please respect the only woman present. Natasha Romanoff jumped, and when she jumped to another rooftop, the pistol fired continuously, hitting the eyebrows of several lizard zombies with precision. Hey guys, my name is Spider-Man. I think we can leave a phone number later? With Luo Bing's comfort, little Spider-Man felt much better. Maybe we can go to a barbecue. I heard that there is a good barbecue restaurant. Stark raised his hands and fired another energy cannon. This thing was originally set to stabilize the flight, but unexpectedly it became a weapon. Barbecue? No, please don't mention the word meat to me now. Luo Bing shuddered. Anyone who chops up more than 10,000 disgusting lizard monsters will have a psychological shadow on meat. Especially these lizard zombies are human conversions. Haha, Stark shuttled between tall buildings and mountains. 6 small missiles were ejected from his shoulders. JRVIS intelligently locked a large group of lizard zombies in 6 directions. The missiles were launched, and the whole city instantly became bright. What kind of guys are these people? Why am I still using my fists? Steve rolled his eyes speechlessly and fought with a large lizard next to him. It seems to have become a battlefield for superhero. The tanks on the side can only play cover. 5 minutes later, Stark frowned and JRVIS's thermal sensors locked onto a large, unknown object that, judging from its shape, was at least 7 stories tall. What kind of thing is that? F***K. They integrate together. Stark floated in the air, looking at the monster in the distance with serious eyes. Please don't swear, that's uncivilized, Steve reminded solemnly. Afterwards, he turned his head and glanced at the growing black shadow in the distance, and he was stunned for a moment. Shade? I seem to have heard someone say civilized language. Stark shot the lizard zombies next to him, and didn't forget to tease Steve. What the hell is that? Guys, my spider telepathy is giving me a very strong danger warning. That could be a big deal. Peter's cobweb is almost depleted. At the moment he's barehanded and a few lizard zombies are fighting. I can't let them integrate anymore. Luo Bing also noticed the growing monster in the distance. Those lizard zombies have become monsters like Godzilla through continuous devouring. Boom. The earth trembled. The ground where Luo Bing was shattered into cobweb-like cracks, and the whole person rushed towards the big guy like a meteor. There was a sonic boom in the air. Luo Bing punched, and the powerful force penetrated the entire body of the integrate monster. A big hole was opened directly in his head. However, compared to this big guy's body, the big hole opened by Luo Bing is not even 1/10 the size of his head. Gudong gudong. The flesh and blood tumbled, making a oozing creaking sound. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Luo Bing's wound had completely healed. Let me try. Tony flew over, the energy cannon in his palm constantly firing, and the air was filled with the smell of barbecue. But this level of attack not only did not work, but completely angered the big guy. Roar! The Godzilla lizard zombie roared loudly and smashed a building with one palm. Very dangerous, Stark ducked in time, his heart tightened. Do we have more firepower? This hunk's recovery ability is too strong. Stark frowned, feeling helpless. This guy even ate the corpse of his companion. What the hell is this? Natasha Romanoff frowned and pressed the communication button on the headset. Tank, aim, fire. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's command, the tankers turned to the muzzle. In an instant, the bursting cannon shot out of the chamber, and with the usual streamer swallowtail, it directly hit the monster in the distance. While the body is getting bigger, the speed of this big guy has slowed down. It is like a target that doesn't move. Boom! A dozen tanks fired salvos, and the shells exploded on the body of the integrate monster, sending out a lot of smoke. He's alive. Keep attacking. Stark flew through the sky, his scanning system running, and the seriousness of the matter could be seen from his frown. Tanks continued to fire, rumbling blasts constantly spreading across Queens. Luo Bing landed on the ruins of a dilapidated building, and his unfavorable fist could not cause an effective attack on this big thing. The cannonball rained, and the roar of the monster was constantly heard in the smoke. From the sound, it could be heard that the damage of the shells was also very uncomfortable for him. But it's still alive. Flesh and bones flew, constantly intertwined, and gathered together again. When the smoke cleared, the Godzilla lizard monster, whose injuries were completely intact, appeared in front of everyone. Is he the regenerative healing factor? Steve wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Now the lizard zombies that are still alive around them are all actively gathering towards the monster in the distance, and the big guy has become even bigger after absorbing the new kind. Even the building on the side looked like a dwarf in front of it. God, how should this thing be killed? Peter leaned weakly against a building. He was stuck to the wall like he had glue on his hands. Luo Bing frowned at this scene. Spatial cuts are useless against stuff. The wound caused is too small for it. The most important point is that this big guy doesn't seem to have a heart or a brain. Luo Bing just attacked his head, but unfortunately the attack didn't work. The lawmakers at the conference table frowned at this scene. The sudden appearance of the huge Godzilla lizard made their hearts rise to their throats again. This thing looks like it can evolve infinitely. As long as it constantly devours its own kind, it can constantly grow. And not only the living kind, he can absorb even the corpses of the same kind piled up in mountains. This is not good news. Would you like to use nuclear weapons? The blonde old congressman suggested again. Now the survivors have basically been rescued. Urban destruction at best with nuclear weapons is not as difficult to decide as it used to be. But what if this thing can absorb nuclear radiation? Another member said with a frown. They don't know the situation of this guy at present. Considering its tenacious regenerative healing factor and huge size, they are inexplicably connected with the special film of the island country in their impression. After all, in the special films shot by the island country, generally this kind of big guy can absorb nuclear radiation. No way. Godzilla is just a fiction. This big guy may not be so powerful. If he really absorbs the nuclear radiation, then it's over, some congressman retorted. Hulk can absorb nuclear radiation. A congressman frowned and muttered. Everyone's faces sank immediately, and they didn't want to mention the green monster. What now? Maybe I can fly into its mouth and start destroying it from the inside. Tony frowned and said. No, that's too dangerous. Luo Bing rejected Tony's suggestion. For flowers, 0. This guy is constantly eating his own kind, and we're barely even getting close to him now. Steve frowned. He'd never seen anything like this before. During Hitler's time, only Red Skull could fight him, and he was the most technologically advanced on the planet. But after 70 years of slumber, awakening came as if the whole world had changed. Matthew gasped heavily. This guy was injured again in the battle just now, and he never seemed to be intact. Can any of us become Ultraman? Little Spider-Man asked innocently. Ultraman, what is that? Steve frowned suspiciously. He needed a good Mayup lesson. It's a cosmic Superman, the kind that can turn into light with a shout. Hey, Spider Brat, can you suggest something more childish? Tony looked at Peter speechlessly. Point 0. Luo Bing was stunned. The golden hexagram in the eye socket seems to indicate something. Wait a moment. Looks like I can transform. Luo Bing said suddenly. What? Can you transform into Ultraman? Everyone except Steve widened their eyes curiously, turning their heads to look at Luo Bing in shock. Captain America. It's hard. Steve Gat wasn't at their point of shock. Definitely not. Luo Bing had a black line on his face. He turned into a ghost Ultraman. It's just that his new pair of riding wheels seems to bring him a new energy when both pairs of eyes exert force at the same time. Don't be arrogant. Let me do some research. Luo Bing sat cross-legged on the spot. Until now he didn't have time to feel his eyes carefully. You're going to do a transformation, woo-woo. Little Spider-Man covered his spider hood. He bit his tongue, and his tears were almost left. Luo Bing withdrew his finger. He had long wanted to silence this guy, but he finally got the chance. Is the power in the left eye originally called Amaterasu? The divine power in the right eye allows me to better grasp the power of space. The black flame that will never go out until the target is burned to death? Amazing! Maybe you can beat this guy with this. Luo Bing stood up, took off his Batman blindfold and threw it aside while everyone watched. Amaterasu and...
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.